This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, 6 teams are fighting to make it to one of next week's best of 5 showdowns. Hello and welcome to VCT Americas Kickoff, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in beautiful Los Angeles, California. I am Zoe, and on the desk today with me are Emily and Dryad for what will be a very long day of Overwatch, VALORANT. Oh my goodness. You know what? It was just a matter of time until this happens to me. It was just a matter of time. They're living rent-free in my head. What can you do? So do our teams, and so do the teams that performed yesterday, because man, did we have intense elimination matches. EG kept himself alive, and they did it in a really convincing fashion, getting their revenge on Envy.
No, that was really cool to see, especially because I feel like Envy, with the swaps that they made, they had a good showing. We saw eggs are kind of popping off there, but it just wasn't enough. EG just looked so good.
It has been so fun to see as well, and we didn't know what way it was going to go. Last minute changes as well. It could have been possible for the side of Envy, but on the other side, you have an Evil Geniuses that is looking strong, and you know they can go on a run. You never know.
Let's talk about what went down exactly and break it down a little bit more for the people who may have, not been able to watch all the action. Here a quick summary of our matches.
We have this Evil Geniuses as well that I feel like surprises a lot. You have a DJ Sin that has always been that topic of conversation, has always been that duelist that we talked about, has always been very individualistic. But when you have that combination with the rest of the squad that is able to play together, I just feel like it looks amazing.
Yeah, also huge props to Superman for kind of stepping it up in these last 2 matches. He's really showed how valuable of a player he actually is, what he can bring to the team, especially in firepower, because he was hitting some nice multi-kills and some nice shots.
And even going into that second game too, I didn't know it was gonna go. Sentinels, Leviathan, they're like my 2 favorite teams right now, and Lev ends up getting the win. They continue to be undefeated with Neon, so it's looking pretty good for them too.
It's crazy to see a team like Sentinels being out of the mix now, right? So unfortunately, 2 more teams we had to say goodbye to yesterday, and we have to say goodbye to more teams just today as well. I know it's a heartbreaker because it feels like we literally just started the kickoff and so many teams are already out.
Yeah, and especially because it always feels so fast, and it always feels like that first event that we have of the year after kickoff is coming so fast that if you don't have the meta right from the beginning, if you don't have the right read on the meta, it just feels like it kind of slips through your fingers, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, also just a few weeks in, we already seen changes to the teams as well, right? We saw super subs being brought in, and we also saw super subs staying or being picked up by other teams, such as Demon One. And their resurrected Demon One actually is giving us the Pulsar flag of the week. Blink and you'll miss this one. This was a very quick kill on Corrode.
This one is insane, and I feel like we always say when we see these Pulsar flicks of the week is just how do they do that? Emily,
how did they do that?
You know, I don't know, because look, Oki kind of gave him a warning shot. If you look at it, like he got a little dink off, but it just wasn't enough.
I really wish this was me. It's actually me. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, this is
me
you?
with the ghost. Me with the ghost. I'm kind of crazy.
So are we queuing and you're gonna show that?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
Of course.
You sound confident.
We definitely can queue together. It's not like we're like really far apart or anything.
No.
Yeah, no, the gap is closing.
Yeah.
Riot, like you got this. You got this.
Yeah,
You're just this far away from it. And now, of course, the teams that won yesterday, they can't catch a break. They have to do it all over again today because, of course, they remain in the lower bracket. And once again, they have to fight for their lives. Very dramatic. It's Hunter Thieves versus Evil Geniuses, and then it's going to be Cloud9, which will be taking on Leviathan. But wait, there is more. That's right, because you gotta stay hydrated today. Stock up on snacks. We have a 3-match day coming your way following our elimination matches. Yep, that's right. We're also heading to the middle bracket. So we're gonna see NRG take on G2. And the winner will move to the middle bracket grand final, not grand final, best of 5 matches next week. So man, it's going to stay intense for those teams.
I keep seeing this NRG G2. I'm like, what do you mean this is the middle bracket? What are we talking about?
I forgot what the upper bracket is for a second there. Like, what?
Furia and MIBR just up there.
Who would have thought?
I love the system though, because there are so many layers to it, and we do see so much evolution of those teams, right?
Yeah.
Throughout those weeks with the different opponents they're having.
And I can't imagine, like, if we didn't have this triple bracket, how much quicker teams would have fallen out early on, because we've seen a lot of changes coming in from teams. We've seen a lot of consistency coming back and improvements, and without the triple bracket, who knows what this could be right now.
True.
Exactly, and if we're looking at that bracket, of course, it's going to be Furia and MIBR being the talk of town, but I do also feel like there's plenty of individuals in those teams that I feel like they're kind of going under the radar, or at least they were in the past, and that's why we here on the desk want to give them some flowers. Emily, which player do you feel like just deserves more credit, does deserve those flowers?
I want to give Lev Spike a big old bouquet of flowers, because I think he is not nearly talked about enough. You know, when Neon wasn't there, we've seen him having to flex on these pretty hard agents, right? We've seen him on the Waylay, we've seen him on the KO, a big movement agent, a big utility-focused agent, right? And now that he's back, or now that Neon is back, and he's able to kind of play well, I guess only Viper we've only seen him on so far, but he looks so comfortable and he's performing so well. And I think just being able to flex and do whatever you need for your team in the moment, especially having a sub situation like that takes a lot out of the player. It's not always fun to be in that flex role, but he did it, and he did it like without any complaints. He did it almost effortlessly as well.
Even last year, I feel like he was really impressive because he was playing that Jet and that KO. That, you know, that combination, we don't really see that often. So this was a player that was already showing us that flexibility, and now even more.
Absolutely. Now, Dryad, I know you also have a great pick for us. Who do you think deserves some more flowers, some more recognition?
Yeah, people call me that. They say I'm biased towards Latin America.
Well, I've never heard that being said about that.
How am I not going to give it to King? Can we talk about King? He is incredible. Such an underrated IGL. I understand that we talked about the best IGLs that we've had in VALORANT in history. We think about Buster, we think about Valen, we think about all those veterans too, Ethan as well, of course. But this guy, King, has consistently made it really far in the tournaments. We think about 2024, they made top 3 at Champs. They also lifted that trophy in Americas in that year. And on top of that, you have an IGL that has IGL in Spanish, in English, and now is IGLing in Portuguese.
That's actually insane.
It's just willing to do anything for the team, and it has been as well the IGL under different coaches, having to adapt to different systems. There was a point as well where he was not the IGL, and he was just willing to play anything, duelist, controller, whatever the team needs, and he's always delivering.
Yeah, and you see that leadership so clearly on display with the young players that surround him right now. And that's why they're still in the competition, right? Like, it's really showing what they got and all of that, of course, thanks to King. Now, my pick, I feel like he does get flowers here and there, but not consistently.
Okay.
And that's why I have to bring him up. It's Digizin. I mean, after the performance from just yesterday, I think it's pretty clear that this guy can take over rounds. He can take over matches. Like, we know he's explosive. We know he's aggressive. But in the past, he's just been criticized for, like, maybe a lack of consistency. But he's been so willing and so eager to, like, play and win. He's been grinding through tier 2. He's been back in tier 1, back in tier 2, back again in tier 1. And, you know, obviously the teams that he's played for, they've not always found the success, but his skill and his mechanical prowess has always been on display. And I think in the structure that he's in right now, in this team, with the support that they're having, this is his time to shine.
This is what exactly EG wanted and Potter wanted. Right. They wanted a duelist that could take over rounds, win those rounds by himself, and you have that, but you also have, like you're saying, that support of the team.
Absolutely. And speaking of EG, let's send it over to Golden Boy and check in with the IGL. Come.
Hey everybody, GB out here with Com. Look, yesterday we saw Digizin drop plus 33, an epic performance there. Who do you think is ready for a performance like that again today? Or is it just going to be Digizin dropping another plus 33 like we saw yesterday?
Of course, we can't fully rely on that every single match, but I think everyone has the capabilities to do that every single game. Every time we go in the server, we're ready to just kind of show out and show off, you know? And honestly, for me, I'm just happy that everyone is like happy with their roles in the team and everything is kind of like starting to come together a little bit. The biggest thing for us today will be just confidence and have fun.
Yeah, no, and definitely seeing you guys having fun on that stage, man. Best of luck out there. Back to you.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses, they lost their first 2 matches of kickoff, but they are gaining steam. They're on the right trajectory. We see the team now meshing. The synergy is on display. Now today, though, their opponent, historically, they've not been able to take down. Of course, we have different players in the mix this time around.
I feel like things always change and the history can always change, but I feel like when you have such a dominant score throughout the years, different rosters, different everything, I feel like it just becomes a mental thing. Though, to be said, that was the story that we had for 100 Thieves and Sentinels, and 100 Thieves was able to become successful, so maybe it can change today.
Oh, no. This one has been living in my head all night last night.
We don't got to talk about that one at all. It happens.
It did happen. I mean, Potter addressed it afterwards too. He was like, yeah, we definitely need to make sure that the 3v5 situations are allowed.
For Rossi, he's like, that had to feel so good.
Oh, yeah. Might be out of the mix, but man, that one goes into the highlight reel. But yeah, EG has still some cleanup work to do, those kind of little mistakes, and them like not being able to close out rounds that really, like they had every advantage in.
Yeah, I mean, I think in their first 2 losses, they were having a lot more problems than what we're seeing now. Now it's like they're lower bracket demons. I've been seeing things that they've been focusing on and improving, especially synergy-wise, coming into these last 2 matches that they found success. They're playing super well together. I think there was still some questions on their macro, but I think today is a perfect way to kind of limit test that going against a team like 100 Thieves.
Absolutely. Now, both Com and Coach Potter are confident in their team's chances at kickoff. Here is what they said on yesterday's broadcast.
It would be nice to convert the 5v3s a little bit more cleanly, but you know, for us, I guess I gotta say the positive thing is we got it out of the way in map 1. You know, the last time we met them up, the doubts and the paranoia started kind of creeping in for us, and it really deflated our confidence.
I'm so happy to be playing with these guys, and as you see, I'm so happy to see Doug activated 30-7 that last map. I mean, it's insane. This is stuff that we've been showing in scrims, and I think eventually you will see it in Santiago.
That interviewer, she's great.
Who is
you seen her around? Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know?
I have no idea.
Oh,
you know what? I'll introduce you later today.
Yeah.
Oh my
She's
God,
cool.
I can't wait.
She's cool like that. She's cool like that. No, who else is cool? Bao. Because he's been popping up on the cameras, on the microphones, on that stage, in the game. I mean, look at that.
What is even happening? What is happening here?
I don't know. I don't want the answer to that question either. I just want to live in the now and enjoy this very moment with Bao. I mean, honestly though, Bao has been performing ever since he joined this team, and his kickoff, his debut performance has been phenomenal.
He has been incredible, and this was one of my players to watch when we started going into this kickoff because he was so incredible in Tier 2 to me. He was the best Sentinel, and he's proving that on stage. And also something that we didn't see in Tier 2 when he was playing for Ameri is how animated he is, how much he's hyping up his team. He's doing this constantly, and that is adding so many layers. I really like the impact that he's having. We saw it yesterday on Pearl, the way that he is that strongholder on that side, on that A side that we see constantly. Or you have Calm playing with him. They have a really good structure to set him up for success, and he's also a really smart player, as you have to be as a Sentinel, just backing up when you have to.
Yeah, no, he was really good at choosing when and who to kind of fight, what fights he wanted to kind of isolate, and he was also just so aware of all the lurks that Envy tried to throw at him. Like, he shut them down almost instantly, right? And I just think it takes it's a side of Bao that I haven't seen yet, which is with how well he was playing, especially on that A side, right? You would see him fight on site when he has the support. If not, he's playing back. He's holding space. He's not getting over aggressive. And before, I feel like early on in the matches for EG, he was a little bit panicky. It felt like he didn't know what to do or what was the right move, but he felt so confident. And you saw it in his aim too. Like, his mechanics yesterday really surprised me. Like, every shot was so clean. He was on point.
He's so cool.
EG's going to be a tough opponent to go up against. 100 Thief has the honors of doing it today. Let's talk about their journey so far in kickoff, because they've been very exciting to watch. I'm not going to lie. Like, I feel like they've been able to like modulate their tempo, like keeping it creative, maybe not necessarily on the composition side of things, but like just the way they have been playing the game, they've not been that easy to read. So last week, I think there was just when they played against NRG, they played really well. They just kind of got tripped up with little mistakes.
They didn't play the way that we expected them to play, honestly. We were hyping up Timotino, and I feel like that was a bit of an uncharacteristic game for him. He was getting shut down. He was not having the greatest performance there. But that is not something that I think you will see anymore. They're also playing these little things that make a big difference. They're playing that Sage, they're playing that Vito as well. They're trying to bring things that might catch other teams off guard.
Yeah, when I'm watching them play, the thing that they struggle with the most is keeping momentum. Like, you will see them win a round and then lose two, or win a round, lose one, win a round, lose one. And that is such a hard thing, especially when you think economy-wise. We saw the same similar thing that we saw against G2 in their past match, where they would win a round, but then they'd be forced to play like 5 or 6 ecos in one match. And it's just, you're already at a disadvantage at that point, right? But when I look at the roster as a whole, this is honestly like the most well-rounded 100 Thieves I think I've seen in a long time. Like, they're not relying on, you know, 2-star players or anything like that. They have a good macro, they have the firepower, they have all the tools that they need to kind of find success, and they just have to start like really locking in and focusing on fixing these small problems, and we'll see if they fix it well in time.
Yeah, I love to see the new blood in this team, right? The tier 2 players, they stepped it up right there and then on day one with the tier 2 IGL coming in as well. You know, like sometimes there's more growing pains. I feel like they meshed really quickly. Now let's check in on how Bang is feeling today and send it back to Golden Boy.
Hey, GB out here with Bang. And look, despite the loss last week, I think it's safe to say that 100 Thieves is having one hell of a kickoff. Your only 2 losses are against the World Champions and the Americas Champions. Pretty damn good company to keep. How are you guys carrying that confidence with you coming into this matchup today? And if so, how do you prevent yourselves from getting a little too ahead of yourselves? Because you saw what EG did yesterday.
Yeah. Honestly, we're really pretty happy with our overall performance during kickoff, like you said. Obviously, we also aren't super content with being the team that just, you know, loses to G2, NRG, MIBR. Like, we want to be the top team in Americas. So, yeah, we're not content with it, and we're playing with that like kind of chip on our shoulder going into. If we want to make Santiago, we have to beat G2 and NRG. So if we're confident that if we do get that rematch and get that opportunity, we'll be the better team that time around. So, yeah.
Well, hey, man, I'm seeing a lot of people out there cheering you on. Best of luck out there, okay? Back to you.
Yeah, 3 of said people are here on the desk. Lots to cheer on here if you're looking at the team and the individual performances there. Cryo, of course, always been a standout on 100 Thieves. And I love what we've seen from here. We're currently in a chamber meta, but he is switching it up. He is playing that veto for the team. Like, he's switching things up, going out of his comfort zone in order to get them the win.
Yeah, no, I've honestly been like nerding out over all the setups that I've seen from him. Because honestly, veto is similar to chamber, right? You have the TPs. The only thing is they're a little bit slower, but you have a kit that can help delay the execs, right? You have a kit that can kind of destroy all that util and allows him to still be super aggressive, be super confident, be pushed up. Even on the defense, we saw him like just go for full flanks and just keep on pushing. And I just think he's the first person in America to show that, hey, Vito's actually viable. I don't know why more teams aren't running him or trying to play around him, but he is really good.
It's all the coaching staff as well, and that what they've been cooking at. I feel like the veto is something that you need to sit down, take a look at how much value you can have, and you also need the right player on that agent. Yeah. And Cryo is absolutely the one. I really want to see Cryo succeed. I feel like he's always been so close to making it happen, so close to making an international in the past couple of years, and he's willing to do anything for the team. And he is so flexible. He's played a duelist. He's had, you know, games where he's having 30 kills and losing. He's having to play the Omen, having to play the Veto, whatever it takes, the Chamber as well. I'm just wondering if this is the time for him.
I mean, one time it's got to be the time, right? Sometime right? It might be this time. But yeah, I think something you just said, like it's him making those switch ups, him making the adjustments for the team in order to find success. There's no ego there. You saw it in the quote there as well from his chat with Ravish that he really wants to lift that trophy as well. He's seeing all his like peers doing so, and that obviously motivates you to find yourself on the podest.
And it's something that you don't hear very often from Cryo. We think about other players that have been in this game for a while. They're a lot more vocal. Cryo is just quietly getting his 30 kills every game, moving on, switching it up with the agents, doing whatever it takes. So I feel like this means a lot to him, and he knows that is very possible. With that Timotino that is very, very confident, that is why I'm so excited for the match today, because we're going to have a duelist and Timotino that is very confident, just as much as Cryo was when he was playing the duelist. And on the other side, of course, DigiSin that has always been that player.
And also, this team just feels so supportive, especially when it comes to kind of trying out new things, trying different comps, putting people on different rules. I feel like everyone on this team kind of has the same mindset as Cryo. Like, they're all aligned in the fact that they just want to get a win. They want something to show for it. And I feel like there's not big egos on this team, right, that you kind of get a vibe from other teams. And there's just no clashing. Like, I feel like they're all here for the right reason, and they're all putting the work in to try and find the success.
And they're having fun doing so as well. Like, you see they clearly get along, and they're enjoying playing together, which honestly goes a long way, obviously, in those high-stakes matches and situations. Preds were hard for these.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Preds were hard. Let's see where the broadcast team is leaning for today. Okay, Rhythm and Silly, Hivemind aligned. The rest, however, is going for 100 Thieves.
I feel like we're kind of everywhere. Like it's like you're saying, it's so hard to predict. You never know what way it's gonna go.
Yep. Well, we'll find out very soon because those matches are about to be played. Get comfy. We've got 3 matches on the way, and our first 2 squads are ready to take to the stage. VCT Americas Kickoff starts right now.
I feel like Evil Geniuses has been a team that like always seems weird on paper, their roster, but somehow they always end up making it work. It's pretty impressive what they've been able to put up, especially against the better teams.
What a shot though for Digizine.
I think it's a lot like EG usually is in every year. They're just a team that will surprise you.
Nice teamwork, but Envy's still going to try to encroach onto the site. Superman has something to say about it.
Honestly, 100 Thieves have been showing a lot of solid stuff. You know, they have one of the best Waylay players in the tournament right now. Timotino, that guy's insane.
On middle to fight against them right away.
Quick shots. What do you mean, dude?
Moving forward to the next matches, I'm gonna make sure that we stay composed and win out.
The low bracket just means no more lives, so we have to win out from here on out if we want to make Santiago. And I'm very confident that we're capable of doing that. We are the best team in the lower bracket, and I'm really, really confident in this.
Eyes on me, stand back, stand back.
The Evil Geniuses, a steep learning curve with new faces on the roster for the last 2 weeks, but they are locked in and they're looking good. They took down Loud and Envy, but 100 Thief, that will pose the first real test for this squad.
We have a lot of questions around how this is going to play out because 100 Thieves is 100% the favorite going into this matchup. But it's an Evil Geniuses that we've been talking about, has been on the come up, can have a run when nobody is expecting it, has that experience of come as the IGL that not only is the IGL, but also has been having some of those moments that we saw years ago when he was lifting that trophy.
And right now they are on such an upward trajectory. It's just a matter of can they keep it consistent while also continuing to improve at the rate that they have been.
Their opponents for today, it's 100 Thieves. They are the first real test. They've been looking good, and we have, of course, been treated to a lot of creativity, a lot of really interesting ways to play the game. A lot of that, of course, due to their new IGL and his ideas that he brought to the table.
Yeah, alongside the coaching staff, they've definitely showed us things that I wasn't personally expecting to see, but it's been working for them. You know, they've been fixing a lot of these minor mistakes. It's just a matter of can they do that in today's match? Can they show up? Can they not let these rounds that they should be winning slip out of their hands?
They have a lot of great ideas going into these rounds, and a lot of them rely on the confidence that they have on Timotino. I still remember one of those rounds that we saw on Split where he's just going by himself on mid, and they're playing this 4-1, and he gets so much value as well when everybody is kind of distracting it. So it's little things like that they're able to do that I want to see today, not only in those rounds that are a bit more planned, but also on the rounds that are defining of the game, and that's what was lacking last time.
All right, here's the map set for this first match. Haven picked by EG. We just saw them recently dominating Loud on this map. Their defense was stellar.
Yeah, I think they brought in a lot of new ideas, especially running that veto comp. We see them doing a lot of aggressive pushes with that, and it looks really good. And then we have a map like Bind, where we have seen 100 Thieves kind of pop off on that. It's no surprise that they're picking a map that they seem so strong on, especially having all those plays around the Waylay. And it's just a matter, will EG be able to kind of not fall into their trap, not fall into 100 Thieves' overall game plan?
It doesn't matter when you see this, Bind will be that 100 Thieves map always. Doesn't matter what iteration or what comes or how, but they'll always make it happen. I'm very excited to see this map of Haven. I know that we were talking about 100 Thieves and being a little bit momentum based, and that's what was lacking in the last years, but I also think that EG is very momentum based. Last match they had just yesterday, 8 rounds in a row that they lost in the second half that ended up pushing that overtime on Pro. That cannot happen again. And Potter recognized it. She called for the timeout early on, but it was still very messy. So I want to see for Evil Geniuses if they want to get this win, if they want to move forward, and as Com said, make it to Santiago a clean game from beginning to end.
Yeah, and I think Haven is a perfect map to kind of test EG's macro here, because it is a 3-map bomb site. You do have to do a lot of push and pull, because execing won't always work for you, especially now that they're going up against a Vito that we saw have such a strong hold on that A site, and they're not willing to give that up. We're going to see them having to play around all the map, kind of baiting out that utility, and just seeing if they can kind of break things down.
We're talking about the duelist as well, and we've never seen this head-to-head Timotino against DigiZin. DigiZin has always been that player no matter what team he is part of. He is currently the second best rated player that we have, and Timotino is at 4th place. So I feel like Timotino, after that last match against NRG, he's going to be fighting to try to beat DigiZin, not only in this match, but also to get at the very top.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm excited to see is how 100 Thieves kind of go up against DigiZin's op, right? Because that is kind of what he is known for coming into Americas again, is how well he used that operator in Tier 2 last year. And we haven't really seen 100 Thieves kind of battle that out. We see them having to deal with a chamber op a little bit on that Vine when they played against G2. But besides that, we haven't really had a duelist that loves to op as much as DigiZin. So will that kind of play a big part in their win condition here for this map, especially on that defensive half? Or will 100 Thieves be able to shut it down right away?
And we'll find out very, very soon. There's currently a little audio issue on stage. Of course, the team is working on that, and we'll get this match on its merry way. Now, just looking at the map set, do you feel like any of the teams is going to be more happy about it than the other?
I feel like 100 Thieves are pretty happy, right? We saw them have a close game on Haven. You know, they had a little bit of time to kind of fix and kind of perfect it almost. And then we have Vine, which has been like their comfort pick. Literally, like Dryad said, their map, this whole Americas, right? And then you go into a map like Split, which again, I also feel like 100 Thieves has a really strong comp and a really strong game plan going into these maps. These maps, I feel like 100 Thieves have prepared to play, right? Because when we saw them play a map like Breeze, for example, it didn't look too hot because it just didn't feel like they had reps on it. But these 3 maps, I feel like, are all comfort picks for them.
There we go.
What are we thinking here? I just feel like going into these 3 maps, as you're saying, Emily, we have a Haven that is the only question mark that we have. Evil Geniuses, if they're able to put up that performance, but it was against a Loud that was one of our first teams that got eliminated. So it makes you question, yes, they look dominant, they got that 13-5, but then looking at the other side, can they keep up the same kind of play when you're going against Timotino, when you're going against Cryo, when you're playing a similar composition as well, where you know what the Viper is going to be doing on this map? That also can be just that big difference maker in how that 8 side is going to play out.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at how the opponents EG's had in the past, that's why I said like 100 Thieves will be the test for them, because 100 Thieves come in with a strong game plan, whereas the other teams that they played were a little bit looser when it came to the macro. So EG's going to have to work really hard at kind of perfecting their macro going against such a game plan heavy team as 100 Thieves, right? And I'm trying to think, when I look at like Vine and Split, even though those are pretty good maps for 100 Thieves, I think EG has a shot at kind of being able to pick apart. It really just depends on the reads that they have going into it.
I mean, what did you see?
Don't worry about it. The ones who speak Portuguese, no. We just I cannot explain it. I cannot explain it on broadcast.
Okay, if you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. I do not know. I do not know, but that's all right. Yeah, I think obviously something you have to consider here as well is that the turnaround is pretty short, right? Like when you're playing from yesterday, there's only so much you can change, only so much like specific team-specific prep you can do. So that comes down to what every coach gives as an answer in every interview ever. Is like, we're just going to play our own game, and honestly, that does ring true. Now we do have still a little issue on stage, so we're trying to fix that. But in the meantime, let's hear what Bang had to say following the loss against G2.
The first map, I wasn't really doing much. I feel like I was kind of playing pretty stiff the first map, and I couldn't really get anything going and like get in scenarios where I could win my team the game, like the round. Momentum is kind of like some people will feed off of it, and eventually it does help you in the later rounds. Like obviously getting started off hot and like feeling really good and confident in your mechanics and in your like decision making, it's always really good to start off like that. And you know, getting multis, getting a bunch of kills, it only helps. So I do value it, but it's not something that I feel like I need momentum in order to play the game. I don't need momentum. I don't think any pro really should need momentum in order to like play a good game. So it's nice to have, but it's not something that I rely on.
Down the 100 Thieves. Lighten up that kill feed a little bit more here. Standing tall and Vora. Getting back in from main. And it is going to be a task. That's one shot. That's two.
Oh my God.
No, this can't happen. They can. We just watched it.
Welcome back, one and all. We're just moments away from Evil Geniuses taking on 100 Thieves in an elimination match to continue their run here in the lower bracket of VCT Americas Kickoff. They will leave nothing off the table. They have to give it everything they got in order to take a victory here. And we've seen different looks from both of these teams. What are your expectations, like just composition-wise? What do you want to see on our first map here?
I know Emily wants to see that veto.
Yeah, I do. I love the veto.
She just skip hopped when she said that. That was adorable.
But no, yeah, I would really love to see no changes coming in from 100 Thieves. I think having a little more ideas, especially on that defensive half, I wouldn't mind. Coming in from EG, I want to see like a heavy util comp almost, right? I want to be able to have a bunch of utility to kind of set up Digis in, and also find a way to kind of break that veto utility on the A side. Because when I'm thinking, he's not like someone that you can kind of default and just break all his utility right away, right? Especially when he is playing towards that A site, you have to be ready to be pushed up out in an awkward spot to kind of break that. So they're gonna need a lot of utility to, one, be able to break that break the veto utility, and two, be able to still steamroll on the site when 100 Thieves are trying to retake that.
My one thing here is, we know, and we've seen a lot of the Neon being played on this map of Haven, but we know Timotino for being that best waylay that we have. Oh, yeah. Not only in Americas, but I said it before, in the world. I feel like this guy is insane.
Agreed.
So I feel like that could be maybe a slight change that in Haven, even though we haven't in general seen this map that much, could be a little change that makes a difference just to make this player a bit more comfortable and build around that win condition that has been for the other matches.
Yeah, I loved what he said in an interview as well, right? About the way they play with the waylay, that they love to like find an agent and just abuse that agent, like get maximum value of their kit. And that's really what the team has been doing. The entire team is playing so well around those kits.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember last time I've seen 100 Thieves comp without a waylay, right? Like, it's just too OP to not run it, especially when you have Timotino on your team. And I also just want to touch on what Bang said in his interview. I really like that he's not a momentum-reliant player, because that really is just a big mental game. There are a lot of players who will have that momentum, but as soon as they get shut down, their performance goes down with it. They get in their heads, and that is a hard thing to kind of come back from. Whereas Bang, when you have a player that doesn't really focus on that, doesn't care if they're getting a bunch of kills every single round or dropping, they're just focused on the round right in front of them. That is such a good and strong mindset to have, especially coming in to a high-intense match like this. You lose, you're out.
Yeah. He's just been such a level-headed person as well. Like, that's a great person to have on your team. And I mean, the same can be said about most people on that team. Earlier, actually, we got an opportunity, and we have so many opportunities to talk to Bang. Apparently, he's like talk of town today, to get his thoughts on EG's new IGL. Come, let's hear what he had to say.
Yeah, Com, the EG is basically the most experienced player on that team, and also stepping up as the IGL, I think, on Evil Geniuses. So I think his value is probably immense as a caller, and he probably brings things that like people are not like ready for it to play against, and also just like I think he's helping. I'm assuming he's helping the rookies out a lot, Bao and Okeanos. Okeanos is a little bit more experienced, but I think he's giving them a good system to work around and making them feel comfortable. So I think. And just from knowing how he plays and how he is as a teammate, I think he's doing wonders for that team. So yeah.
Right. I'm generally interested about having a discussion regarding the IGLs for both of these teams. How did they stack up? What ideas did they bring into the server today?
It's so different, right? Because we think about Vora, this new player that just came in, does have the experience of tier 2, but I mean, on the other side, you have a Com that has as much experience as you can get lifting a trophy. But I really like that Bang was talking about him because they have similar paths. They've been part of a team. They became very iconic in their teams, that being 100 Thieves and Evil Geniuses. Then they left. Of course, Bang going to Sentinels, and then Com going to Lev, as we've seen in the past few years, and now coming back and trying to find that comfort, now having a little bit more experience of what it's like to play with other teammates, what it's like to play with different coaches, and all of that experience has been adding, I feel like, especially to Bang. He has been so underrated. He has always been very, very good in the controller. He's really good at closing out rounds, but this year, especially at the beginning of this year and what we're seeing right now, he has been the best, I feel like, that we've ever seen.
Yeah, no, I think he's always been a consistent player, but going back onto this 100 Thieves roster, I think he's really stepped it up. He doesn't have to be the star player that he was on previous rosters, right? He doesn't have to drop 30 or have insane clutch after clutch to find success in the team, and I think that's what fits him so well, being back with Asuna and Cryo. Sorry, I'm working together.
Because you have the pre-existing synergy, which also means that there is pre-existing trust, and that is a game changer in moments that are hectic in the game.
Yeah, and one thing that I wanted to highlight about Com IGL specifically is one thing that I feel like is overlooked is vibes on your IGL. I have been IGL'd by really happy people like Myrna, Athena, for example. She's great.
Love her.
Love her. The best. But then I've also been IGL'd by people who don't really have that leadership quality, the people who tilt really easily. And once your leader, in-game leader, starts doing that, everything gets a little tense. But when I look at Com, you never see him tilting. He always has a smile on his face. He goes like 0-13 but wins 1-1v2, and he's like, I can still clutch on you. And that's the kind of vibe you need in a leader to keep the team, especially in a very close game or when you're down numbers or when you're down rounds. You need a leader that can keep the vibes up, keep everyone calm, and still kind of guide you through the rest of the map.
Absolutely. Yeah, on the other side, I mean, Vora obviously coming from tier 2, so it's not the same amount of experience, but Vora still has been, he's been given the trust by the rest of his team. They are following his ideas and his leadership. And also on top of that, Vora has a fragging IGL. Like, he's dropping numbers on them too.
That 1v3 clutch and split, I still think about it. It's still in my head.
I
can't stop thinking about it.
Called home about it right away.
I love having those moments, and those are the same moments that he was having in tier 2. And you're mentioning that experience and that synergy of working together. You have this core of 100 Thieves that we've seen in the past few years, but you also have the core of TSM that we saw in tier 2. So you have this mix of these two teams where 3 of them have been playing together recently. 3 of them are that core that we know 100 Thieves for. And so it's a kind of perfect mix to make it all work together. Bang was talking about it. Going back to the team, it feel like Cryo and Astronaut, they're the same as always, but it brings the newer vibe of players that are getting hyped up, players that are bringing something different, compositions as well for this other MBS that are very different, and that really refreshes this 100 Thieves that we've been seeing.
Yeah, it feels almost natural, I'd like to say, for both of these rosters, honestly. But specifically, Vor, I want to give props to him because not only is the IGL, but this is like his first season in Tier 1, and he is so nonchalant. Like, he is so calm, cool, and collected, which I feel like is really hard, especially when you're going on a team like 100 Thieves, high expectations, having to step into this leadership role and kind of guide the team to success, right? But this being his like rookie debut, he is doing phenomenally well at kind of keeping that pressure off of his shoulders, being able to do what he needs to do to find success for his team.
Yeah, I think most of our rookies this year actually are so nonchalant about it. Like, none of them looks like they have jitters or anything along those lines. They're just coming confident, and I think a lot of that has to do with the more veteran players on their team or the synergy and the vibes on the team, because everyone is just hyping each other up. Everyone's just happy to be there, and so are we. We would also be so happy if we could start that first match, but we're still troubleshooting some problems on that stage, so we're going to step away for a few minutes and hope to see you on the other side of this.
Down the 100 Thieves. Lighten up that kill feed a little bit more here. Standing tall and VALORANT. Getting back in from main. And it is going to be a task. That's one shot. That's two.
Oh my God.
No, this can't happen. It can. We just watched it.
Pick up the one
Welcome back, everyone. While we wait for the issues on stage to be resolved, we're going to get a heat check on a variety of topics with a game of overrated and underrated. Guess it explains itself. We don't need to explain it. Therefore, we will not explain it, even though I just did that. Yeah, I'm going to give you guys a topic. Now, here I am explaining it. Give you a topic, and we just talk about how we feel about it, because we love feelings.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love giving my opinion.
Also, that's why you're being paid to be here. You literally get paid for your opinions. So let's hear our first one. The frenzy. Over under.
Is there just like a bad I could do?
No, but that's what I'm saying. I'm like,
over under. Okay, like, yeah, actually,
It's
now
not
I'm just gonna say
underrated.
overrated because I don't like it.
Yeah, and I don't see really anyone using it anymore.
I have no opinion on it.
It had its time. It had its time, and then it died. The glitch
Okay.
prop frenzy, though, that's clean.
Okay, so the
didn't
overrated
even-
it means like it,
Well, I wouldn't even say
Done.
it's overrated. I just think it's,
it's dead.
yeah.
Okay.
It's just if you are using it, what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly.
So I guess it's
why can't
overrated
you
in that
hit
way.
head-
I hear that in my rank
Actually.
games all the time about anything I do. That's crazy. Okay, New Breeze. Surely there's a lot of opinions. I feel like it's underrated. I think it's really good.
These are really
I like it.
hard.
I think it's underrated because I actually really like the changes. I think it's a really fun map to play now, especially.
Does anyone not like it?
I don't know. I feel
I've
like
not heard much hate.
I feel
Are
like
you a
people
hater?
still don't like Breeze just because it's Breeze and the history that it has. But I like it a lot because I don't have to babysit halls anymore as a Sova. I can free roam. I have free range of the whole
free.
map. I'm free, and
Yeah,
it's fun.
Yeah.
I like it. I was never a hater. I'm a hater in life, but not in.
I was about to say, Jai, let's talk about this.
Yeah.
Nobody comes to Breeze, you know. That's not my one exception. But no, I do like it. I think it's fun. I feel like maybe something that people don't like is that A main post plan can be a little bit similar than it was
Yeah.
before, but you do have a little bit more variety. Like
Yeah.
there's a little more that you can do. So I'm okay with it. I don't mind it.
Glad we agree.
Yes.
I think
We're
across the board.
aligned.
Yeah, we're
Hive
aligned.
mind,
We're in
yeah.
sync, guys.
I feel like we're probably aligned on this one too. The double duelist composition.
Well, I love it.
Yeah, no, same.
Yeah.
I'm always
I think it's underrated then. Right?
I'm always playing double duelists in my ranks. I'm always
Yeah, I feel like
celebrating.
it doesn't quite work with
Yeah,
the prompts. So I'm not entirely.
No.
I have to really stretch my brain to make it work. No, but I think it's used as much as it should be used on the maps where you should be using it. Does that make sense?
That was really good. Very insightful. Thank you. Very descriptive. No, but I completely agree. I get what you're saying because, yeah, I feel like a lot of people don't like the double duelist comps because I don't know, people just see it as something simple, something basic, like why run double duelist when you could run double controller with a Senti, you know, whatever. But I actually really like it. I think the right teams can make it work, and it's really overwhelming.
I think it's the only thing that we should play forever. And the second duelist should be Arena.
Oh.
That's a take.
Even I
feel that take is overrated.
Wait, no,
take.
she just got nerfed, no?
I know.
Like, what
I don't
was
want
that
to talk
for,
about
guys?
it. I don't want to talk about
She
it.
hasn't even been picked yet, and we're nerfing her.
It's a sensitive topic here.
People are really sensitive to it. Be a little bit careful around that. Double Senti comp.
I don't like it.
There's a time and place for it. Like that's my statement.
Okay, I don't mind it. Like when it's Vito and Sage on Corrode, love.
Okay.
But if you're running like I don't even know. We haven't really seen any double Senti comps, right? Deadlock, Cypher, Deadlock,
That time.
something like that. No. Deadlock Vise, that's what it was on Abyss.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't a big fan of that. Like guys, just have fun.
It's like obviously it had a lot of value with the Vice, with the
Yeah.
flashes, all that. But double duelists, run it down, please. I love it.
You already made that point comp-wise. The new MIBR roster. I still think they're underrated.
I think they're underrated. You know what? It's not because of obviously we all know that the team is insane, but the individual players are still underrated. Why are we not talking enough about Tex or Mazina?
Well, because all the focus is on the superstars, Zekken and Aspas, right? Trying to figure out who's going to be playing the duels and who's going to be swapping up. But the whole team only works because of these other players, right?
Exactly.
Like they are a unit when they're together, and we saw that.
I feel like people want it to fail because it's like a super team, right? And people love to see them fail, so they like it makes a better narrative if it doesn't work out. But I feel like maybe for the first time ever, we do see the superstar players coming together, and it seems to generally work. Like they are finding the success that you would expect from those individual players, and also as a team, the egos aren't there, they're gelling, it looks cohesive.
And they're not just focused on being superstar players or a superstar team. Like you have Zekken literally filling the controller role to make this team work. It's not just a bunch of firepower being thrown into a server. They're actually coming in with game plans and strategy and, you know, playing good Valorant, and that's why I'm putting it in the middle.
Well, I don't know if that's how it. I'm gonna say underrated.
Well, we make our own rules here. You can do whatever you want. The world's your oyster.
Yeah, I think it's underrated. In general, just because of that, like the individual pieces, I feel like are not. You know, when everybody's talking about Aspas, everybody's talking about Zekken, but Messina and the impact, I feel like only now we're starting to realize it. He got that MVP, he was that best initiator in 2024 for a reason. Tex as well, I feel like people had their questions on how he was going to do in the Sentinel role, and he was incredible when we saw that Cypher as well that we're not expecting on Abyss. So they're bringing a lot of things together that works really well, and also the Aspas effect. Doesn't matter what team, doesn't matter what roster, he's going to win, and he's going to make international.
And we love that for him.
Love the confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we have one more. I get paid to say words. Can you believe that? We have one more. Fragging IGLs.
Well, I think
I'm split on that.
No, if you think it's wait, how?
Okay, do you feel like IGL? Maybe I'm gonna just make my own rules here.
Okay.
I'm gonna rephrase the question. Does IGL need to be fragging out? Is that?
I mean, I think we've seen IGLs in the past not do that.
Are they still good IGLs in your opinion then?
No. I think, no, I'm not going to say anything. No. But no, I think, especially when we're looking
I think it's
at King,
overrated.
I don't want to glaze Love too much or King too much, but you did give him flowers for a good reason. Like, I think the fact that he is able to IGL at such a high level while also putting insane numbers on the controller, I think that's underrated. I think he is underrated, and I think IGLs like him are underrated.
And we think about the recent winners in Americas and international as well. You see how those fragging IGLs have so much impact. And yeah, of course, you don't need it, and other teams have gotten and have lifted trophies not having a fragging IGL, but it just helps so much. We think about Ethan and the impact that he had on the last map of Champs. We think about Valen and the impact that he has on G2 to lift those 3 trophies last year. It just feels like it adds more than people imagine. Because, I mean, it's just hard to evaluate everything, but I love a fragging IGL every time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm never going to be against a fragging IGL.
Yeah.
So, but I'm going overrated because, as you just said, right, like you can make it work even if your IGL is not fragging out. So I feel like it's not a requirement that the IGL is putting up the same numbers. I think it's a fantastic bonus. It's nice to have, and it's very impressive if it does happen because just how difficult that is to actually achieve. So whenever it does happen, awesome. If it doesn't happen and your team is still doing good, that's also fantastic. Now we do have some work of art happening on stage while we fix audio issues. Wow, that's
so creative.
Is my daughter on stage right now?
Hey, that's better than I could do.
It has character. That's
Bao
what I'm
is
saying.
so funny.
Okay. Pew pew.
Bao is so funny. He's actually turning into one of my favorite players. Like, what is he doing right now? He's locked in too.
Yeah. He's missing a little bit of the ombre, you know, but I think he's doing great.
I think it's you have limited resources in paint.
Yeah.
MS Paint is like not really, you know. I love it.
Wow.
Got the colors right too. It's the details. Look at that. Wow.
I was gonna say I think you could do better, but so you're like the most creative person I know. So I know you could do better with this drawing.
But this is not about me, it's about Bao, and I think
she said, yeah, I know, but
so what I basically said is like, yes. It's the heart. Oh, okay. Manifesting.
I can tell what this is for sure. It's a trophy.
Yeah. This is manifestation happen. Like, come, the eyes on the prize.
She's going
at all
for the
times.
one.
Yeah, why do they actually have like good control of drawing with their mice?
It's not. That's not easy.
No, it's not.
And everyone at home watching, if you want to join in on those masterpieces, you know, hit us up on socials. I want to see what you got. What would you draw?
Oh no.
What would be the first thing coming to Valorant related, hopefully?
Like Reina?
I would draw
no reasons whatsoever.
the outline of Fracture.
Wait, that what?
The outline.
That is my favorite map. Fracture?
You have the outline memorized?
But that's the one that I can draw every little
actually.
piece. I will get that tattooed. Bring back Fracture and I will get it. Whoa, actually, I will get it tattooed. I get an outline of Fracture.
Okay. She said that though.
Yeah, and I stand on business.
If I had like
That's
pen and
great.
paper, I'd just be like, go. But then also I could not correct it because I don't have it like in my mind right now. Anyway, we're still yapping, which obviously means we're holding the game hostage. Nah, just kidding. We're still fixing things on stage. And if you're seeing a lot of fun things happening around the desk, that's why. Now, of course, we want to keep you entertained and happy, so we got more things for you. How about Waylay in your ranked games?
Ooh.
Do you see them? Do you like him? Well, if they play like Timotino, he's gonna make it look fun.
Is it classic? It is a classic. It's just you see Timotino. He looks like Waylay is the easiest agent that you've ever seen.
Yeah.
You're like, I can do that, and then you're not doing that. You're not doing that. You're throwing.
I remember I did a demo station, messed up my dash first time, so it's not
do
easy,
be like
guys.
that.
It's not easy.
They just make it look easy. That's why
Yeah.
they're pros.
That's why I only play right now.
There you go. There's
You're
no
starting to
movement.
see.
You just shoot. How does that go for you?
That's crazy. No, that's crazy.
Kind of rude.
Insane.
Okay.
Going great, of course. Of course. Don't ask me for my rank. Anyway.
I think there's a bunch of players, obviously, we have here in VCT Americas that have taken to Waylay like so quickly, and I love to see those teams like really like structuring their plans around this very particular agent and the agent kit.
Yeah, but I feel like they're just not as successful when it comes to comparing them.
They
to
don't have Timotino.
They don't have Timotino. I don't know how he makes it look so fluid when the dash is literally like up, down, down, up. And he makes it look like so smooth, and he always gets his saturates off. You know, his team either capitalize on it or he does it himself. Like, he will do all the work himself. And I don't see a Waylay like that. I don't see a Waylay that has as great a movement as him, has good timings on his util, literally getting the most out of the small saturate that he has.
That is what's so cool about it too, because we always have, approaching these international events, a meta that is kind of right time, right place for a specific team. And it feels like it could be for Timotino, it could be for 100 Thieves just because of how good he is on this Waylay. After that, we don't know what we're going to be seeing, but it just feels like it's very momentum if you get the meta right, if you get the right players to play every role, and that can be enough. So I just feel like that's why we talk about Timotino so much.
Yeah, and I feel like when it comes to an overall meta, Waylay is very overpowered right now, right? But is she really? Because if you don't have a player that can actually use her util and her kit well, is she really overrated? I feel like you can
in the
shut her
right
down pretty
hands, it
easily.
might
in the right
seem
hands, yes. You need
overpowered,
a good skill set for that.
Yeah, and that's why players like Timotino, if surrounded by a good team that can work around that as well, they will send other teams packing and they will send them home. DJZine also has been phenomenal, of course, the way he plays, and he's also been able to send a team home. I mean, we talked about those ops as well, right? Like, DJZine.
That's what he does more. That's what he's known for.
Yeah, give him a scope, he'll get 3.
I remember when we had Jonah on the desk, he was talking about how when he thinks about DJZine, he thinks about Haven, for example, the first map that we're going into. I think about Ascent, and it is the exact same thing as the operator. And before it used to be a lot of that Jet, because he was so comfortable in the Jet, even when it was not meta.
Yeah.
Now you got the value from it, but now he's willing to flex a little bit more with other duelists, with that Euro that we're seeing that kind of brings him the same amount of value. But you know, sometimes it's just mechanics that's winning him the rounds.
I want to like touch on something. I can't remember which player said it, but they were talking about the op being scary, or the idea of the op from another player being scary and being very crypto. I believe you were on the desk. I think that was last week, day 2 perhaps. But I think you said that you're disappointed to hear from someone with so much, such a veteran player that they're scared to go up against an op.
Oh, yeah, because I feel like the op has been in the game since the start, right? I feel like at this point, yes, there's shifts in meta, shifts in comps. You're not going to have the most amount of utility to kind of clear that, but it also shouldn't be something that you're kind of just scared to play against. I feel like this has been a common trend for teams to kind of have an opper, maybe not as good as DJZine, but, you know, you should be able to feel confident going up against that and being able to push him back, not really letting them capitalize off of just one gun.
Okay, no more yapping happening because Agent Select is ready, and you know what that means. That means we're going to head into that game
Emily
very soon.
I see a Vito.
And Cryo on the Vito. You got the Witches. Is it Christmas?
It is for me. It is for me because, again, 100 Thieves running back this comp. I can't wait to see what other setups they have going for them. And I also can't wait to see how they kind of utilize his kit on this attack. Maybe in the post plants a bit more. I would love to see that. You know, you can use his interceptor early on to stop any aggression, any like first wave utility, but also have that regen in time for those post plants, which is going to be really hard, especially on a site like A, which is literally known for being one of the hardest sites to play retake on. Like, you do not want to be going into a 5v5 retake.
And that's what was happening with Loud. I feel like they were making a lot of those mistakes, trying to get that space, trying to punish that A side that honestly it's pretty much impossible. When you look at the compositions and the way that Evil Geniuses was approaching it, that's what gave them so much momentum to start off on this map. But 100 Thieves, we know that they're not going to do that.
Yeah, and one thing that Evil Geniuses was doing really well at in their last match on Haven is having that Killjoy utility live for so long. 100 Thieves will have to work the map a lot more before committing to a site, because otherwise Evil Geniuses will be prepared. They'll have the rotates, you know, they'll be able to flood those sites, which is exactly what 100 Thieves don't want.
You kept seeing the Nano Swarm, for example, towards B, that it was not being broken. They were not getting any sort of map control, and that was a problem that Loud was having. But again, 100 Thieves is a team that plays very different. They're playing at least these 4-1s, getting a lot of space, getting really aggressive, kind of really playing to their strengths, knowing how explosive they can be. And that means that it's either going to be a fast side hit that is not really gonna force Evil Geniuses to play for these retakes or for these floods or otherwise.
Yeah, will EG, though, be able to capitalize off of them taking space, off of them trying to default and break all of the utility that they will be having set up? That is the big question for me, because obviously they didn't get tested too much by Loud. So 100 Thieves will be a completely different story.
Now let's get today's triple header started and send it over to your casters. Here are Mimi and Ender.
Well, if you're just joining us, consider yourself lucky. If you've been here the whole time, thank you for hanging in here. We're going to have a lot of fun today. We've got 3 matches coming up, starting up with EG and 100 Thieves, who, during this little break, have had very different vibes on stage. 100 Thieves, 5 stoic men. I don't think they could hear each other, which is part of the reason why they weren't really talking a whole lot.
But very Marcus Aurelius coded. They were just staring at the monitor locked in. EG, different story.
Completely opposite. If you were lucky enough to be in the crowd, Okeanos was playing rock, paper, scissors with people, was chatting them up. The rest of EG had calm juggling. They were doing some Microsoft Paint. It was beautiful. But now we've got some Valorant on our hands. We're jumping into game 1.
An elimination game to lock in for these 2 teams. 100 Thieves that have only lost to Champions thus far, against an EG who has started to work through this lower bracket, and, well, we'll have to work on their retake this round. C left open is 100 Thieves Exec.
Yeah, it's going to be a casual 5-on-5 for the retake. Doesn't seem like Bao wants to do anything, so maybe some forward hunting from Timotino. See, the rest of Evil Genius is taking a lot of control on the rest of the map.
Yeah, I like seeing them set up for a double flank here. But the question is, how does 100 Thieves respond once they realize an opportunity to push towards CT and fight close, cut this flank in half?
It's going to have to be quick thinking from them. Once 100 Thieves realize the flank is underway, 2 players now revealing themselves down long as Okeano strikes. 100 Thieves fight forward. That's all the players back in spawn dealt with, and a beautiful hold out from Vora. This round is wraps.
Exact right reaction from 100 Thieves. Realize you have pressure on one side, fight out the other. Timotino leads the team to great success there. This is 100 Thieves that is playing more solo duelists than pretty much anyone else right now. But Timo, in that role, has impressed me to no end in this tournament thus far. Be it on the Neon with great decision-making and movement, or on his Waylay that we'll get to see later on in this series, which I think is one of the best in Americas right now.
Has definitely been putting up numbers, been looking real strong on it. And 100 Thieves now moving into round 2 with the advantage. Gear up 5 players again, this time over towards A.
Interceptor to counter on any utility that would go the other way. It's interesting to see how that veto cues in on the attack side, and if you're a team that is, you know, going for that early default, using it to nullify fight utility and make that A lobby hold way easier is a great asset of that agent.
Yeah, stop the early fights, stop the refights, and then can reset like Cryo's done now to just contain and see if anyone's walked up into mid or C.
And if you keep that utility for a post plant, makes the retake that much more difficult.
Now, 100 Thieves are heading into an A stack. 4 players here on the site, and that includes some buys from EEG, a shorty on comm, and this Marshall that's now been dealt with. Timotino has the Phantom, so with that kill, it does look like 100 Thieves are going to move back towards Cryo in mid.
Seeing Neon in heaven is really suspicious, and they're going to realize that there's something else going on. Cryo will walk in and might catch a timing here onto Bao.
And with Cryo's position, he's about to hear a lot of footsteps rotating back through spawn as well, so he knows he has a timing to creep up into the smoke. See if he can find a kill. A little bit unexpected as the flank is dealt with, and 100 Thieves continue to control this map.
Both these teams play very flank heavy on their retakes on defense, so have to be aware throughout this match of Haven as Cryo stealing this spot.
A little bit patient, now stepping forward. Off of Paranoia and finds his mark, so nice work out from 100 Thieves. Now one of the difficulties I think EG is going to face on this defensive half early on is by losing that early pistol, by going for some lighter buys of the Marshal in this round. That means they're going to get that operator online a lot later than they'd probably like to have for a guy like Digizin, who is absolutely farming with it always.
Yeah, he was plus 33 in the last match his team played. He has really been a monster after coming in as this unusual pickup. A Brazilian player who got dropped, you know, some rumors of maybe not being the best teammate. Went back down to tier 2 for his second time. But just reappears on the CG roster and is immediately finding the individual success that you know he can get at his peak.
Now Evil Geniuses with the buy. Set up with Digizin over on the A side of the map, but like we were talking about, it can be hard to fight up for that early space when the Interceptor goes down.
I'm really looking at how EG approach A lobby control. In their previous game, they played a lot of rounds where Calm was solo holding long. It's really tough to contain from that position when you're against a double smokes comp.
And EG haven't done a whole lot fighting for it. After 2 rounds of that Interceptor being in A lobby, 100 Thieves have control, though this time they only put 2 players over here, so it's given 100 Thieves a lot of map control, even showing some presence now in mid. That pulls a smoke out from Oki, while the rest of the team comes into A, and this fight over short is going to really determine the round. Zen creeps up into it, but is hard held, and there was no utility behind that. That was fully out on his own. That's now a Phantom to be upgraded from 100 Thieves, as they still have plenty of time to work with.
They're going to call back. They don't have a lurk to go into easily this round, but still with plenty of time to make a reclear happen on this map. Even on the bonus round, this is a winning position.
And 100 Thieves call against EG's tendencies twice in a row now as EG stack 4 players on that A site. Again, 100 Thieves call that and now find themselves on an empty C site.
And now you look at a possible retake scenario where you're down your Neon, retaking into C with some great utility, including that Interceptor in the post plant. It's going to be tough to even get out of the choke.
And we get to see some different post-plant protocols from 100 Thieves. Still the forward fight from their Neon, but this time there is that late presence in mid. Bang has a chance to backstab or come back into Garage if he so desires. There is an alarm bot right on his left shoulder, but at the same time, Timotino jumps up into window, taken out. But still, Evil Geniuses don't have an infinite amount of time, and as one player goes out into the open all on his own, as Cryo and Bang lock down Garage, Calm is gonna just have to straggle away.
One of the most impressive facets of this new 100 Thieves to me has just been their protocols in general. I think that in every state of the round, they always have very clear ideas of what their next step is going to be. They've always been a team, going back to previous coaches, previous leaders, that we knew for having preset strats, great ideas of how they wanted to run an exec at the beginning of rounds. But I think where they've been excellent this season is in those post lanes, always having the next step ready. Here, not just one reflank that gets picked off, but a second player ready to pinch in and very carefully choosing what utility to save to put themselves into that winning position.
Could be worse.
Well, now that's found 100 Thieves with a bonus round victory. EG only have the saved Phantom for Calm, and he's playing by himself on the A side.
And for EG, this is rough. Their last game, they won 3 out of 4 bonus rounds themselves. Probably the only reason that didn't go 3 maps against Envy.
Yeah, that one nearly slipped away from them. But EG did enough to find themselves in this match today. See how they can problem solve here now as 100 Thieves round after round have gotten so much map control virtually for free. The only difference this round is actually the forward step up out of Bao all the way down C long that informs a little bit better for EG when they want to go for these A stacks.
EG might want to go for a refight. Super caught by Bang.
It's felt a little bit scattered from EG, especially on these short fights. Players just running out one by one. When they do swing together, that's when 100 Thieves have 3 players trained on the line. So they get mowed down here with just the pistols in hand.
I do question the re-aggression there on a light buy. You have such great info with the push up towards long. They still had information from that alarm bot in Garage. Would have liked to see them just hold back and quiet stack that with the worst weapons.
See if it's maybe just them getting a little over-eager, trying to be a bit of a hero, go for an early pick when they have the weaker weaponry, but it does seem to me like A has to be, and A lobby in particular, has to be the problem area of the map to solve.
Good news, though. Next round for EG, even though this one is a wash, they will have an operator for DG's in.
Oh, well, that's a way to solve all of your problems.
Yeah, well, maybe not all of them, but I think when you can set him up on a line forward at one side of the map, it makes it so much easier to just go into those stacks together, hard anchor, and feel like you have less need to go for these kind of active plays that they've been getting caught on.
It is still a little bit tough to find value with that up if you wanted to take it over towards A when the Viper wall is always going to be in play, break up your crosshair.
So then we have to think, is the real problem our lack of a lobby control? And I think that's really what EG is worried about, is you see 3 players to fight it here. However, with an interceptor always available, it's hard to full send. You kind of have to re-fight into this space instead.
Yeah, 100 Thieves would really like just putting Cryo and Bang into A, look for Cryo, or Bang rather, to get that little insert. The rest of 100 Thieves into mid, and as that operator gets the pick, that can be the go button for 100 Thieves now. Zooming up into Garage. Timotino actually, without support, immediately behind him, now finds himself in the open, doesn't matter. And now that speed up for 100 Thieves comes in. Still a player to be dealt with backside. Smokes to lodge Supa inside as more support comes in, but it doesn't matter. Timotino on fire through this seaside.
DG's been spotted as well. That op's not getting saved again. Down it goes, and 100 Thieves not only win the round, but eviscerate EG's money.
Like clockwork.
And it's another miscue in a critical spot. Bao, tucked in the left corner, chooses a timing to swing alone into Garage. And as soon as he falls, makes it all the easier for 100 Thieves to split that site, use some lovely utility for backside, and just completely dismantle EG's hold.
And you know the worst part? I mean, losing a 5th round in a row is probably the worst part. But like number 2, that operator, Cryo picked it up, threw it off the map. So no chance to get that one back online. Digizin is going to be waiting another couple rounds before he can dip into that fund again.
And the beginning for the guys who have been really the flag bearers for EG in the 2 games they've won in the lower bracket. Digizin alongside Superman. 1 kill combined right now.
It's been a tough start for them.
But look at those shots from Timotino, man. He is, I think, so far for Americas. He got it eventually.
Nice. Yeah, you know.
Timo, though, is I think for me, right now, the rookie I have been the most impressed with in Americas. He has been so good individually. His decision-making has been great, and he's playing such a hard role. I was talking about it earlier, but he doesn't have a Yoru to fall back on. He is solo entering in so many of these rounds, and is often put into really tough situations that he can consistently navigate out of. Really great work by this rookie.
I mean, even if you're just looking at that last round, he proved a couple of different things that were just solid on his own. First of all, that first fight, just a straight up gunfight. He wins it on his own, but then his pathing to fight forward into the smoke that was on site and wait. When he peeks through, that wasn't just a random timing he took. No, that was exactly when his own teammates were stepping in to fight that player backside. That's why he's able to catch those 2 players right in the side of the head. It's very good individual play, but also combining that element with his team play.
Exactly. Turning over to EG, though. This round is an eco, so it'll be a little different. But when we get on rifle rounds, the solution EG needs to find is how to deal with a lobby. They have not had control of that space once, which means they're playing low info. Even when a C hit comes in, their A anchors don't feel comfortable early rotating. They need to figure out how to defeat that interceptor in lobby and take this space.
Com donated the Phantom over to Digizin for this round. Just have a little trap set up on A long, but 100 Thieves have maybe even changed up their approach in these rounds coming out of the timeout. Not putting those 2 players isolated in A lobby this time around. Instead playing a little bit more bundled and really expecting some form of aggression on the anti-eco.
Seems like they're very suspicious of that coming from A lobby. Wouldn't hate to see a B finish in this round. They have worked into that space quite a few times.
Something Vor has shown quite a few times has been this prowler up through mid around the 1 minute mark to try and dislodge anyone that's crept up underneath window or is stepping into the space. What that means for 100 Thieves is very likely they'd expect, they have to be a little bit more diligent as they clear down into A, because the main places you take space on this map are either down through mid or up towards A lobby.
How many does the drone catch?
I don't know if it's going to get any, really.
No.
Yeah. Time's
They
out
walk
last
past.
second.
And Calm now is about to walk straight into his death.
Well, you better start running, Calm. Get out of there, buddy. It's not going to happen. As, a little self-stun.
From both Neons.
All right, don't watch that. It doesn't really matter. It's still going to be that retake. No stuns into the mix. Sumatino just lights things up.
Was that self-stuns or did they trade stuns? I think the one in spawn was red. Either way, EG on a retake with the pistols now, but that interceptor will block all util. Or not.
Digizen with the Vandal. Phantom rather, but 100 Thieves again doing excellent work. A 1-on-2 now for Digizen. Pops the ult. Thinks he has a chance, but the crossfire, too solid. 100 Thieves stay perfect.
Got a little dicey in that anti-eco. You can see that the Paranoia, of course, can still rip through that interceptor unaffected and get some blinds up, allow a couple kills with the pistols. But again, that second layer of post-fight protocol from 100 Thieves just too good. And this is just brutal. Calm so close to finding a player. It's no information and instead dies. So now we look ahead. It's 6-0.
Yep.
How do they deal with A lobby?
Yeah, I got the scuba skin line.
Well, they got to get the scuba skin line, Mimi.
Okay, of course.
They got to wait till the next game. Yeah, hard to say. It doesn't look like they've changed too much. Okeanos is playing down short for the time being. Digizen does have the operator. Back again. But I feel like 100 Thieves have changed their approach coming out of that timeout. Again, sort of anticipating the adjustments EG are going to make and have filtered down into mid virtually uncontested.
And it's such a passive hold for EG. Only the alarm bot here. And with that ult popped, 100 Thieves will simplify. Straight up take on the B site with no one home to counter.
Well, Hunter's Fury.
Well, it doesn't matter. Unaffected is Cryo.
Well, he might have gotten someone. Timatino's trying to run. He's all the way back towards spawn. Taken on through, but now it's Viper's Pit. Turns the B site green. EG have to navigate their way back in. First is going to be out these doors. Bora in the open, doesn't matter. Locks it down.
Face your fear!
Now to teleport on top side from Okeanos. He can't see anything. He's up here, prowled out. Digizen's got an operator, using it like a shotgun. No one has a clue what's going on this site. It's a mixture of colors. Full on rainbows. Okeanos gets one.
There's just no time.
Still a pit as the flank comes in. Bang is still alive, stalling it out. Another for 100 Thieves.
Technically a Red Bull clutch for Bang as he dances his way into a 7th straight round. And EG had the right approach, fight out from Garage, get these players off of the areas in mid, outside that Viper's pit so you can pinch into the Viper. No. Bora gets 2 kills, easily shuts it down. And going back to your point, 100 Thieves make great decisions. They're trying to deal with A lobby, they're trying to change it up. Okay, we just simplify. Send them a B hit with the ult and win a round.
How many times has Vora been able to just find empty sites this game? It feels like 4 or 5 rounds, completely uncontested, but now, the operator that was saved. How confident are you feeling? No way! Already spammed out down short? There were smokes in front of that one.
Sometimes everything goes your way in a game. They saw it still posted in the close corner.
You gotta get this kill. To give EG a chance in the round, but it's so patient from 100 Thieves.
They're waiting for the re-aggression, and they might be about to find it. 2 players walking down mid from EG.
I have the spike.
Any Prowlers left for Vora, still has 2. This is usually when you use it down in mid. Yeah, as I'm saying, but it spots a deeper player. Still though, that's enough information for 100 Thieves just to regroup and move towards A. It all comes down to Digizen. Nice shot from him, instantly slips on out. The stun to slow things down, as now the rest of 100 Thieves realize they've got to go. There's no more time to wait. Another brilliant shot out of Digizen. And Supa's crept into the corner. Nice work out from him. 100 Thieves not gone yet. The shotgun dealt with, not again.
Calm doing it again.
No shot 3 for Cryo and the round for 100 Thieves.
That's such a heartbreaker for EG. DigiZen has been their salvation in so many games. Looked like he was about to do it again. Hits 2 stunning op shots, backside. One on Team Latino in particular, so impressive. But the second he falls.
What?
Unlucky for Oki, I guess. Bao jumping around the corner with the judge. Him not getting a kill there. Really the last straw. And this game on EG's map choice is rough. That's a second timeout call.
Potter Riffin the second timeout in 8 rounds. And the last timeout was, what, 2 rounds ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe 3. But then 100 Thieves immediately changed up their game plan, put more of a focus on mid, won 2 rounds, and, well, now, again, EG trying to settle down.
And this is a tough situation to be in, because normally when you play a game like this and it's like, okay, we haven't been fighting for so much forward space, like maybe we change that and run some aggro plays on the defense side. That sounds great in theory in terms of mixing it up, but we have the benefit of watching how 100 Thieves have been so controlled, waiting for that aggression. Even though EG haven't shown it yet, if they do fight up, I feel like 100 Thieves are prepared for it entirely.
Yeah, because you're either running into an Interceptor A lobby, or in mid, the Prowler is coming in a minute, you're getting re-cleared in that area. Maybe this is the round where we finally get an honest A lobby fight. EG have tried it before, where they've crept up into the smoke. Even that last round where they got spammed down short.
I almost think EG would have a better shot just trying to blow it up through mid, up in a window a little bit quicker, if they wanted to go for it. Currently, DigiZen, all on his own steps forward.
Go, go, go.
This is interesting.
Bring them down.
100 Thieves rarely so split on an anti-eco. But after showing so much presence in Garage,
They're
Initiator
on this.
and Duelist, yeah. As you say, some amount of bite. And with the rotate out from DigiZen, that has opened up the A site.
So really, the only hope of this round now is Calm in this weird position.
Oh my, are they gonna try and sell a fake B hit into an A split? I think that's the vision. Maybe enough counter util to send Timotino out of here, as the step out of Garage is just a little bit too late. And now Calm, up long. The shot's not found. Rest of 100 Thieves mows down Evil Geniuses on the approach again.
It's just meticulous. 100 Thieves had walked 3 players into A. Still, they're sliding out. They're hard clearing the Sova, aware of it.
And Bora always holding down the flank. You think about the pistol round where he got 2. You think about that round outside Garage. Again, good for 1, but Supa has now called Okeanos over to his side of the map. That's awkward. It's given 100 Thieves control of Heaven, Hell of Spawn. Not a great plan for that, but still the time is there, and with a wide swing, high-low, make that 9 in a row.
This is outrageous for 100 Thieves now. Finally, after 9 rounds played, the second opportunity for an op to be bought over for DigiZen. But at this point, it just feels too little too late. Look at this re-clear. Timotino is so on his game.
One enemy remaining.
Just crisp in every shot.
I'm out of here.
Okay, up out of Garage door. Something new. DigiZen. Oh, okay, he gets it. Had to go for the rescope, down on 30 HP. Now without Cryo in the mix, 100 Thieves realize, wait a second, we actually don't have to waste any time. Onto this B site. That should be an easy plant for them. And his fight forward is a disaster. Timotino drops, so now eyes turn to Asuna. Boosted up on site, now getting flushed out by a lockdown. Makes some noise. I mean, he has the ultimate to try and cancel. Gonna try and shadow step his way out of there. Regardless, doesn't have a second one, so he's detained. This round is a disaster for 100 Thieves. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. And, all right.
Okay, if you showed me that round in a vacuum and then told me one of these teams is up 9-0, who is it? I would have guessed EG. That was just ridiculous. Everything that could have possibly been dismantled was Timotino fighting into Link with a self-stun. Even earlier.
Yeah, even this.
Just a nice shot from DG, a little whiff out of Cryo.
Brutal
and then the
stuff.
Asuna detain. I mean, a little levity to what has felt like an execution thus far.
Sometimes you just need that first round, Mimi.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's the floodgates. I don't know if this is that time.
We're so back, boys. Let's go,
so
EG.
back. Oh, we'll see what happens here. 100 Thieves, can they get over the mental hurdle of losing one round?
Yeah, so true. Oh, Calm, don't die in this corner again.
Sound advice.
It's been a few times this game.
Does seem like Okeanos is getting repositioned a little closer, but now the Prowler spots him. Pressure mounting as the onslaught of EG members support Calm. Nice work from him. Get his before dropping. Now these rounds getting a little bit scattered out of 100 Thieves. Look at Cryo still stuck around in mid. That's a 3K out from Okeanos. Mimi, the floodgates are opening.
Yes, they are. I mean, another round where just a few little mistakes for 100 Thieves. Missed timing and how they fight up into short. I think maybe an overcommitment. This is a team that's been very thorough in playing these slow rounds and finding the right site. This really feels like the first time this game they've actually hit a site with players on it.
Yeah. 2 rounds in a row as well where 100 Thieves have moved a little bit quicker too. 2 rounds where, even though Digizen's op isn't finding a huge amount of value like in this last round, it's been heading over towards the C side, which means I think the actual fighting on site from EG has been a little bit more supported. Multiple rifles and players rotating over, so good work there. We'll get 2 in a row for EG.
9-3. I don't want to oversell it, but it does make it doable. Remember, they won 3 out of 4 of their pistol rounds and bonus rounds in the game that they won against Envy. They've been good for that, and that's the start of something, of a comeback. Okeanos, good to see him getting it going. I feel like since joining the CG roster, I haven't had that game where I'm watching and thinking, this is the guy that impressed me so much on Lev last year.
So 100 Thieves back working into mid. It's been rare they've seen a player here. Now Okeanos playing the high line. Nothing to be found just yet. Remember, this fight into garage went poorly for Bao the last time. This time falls into the backside. This time the operator is there and the ult canceled in backside. Digizen nice on the first one, taken down, and the rest of 100 Thieves here in full force. Cryo fully evolved. Now takes the forward position. He can play inside this pit. Got a lot of room to work with. No decay to affect him. And with the shorty as well. Stepping into it, that's 3 for him, and 100 Thieves right back in it.
The more you watch this Vito get played, the more situations where you think about just how strong that ult can be. Being able to sit in a pit with a shorty out and have the HP advantage is so big. And this round felt just way more like the rest of this game. Great scaling from 100 Thieves, getting the spam kills they've been finding all game. And going up 10-2 at the half. It's desperation for EG. Let's see if they've got anything left in the tank after this.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Well, Mimi, for the faithful, it'll have to start with a pistol round for EG. They're trailing 2-10 at the half after 100 Thieves just thoroughly dismantled them on their own attacking side. Now EG with Potter once again, her last chance to really talk to the team after using both timeouts to get EG ready to put up a fight here.
Bad news for the faithful, though. Last time 100 Thieves played this map, I think they were better on the defense than they were on the attack. They looked very impressive. In particular, the litany of setups they have around Cryo on this veto, either with fast rotates or some aggressive plays. I feel like he gets so much value and has so much freedom in the way he sets up. You even see on this pistol, starts towards long, but can teleport back if needed.
EG played so passively on the defensive side. Interesting to see 100 Thieves look to get Timotino tucked away by Bunny early on here. The rest of his team has fallen away, but no one's looking in that corner. A little bit shaky. Stun doesn't matter. Timotino drops his own stun. It's a 1-for-1 at the start as Evil Geniuses destroy this mid-hold.
Great pick from Supa. Picks the perfect time to swing and now continues fighting for more.
It might be too much. Up into window and shut down. And that's a problem because the rest of Evil Geniuses real far back. The only space they had was in Garage. Now that they've lost that player, they have no information on this map at all.
And it gives time for 100 Thieves to group, work together outside of Garage and a chance to push through.
That turret getting a ping tells Evil Geniuses a lot. But are they worried more about their flank now? Garage? Still a lot of question marks. Right now, none of those areas a concern.
100 Thieves expected off of that turret being broken. EG to run it back towards A.
30 seconds left.
They're wrong. Instead, it'll have to be a set retake onto this site 3-on-3.
That turret guarding long is real nice, though. It lets Evil Geniuses step up towards C-Link. A forward position here. Very early for 100 Thieves to deal with. Opening exchange. The brief ceasefire ends with Dujazin landing the killing blow on Vora. Now 100 Thieves know this fight is up here, but it doesn't matter. Lethal from the duelist.
Dujazin had a very slow start to this game, as did the rest of his team. But now, he's starting to come online. 14-9, leading the way for his team. And look at the pivotal kills he gets this round. That one on Vora, taking away the Fade utility, continuing to fight up for a third.
Ooh, I'm about to get some ecos! I'm about to get some ecos!
And Okeano's excited about the prospect of round 14.
Absolutely wild. He's been so loose, even during the tech issues.
I mean,
he's having fun, even after
showing off his other skills. Some great artwork there.
Even trailing 10-3 still. Having some energy for Evil Geniuses.
You see how heavily EG's buying into this one. Keeping pretty much all of these guns feels like a necessity. Give that bonus round a good chance. But they've got the right stack, 4 players.
I'm a little
Here
concerned, Mimi.
against them. Oh.
And that's a counter paranoia ready to go. That's not utility in EG's hands. Stun doesn't do too much, and now Calm gets that kill back in deep. That's all right for Evil Geniuses. Do they choose to stick around, though?
Deploying drone.
Again, some more stall as Drone has only seen the Viper here. 100 Thieves aren't flinching, Mimi.
3 of them still holding together. This crossfire could be brutal.
I mean, how long are we gonna wait? There's a dart for Calm. That's gonna come down.
30 seconds left. There.
This wall's gonna drop soon, and that's gonna be the start of things. Bang, right on the other side is ready for it. Vora will get his one, but Evil Geniuses not leaving too many gaps in the armor. No issues here, even if it gets a little bit low, and even if a couple kills come in, Evil Geniuses take this round 2 all the same.
It's very good that they did not lose that round, because they were hitting straight into a stack.
You don't say.
But still, with how heavily they bought in, losing 2 guns is not insignificant. They want to make a real comeback here, putting a good effort into this bonus round. It's going to be big, and it was just the anti-eco, but I do see some concerns that I've seen as a theme.
Oh my god, I only got one?
That's my biggest concern. Only one
That
eco?
is a big one. But with comms calling, I've seen a lot of these rounds where they take an early extremity, freeze, and just re-hit with low info without really prodding the other side. I think that can lead them to sometimes hitting low info into stacks, like we saw in that round.
Well, again, playing with limited information on the map, 5 players into A. It's a little bit peculiar, though, because it's so quiet from EG, not really showing anything. Quick exchange down into long. Zasana rotates on in. This time, though, I don't think Evil Geniuses are going to go for that protracted pause. Instead, just waiting for this wall to drop, and Okeanos catches a shaky Asuna. Vora also dropping. Where did 100 Thieves go?
EG again, freeze and re-hit. This time, just win every gunfight. I suppose if you don't win in the macro, you just hope every one of your players in the 4-on-4 gets the win.
Yeah, sure, why not? And this is what we saw yesterday versus Envy, right?
Yep.
Winning the pistol, clean conversions on the bonus. Like, this is an EG that could get a little bit scarier as we get deeper into the second half.
You remember that Envy game, and just think about the fact that EG would have had no business winning that first map if it weren't for the bonus rounds. They won both on Pearl. And from this game too, where they should have had no business coming back in down 10-2, they actually have a shot.
Typically, though, we've seen Evil Geniuses get these big leads and then the game starts to become close. That was plaguing them all throughout
Here's the
2025.
solution, never get a big lead.
Huge.
Always come back.
Is there a cowbell down there?
There is a cowbell.
That's awesome. And these shots from Okeanos as well. Asuna was just kind of caught out in the open.
Step by step, guys. Step by step.
Very true.
Sound advice. 100 Thieves still have a bye here, though.
Transfer ready. Negation ready.
Thus far, EG is called away from this veto, anchoring the BC side of the map. It's very rare you see Cryo set up A.
100 Thieves playing really heavily into mid to allow them to quickly rotate onto the extremities if necessary. Although, again, these slow, quiet rounds have to make 100 Thieves a little bit nervous because they don't really have that much forward information right now. I think a haunt was just thrown on A long. They got instantly broken. And that's all they know.
Much like Chamber, Vito basically needs help when he's soloing the BC side of the map. Unlike a KJ or a Chamber who have 2 pieces of info utility, you can watch a lot more space. So you'll oftentimes see 100 Thieves having to aggress elsewhere, but Supa...
And you saw the barrel of the gun. Supa holds the line. No, this Timatino's trapped in the corner. And it doesn't matter, he fights up through the stun with Calm to support. Another clinical round out from Evil Geniuses. Some smokes to try and muddy the waters now on the A site, but as you can see, that's a judge in Asuna's hand. He's gonna have to beg Evil Geniuses to walk forward into him, otherwise this round is just over.
Thus far, this is showing a good read for EG. Ignore the veto side of the map, prioritize A. It's almost always going to be a lack of information on that side.
Get your clipping tool of choice ready.
Okay.
Let's see some TikTok teleport shenanigans.
Don't worry, guys. He's not in here.
Give us one more TP, Asuna. Come on. Go all the way into long. TP for the Ninja Defuse? No time. Goes for the classic of all things, a weak.
You can now close your clipping software of choice.
It wasn't worth it. Unless you're hate watching. And then you're eating good. Wow, so what does that make that? Is that now 6 out of the last 7 for Evil Geniuses? Trailing back to the last half.
Don't laugh at that. It was, Chrissy said 6 out of, not back to back. Okay. We're never going to win this battle.
I don't know why you're fighting it. You just got to accept it, Mimi. There's no point. 100 Thieves, they're going to be the ones to call the timeout. And give a life. Hey, Potter, you can now discuss things with your team again as well. That's nice after using both timeouts in the first half. 100 Thieves are faced with similar problems where A lobby has been a weakness.
Yep. And I'd like to see them just commit into maybe playing some of these retake A ideas. Something I really liked the last time that they were playing this map was how often they were pushing through flanks on their retakes. Normally it would be Team Latino either working something aggro towards A lobby or outside of C in the mid round, and then letting him off the leash to push through and get information. EG hasn't really been defaulting outside of, you know, leaving one player, usually Bao, outside of that A area at the beginning of the rounds to contain. I think that mid-rounds re-aggression into flank retakes could really help their problems on A.
I think the thing that might dissuade them from doing that is I feel like they're still playing very limited information. So if they want to do aggression, they either need to put some punch behind it, you know, multiple members be loud, or it's kind of like flipping a coin whether or not someone's going to be holding that space.
I also think with Fade, with the double Prowler, she's better than Sova at challenging the Viper utility in a lobby. You can prowl through and kind of keep pressure up in that area, and I think that's the approach we're seeing this round.
4 players on A lobby. Now, it is 1 rifle. That's in Cryo's hands, and well, that was pretty loud from 100 Thieves, so Evil Geniuses, they're just gonna hold this smoke and make sure no one keeps walking.
Thankfully, despite that Viper being alone, Cryo will be able to leapfrog to B and then over towards C connector with the double TP to join his teammate if they need.
Some silly veto tech.
I think that stuff is legitimately one of his strengths, though, those fast rotates.
Sure. Yeah, it's kind of like if Yoru and Chamber could kind of have like half of both worlds. Yeah. Like he doesn't do either of those agents as well as what they do. We have the quick rotates of a Yoru as well as the quick get out of jail free.
But 100 Thieves also plays way less Yoru than pretty much anyone else, so it's nice to have that compromise.
Good night. Well, you're getting what you asked for, Mimi. There is a flank out of A lobby. Unfortunately, Bao is still hanging out in spawn.
Buy-in for next round?
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure he also got the scouting report on these flanks coming in, so he can just now play heavy contain on the anti-eco. Ooh, might have missed the timing, though. Turret telling him there's players in mid, and it doesn't matter. There's a new game for 100 Thieves. The mission is to try and kill Bao back in spawn, but there's support. The Supa locks that down as well. Flawless.
So EG is now within 3 rounds, and 100 Thieves, this is where we get a look at how they wanted to approach that timeout. I liked the A lobby fight they went for there. But I think what is going to be a problem if they go for that flank approach that I talked about is you gotta kill Bao. And I think that means instead of sending Timo on solo flanks like we saw in their last game, give him a friend. Maybe Calm. He seems like a great friend from that clip.
Always got his teammates back. And right now it's Digital and Calm that are kind of just farming during this win streak for Evil Geniuses. Again, quick up into A lobby at 100 Thieves. Back-to-back rounds. It wasn't just an eco strat. This is a clear adaptation from the timeout, but Evil Geniuses respond in turn. Already up into window. Digis in. Anticipates. And taken out. That hurts now, as there's still a player on C site to deal with. Cryo steps in as well. This is a brutal pinch. Now as the Hunter's Fury comes in, it's actually Calm to lay down supporting fire for EEG to get the spike down.
Big whiff from Bang, puts it back into a 4-on-4, and with no flank with a Viper's Pit down, this is a very difficult retake.
The only way in will be Vora's Nightfall, but there's still that late pressure of Calm that'll come into Garage. 100 Thieves have to anticipate it, and they can't wait too long. Vora's looking for the right angle on this, but all it means is more and more time gone.
No Prowlers to follow up. Supa can still hang out in his pit.
2 players caught on the Nightfall. Bao decayed down, but too much time has been bought. Calm is already approaching on the flank. Calm takes down the first, and his head swivel back towards him. The rest of Evil Geniuses find their mark. 100 Thieves look out of sorts. Get on out of there, Vora. You don't stand a chance.
Nightmare scenario now for 100 Thieves. Out of their timeout, lose the first rifle round. And EG, it's simple solutions, but they've consistently been a step ahead this half. From knowing previous that 100 Thieves plays heavier around the veto, has low info on A, slam A to start your round.
Ooh.
How do your opponent's timeout? Change it up. Know that they're gonna shift this setup. Know that C's gonna be light. And give us 2 beautiful mid-round C heads.
Let's go, guys!
From 2 at the half to within 2 now. Evil Geniuses actually taking this fight into A lobby again. This time, 100 Thieves not answering it. This time, it's Cryo anchoring this A side with limited support.
There.
And already not so low. Without a TP to get out of sight either.
Wow. Digizin goes to the Outlaw buy. All 5 members of 100 Thieves on light armor. Digizin is down low, but as he creeps forward and waits for the jump peek, that is easy pickings for him.
The interceptor will slow things for another moment, but EG have no intention but to re-hit.
Tracking that head even through the box.
Now they're going to get suspicious, though. They see the neon there. They hear the veto. They understand this is a step, but they don't have a lurk to call back into. We'll have to take some time re-clearing space.
But 100 Thieves don't have information on B or C either. It's just solo players. So a very passive play from Bang as he has to patrol both B site and garage. It's a little bit uncomfortable. 25 seconds on the clock, and B will be the call from Evil Geniuses. A high TP out of Okeanos. The first one goes his way. Dodging around as Timotino comes in on the flank, ripping apart the backlines. 100 Thieves attack from every single front and find so much success. That spike left in the open. No time left for Bao. 100 Thieves will take their first of the half.
Both teams play that round with basically 2/3 of the map in the fog of war. 100 Thieves had passive anchors on CNB. EG only had a contain with a turret. Neither team had any information except for towards A. So when they realize the stack has been called into that site, EG have to gamble and hit B with low info.
Nice!
And with 100 Thieves realizing quick enough, practically the entire team there to pinch as Timotino pushes in on the flank.
Despite it appearing, there we go. All 5 players ready to go here. Timotino shows mid instantly back. It's a fake teleport from Okeanos. He's been enjoying this in recent games right at the beginning of round, but already 100 Thieves have cleared out their spawn, realize that's going to be a fake.
Back to the more usual veto setup towards C, and Cryo dead in an instant. Good night.
That's trouble. And now Vora caught out by the utility. Somehow goes unpinged. No one's looking at him. Vora! You madman! Still alive. No support, gets the headshot before ultimately falling.
Now a 2-on-2, but Bang with the stinger fights back. Another clutch for Calm.
100 Thieves taking their time. Where does Calm move from here? Paranoia catches him. That's uncomfortable. Sees a shoulder, that's his! And Bang is so low. Deals around, but Bang stinger again! Will take 11 for 100 Thieves.
That was the same spot from the last Calm clutch on this map that people remember. Practically the same scenario. But this time it's Bang on literally 1 HP.
And Vora here too.
Outrageous.
Times out the stun. And then Timotino, who sends himself in there to die so Vora can get those kills, just lines it up for him.
And that's a heartbreaking round. The momentum on this comeback suddenly stunted.
I get this? Thanks. Alarm bot out.
Thieves potentially ready to fight for A once again.
They know Bao has this ult. Don't want to allow an execute to come through.
Evil Genius is trying to pivot away from here.
Right here.
We are aware and trying to get these HUD issues sorted for the time being. It is 11-8, 100 Thieves leading this round.
Very quick rotation in from Cryo, but spotted by the drone. It's 12-8 in fast.
Yeah.
Match point here.
Oh, nice timing, caught from Supa. That is brilliant. The next one steps in and deleted. Evil Genius is in full control now.
And that's reminding me of the Supa of last year. So good in these positions, and another fight ready for him. Backs away.
Oh, these shots tracking a little bit dangerous for a moment. 3 now for Timotino. Still though, so little time, and now with Nanos being chucked onto the spike, this round should be a wrap. Needs the half stick and will not find it.
100 Thieves are struggling to deal with this Viper wall in A lobby. They feel the need to commit so many resources to fight into that space that the rest of the map has been weak. And because Cryo as a Sentinel has low information, doesn't have a second piece of utility to hold space, Supa's realized he can find these gaps, work aggressively through Garage, and open the entire map like a cannon.
So, another game point, 400 Thieves. Austin actually only with a stinger. Has always been catching the short end of these buys, whether it's a Judge or a SMG. This time the rest of Evil Geniuses close behind. EG have some ultimates to work with, and nice little lineup there for the Nano. He's gonna push Asuna away. The rest of 100 Thieves have moved in pretty quickly though. So I like this calling out from Evil Geniuses, just pump the brakes.
A better setup though for 100 Thieves, a re-clear in Garage. 2 players posted forward, down A short, but they lack information towards long. Metal Prime rotates to come back in, 100 Thieves. Vora, he's calling this one.
This is
he
a
thinks
great
it's an A
read.
finish, and it is a good read.
Yep, especially after seeing that Viper wall go up. This is about the timing you'd expect to start seeing players. A few more seconds and maybe 100 Thieves could overthink it, but now with some noise is made, that is going to give up the play. Still Timotino in the corner. Oh my word, he is gone. A lockdown with less than 30 seconds on the clock. 100 Thieves are holding their ground, fighting in. Cryo advances and has a corner in long. 2 players tuck away. Com is going to have to deal with them. There's so little time left. EG have 10 seconds and need these fights. Bora still alive. As the spike goes down, 100 Thieves approaching on every angle. Only 2 alive for Evil Geniuses. Supa stepping forward. Caught up between these smokes. The first is his. Tucks into Hells. The drop comes down. A 1-on-2. Bow. It's his. What else is there? Bow's got it. EG stay alive.
Huge Red Bull clutch for Bao. He had a nightmare start to this game alongside EG, but now comes online. Dropped a 30 bomb in their last series, and stepping up here again. He makes such great choices at how he fights around these smokes, at how he isolates the duels in the 1v2.
I'm activated now, buddy!
Potter knows that's what they needed. Keeps EG in this game. And with 100 Thieves reset to another eco, now they're the ones calling the second timeout in a half.
100 Thieves have 2 chances to come up with 1 answer on this defensive side. So while they don't have the buy on this next round, I want to ask, when they did piece together those 2-round wins, is there something they can tap back into to replicate that success?
Yeah, I do like the rounds where they're fighting for a lobby control. I think they have to deny that space. But what I'm still waiting for is to see these rounds where they're being willing to re-aggress further in the mid-round. I don't know how much they figured it out yet, but most of these rounds, EG is playing 4-1s and not actually proactively holding space in mid, or if they're leaning towards C, only have 1 player containing towards A. I think being willing to test these extremities, test that space in mid a little bit more, is going to go a long way to better punishing EG when they go for these low info late round executes that they've done round after round.
Yeah, because Bao's hold has been a little bit more reserved when he's containing. And they're playing a little bit deeper. So 100 Thieves do have more room to work with, if they so please. Wondering what the idea is now for 100 Thieves. 3 players down long trying to farm an orb, and that's big. Bang if he gets that orb. That would have been the ultimate online for the final round of regulation.
Here.
Potentially major implications for the rest of this one off of just that spam kill.
Good night.
Nice cleanup for EG. Staying steady on this anti-eco and ensuring that the fate of this game rests in the last round.
Interesting to see. Cryo was actually teleporting back towards the C side. I do anticipate he is going to try and end up dying to someone here.
He was trying to get the orb.
The C orb.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Wants to have that evolution for next round.
Either way, you're dying here anyways to get your money, and you unlock that one, but could have tried to go for a spike death, I suppose. Not like EG are going to have any chances to unlock major ults for the final round. They've already got their 3.
This game has been so interesting. Both teams have struggled to solve the exact same problem. How do we deal with the Viper lurk wall on a lobby? It's been such a problem for defenders. Struggling to have information towards that A side of the map, trying aggressive looks, trying to play more passive, and even when they switch it up, getting ran over on C. But now, there's one last chance for 100 Thieves to figure it out.
And for 100 Thieves, there are 2 win conditions in this final round. First one, Timotino has gone for the operator. Where is he going to play to get the early picks? Second, Cryo has evolution. And when there's big major ultimates on the other side, how can he use that to his advantage? To anchor down a site, even with a Hunter's Fury coming in.
Cryo died boosted up in a previous round on C. That operator makes it all the more difficult. But after failing to see anything initially, EG regroup towards mid, an area of the map that they've barely touched this attack half.
Vora playing all the way back in Gong as well. So Evil Geniuses, a lot of space to slip up into.
But for most of this game, 100 Thieves have needed resources for A. Now just one Neon with an op.
100 Thieves just cleared down C long. And I think they've got to be ready. Heavy presence in mid. As EG test Garage, pull out a Paranoia. No kills to come down yet. And now the B hit. This is where EG are going to gamble everything. Digizin taken down. That's another. In a 3-on-5. Heroes are needed. Bao could be that guy for EG. He is still stuck here, but it falls to Calm. The spike down, 25 seconds left. OT a far cry away. It won't be there. 100 Thieves take map 1.
From a 10-2 half to a 13-10 win for 100 Thieves. EG were so close to pulling that one off, but snuffed out at the very last second. Such an interesting game across the board. Neither of these teams managing to fully figure out their defense. But in the end, it's a big win for 100 Thieves. They take their opponent's map pick, they set up for Bind, a map that they've looked so comfortable on, no matter the roster, but continuing into this 2026 season.
It has always been a classic for them. But at the same time, EG, after coming back and getting so close, have to feel a little bit of that hunger for the next map. We're going to be jumping into that second map in just a moment, so don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
mixing the signals, and it's out of my hands. We fight and you put my head in your chest. I cry the next thing we're getting undressed. Last night's the last time you're getting my bed. Where do we go? Is it over? I need you close, I need closure. I gotta know if you want me right here by my side. Where do we go? Where do we go if you want me right here by my side?
Table body here going down the 100 Thieves. Lighten up that kill feed a little bit more here. Standing tall and Vora. Getting back in from main. And it is going to be a task. That's one shot. That's two.
Oh my God.
No, this can't happen. They can. We just watched it.
Hey everyone, GB down here with the assistant coach, right, of 100 Thieves. Dune Bros, this is a little bit of a weird one for me. We used to talk into global events, and now here we are in LA. Dune, pleasure to see you, my man. Look, what we're seeing from 100 Thieves is a lot of creativity with this veto, and just in general, great plays from 100 Thieves. Do you feel like the squad right now, the 100 Thieves, might be the most creative team in all of the VCT, all of the league?
Of course, I think so.
Yeah?
It's I see a lot of teams that's stealing our comp, stealing our comps on Corrode, our bind, our plays, right? I'm a little bit like self-indulgent and saying that we're the most creative, you know, but you kind of have to be.
Yeah.
I think Vido is just criminally underrated, and it's just about learning the agent, and as time goes on, we will be better with it, other teams will be better with it, because today was a little bit shaky, but the ceiling is very high.
Yeah, do you feel like, I guess to follow up on that one real fast, do you feel like the reason why this works is because of the players you have on your squad?
Yeah, for sure. They're always willing to pay everything.
Oh, that's excellent, man. Doom, always a pleasure to talk to you, my brother, all right? Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Alex. You know, I love that for Dan. It's Tacti Bunny, Tacti Bear, but now we saw a tactical descent from Dan as well. Why is it not Tacti Dan? I don't know.
That's a great question.
That's me. Okay, fine. Guys, they just talked about that video, right, and the creativity. The way they use it, though, it does so much for the team. Like, the utility usage for their video, that's what gets them the rounds.
And it was incredible. We think about how this map started, 10-2. We were on the way to have the fastest map of Valorant that we've had in Americas. You think they're going to close it out, but then things start to go the other way. Attack side, looking great. Second half, for both teams struggling, Mimi mentioned it when on the cast, the one condition that we always talk about on the A side, that Viper, the impact that she can have as well, and it was happening a lot. But on top of that, you have the Vito that was doing the same thing.
Yeah, and Cryo like his utility usage, especially on that attacking half, was so strong. You know, throwing that interceptor A main, not allowing for any early presence, being able to recall it if nothing was there, or even if it was used, it's only a 45-second cooldown, and he used it almost every single time on that A post plant, not making it so much harder for them to retake because they can't throw utility. They really just have to rely on what, a neon wall, maybe a blind, and it was just really hard for them to retake back into that.
Also, did you guys see Cry screaming? Did you guys? I've never seen that. I swear, I've never. We literally in the pre-show we talked about how he's so chill, so passive.
Super quiet.
This was different.
Yeah, it actually blew her mind when it happened.
I couldn't believe it. I'm so
she
serious.
was shocked.
I thought something happened in the game. You were calling for something. It was like, oh, that must have been a sick moment. Like actually in game, it was like, no, Cryo was yelling.
That just
like,
never happened.
Oh. Well, honestly, if I played like that, I'd be yelling my guts out as well. Like that was an incredible performance. Of course, EG had to play around that, and then they just in the second half started to kind of avoid that veto. I think like they really tried coming in aggressive early on, and that was punished.
Yeah, no, especially in that first half, because we did see EG trying to push up, trying to go for those first picks, being a little bit more proactive, but they were getting shut down until we saw this amazing op round coming in from DJs and just getting a 4K to kind of start getting those rounds on their side. And then moving on to the second half, it was a complete 180, right? With having a veto, it's not like running a killjoy. There's not a whole lot you have to default and kind of break in order to open up the map. EG took advantage of that, and even when they went towards that veto, which they didn't a lot of the time, they tried to avoid it because it is hard to exec into, especially if you can't use your utility. But when they did, they actually managed to waste a lot of his utility. I was very surprised.
Yeah, they were able to get a lot of space on that attack side, and you also had a lot of those hero plays that played it out. I mean, Val with this clutch, for example, was incredible. You have another play by Superman where he's able to exploit a little bit of that gap that defense had in Garage. Then you see an immediate correction for 100 Thieves, and then you see their game plan finally on the defense be able to be executed. But it really came down to the wire.
It really did. I think it was round 10 when the tide started to shift, right? That's when EG started to heat up, and it was all on the back of DJzin's up. Like, he went in aggressive. It was DJzin, go in and kill, and that kind of opened up things for EG.
Yeah, I think he really earned the flowers that you gave him earlier, truly. And then even on that second half, we still saw him getting so much momentum and getting so much space. It was just really insane how quickly and how much of a key factor he was in turning this map around for them.
He is such a win condition, especially in a situation like this one. Evil Genius is on the verge of being eliminated. You are relying on your star player. You're relying on DJzin, as they did in the first half, to get those last 2 rounds, as they did going into that second half when they started to get some momentum. Now, to go into a reset when you know the map was so close, it has to be on him.
Yeah, and it's going to be 100 Thieves pick here, right? And we talked about it earlier, which feels ages ago. We had quite a long pre-chat. But we talked about how this map pool is definitely going to make the 100 Thieves players fairly happy and confident. They played Bind 3 times already, so you can also argue there's a lot of tape of them. But each time, like, they looked really good in it. I think they're 2-1.
Yeah, and now it's a completely new battle, right? We're not going to probably be seeing a veto here. Very sad, very unfortunate. But we will be seeing the chamber. Yes, the chamber and the Waylay. You're not? You like the chamber?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not, right? It's cryo chamber. But no, you'll be seeing the Waylay and the chamber, which is a whole new battle of itself.
Which is something that didn't happen, and something that was what NRG was able to punish, the fact that Timotino was not on this Waylay. So now going back to the Waylay, going back to a map that 100 Thieves is comfortable with, you know, it's a little scary for the other side.
Yeah, we know what to expect from 100 Thieves heading on to a Bind. Let's hear what Coach Potter has to say ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, here with Coach Potter here. Tough loss in that game, but you guys did manage to almost come back, make that dub a reality. What were some of the bright spots that you were seeing in that game? Because there were a couple, like DJzin just taking space freely and being aggressive as we know him to be. What were some of those bright spots, and what are you hoping to see in match 2?
For sure. Surprisingly, the bright spots came in the first half. I know we were getting bullied. It seemed that way, but we had all the info. We had all the right moves. We just weren't proactive enough and decisive when we had that info. So going into the second half, that was a big talking point. So I think, you know, being able to come back in that second half, it definitely reinforced our confidence. So we need to stop being so timid going into map 2.
Any players you're looking at to really turn up the heat here?
It's got to be the Black Jesus, Douglas. I mean, he's been carrying us. He's been being very vocal and just becoming just a confident player that I know he can be. So I'm looking at Douglas.
All right, let's see if he can take us to the promised land. All right, back to you guys.
Jeebus takes the wheel, or the op, I don't know, whatever gets him the victory for this one. Yeah, but we just talked about what we expect to see from 100 Thieves. EG side, what do you want to see, agent-wise?
Agent-wise, I wouldn't mind seeing a Waylay head-to-head, I think, on a map like Bind where there's so many small parts where that interceptor could, not interceptor, sorry, I really like Veto, if you couldn't tell. But that stun coming in from Waylay, it's just too valuable.
And we saw EG play this map against Envy. DJzin was actually on this Waylay. They were playing that double duelist with OQ on the Euro that we've seen pretty recently. But I still feel like Timotino, he has the upper hand on this agent.
Oh, man, but that Waylay matchup will be so juicy. I'm excited to see what both of these teams have in store for us. Mimi and Ender will be back with map 2 after a short break.
Well, after EG's fakest of all fake comebacks back on map number 1, we're geared up for a pretty interesting bind. Both teams have played this map, had different ideas, whether it's the solo Waylay versus double duelist. And we're gonna have a moment here before jumping in to Agent Select. These teams can get geared up because, Mimi, this match, Evil Geniuses lose it, their kickoff is over.
Yeah, and that is a tough pill to swallow. It's been a rough few years for this organization where it's always slow starts, unsuccessful kickoffs into just barely turning around for stage 2, almost making playoffs, and then falling flat again. It's a real opportunity for them to try and make that a different story, prove why this seemingly so strange roster they've put together can truly be effective, but it's going to be tough going into 100 Thieves bind, which has been really impressive.
Yeah, especially because even though 100 Thieves find themselves in the same situation as EG here, down in the lower bracket where elimination means your tournament ends, their journey has been a little bit different. They had really close losses to G2 and NRG, who people are rating really highly,
who are
as they
literally
should.
the reigning America's champ and the reigning world champion right now, and are still in great form.
Exactly. So a lot of people are expecting 100 Thieves to kind of be the favorite, I think, in this lower bracket run, at least until we see more teams trickle down out of what we've actually got. But Evil Geniuses were within touching distance of taking map 1.
Yeah, they absolutely were. I think, though, that it has to start earlier. You heard Potter really trying to push the team to be more confident, to not be so timid starting this game. And I think guys I'm looking to for that is, number 1, Digicin. He had such a turnaround in that second half. He was so good for this team. And I think that he has been the bright spot in what has been thus far a reasonably dark year for EG.
Yeah, especially you get that man an operator in his hand, he's going to be tearing it up. Another thing Potter was talking about was, of course, being a little bit more decisive in their mid-round actions, which I think we saw, especially in that first half, Vora calling a great attack side where so often he was able to pinpoint the weak sides of the map and find himself on sites where there's 0 or 1 players actually holding it.
And even while it was successful for EG on their own attack half, I still think we saw them fall into a lot of these 4-1s without re-clearing a lot of space and like low info late hits. And to me, that was the biggest issue last time they played Bind, of playing too slow, not taking enough space, and just kind of gambling off a read where to hit into against Envy. And unfortunately for them, the read oftentimes was not correct, and they were getting ripped to pieces on the execs. So I would like to see a more proactive attack half from EG when we get there, not just in the execs, but what they're doing in the mid-round.
And of course, that proactivity also has to come with dealing with the different things 100 Thieves are going to be throwing at you in this map. If they lock in the same agents that we're typically used to seeing, we're talking about Waylay, Saturate combos with different stuff. We're talking about dealing with chambers and whatnot. It could be a whole big problem that Evil Geniuses will have to solve, as we're getting a little tease here of what's to come. Vora had been playing that Sky previously for 100 Thieves. We'll go ahead and lock that in. So this is the expectation. You got the double duels for EG versus Timotino, the Waylay Prodigy.
He has been so impressive playing the solo Waylay. I think he does a great job of finding the right opportunities of when to commit and not refract, and when to refract out of there immediately and just get the saturate down. I think we've seen all of the players who
when he uses his abilities, he picks the right way to use his abilities.
Correct, exactly.
Okay.
And I think some of the players who have picked up Waylay because she's meta, but maybe aren't the best Waylay players,
They're
will
good
almost always,
players.
not the Waylay players. They'll double dash in, saturate, pull back every round and let their teammates scale. He does a much better job of tempering that decision the right way, and he has to because they don't play double duelists. They don't have a Yoru with him to follow up on these execs.
Yeah, they've got Cryo still locking it down, but very far away from whatever Timotino's doing.
Yes, but Cryo has been a beast, especially starting on defense here. When he gets that off online, he is monstrous. When he is rifling, he is great as well. He's going to be a big problem for EG to defuse.
Thieves got some support here out in the crowd. Evil Geniuses still looking loose up on the stage, all things considered. Been having a whole lot of fun there, even
Do you
in
want to
the
see
loss.
them less happy?
No, I love the joy that I'm
good.
seeing on their faces.
I just didn't know what direction you were going with that. I want to make sure.
Zoom in on the notes. Let me see.
What is he saying?
What do we got there? What do we got? I can't read.
I think it says pizza at the top.
What kind of pizza you think they're ordering?
Maybe it's just pretzel.
Do you think that's like the victory celebration sheet? It's like after they get through the strat book, it's like, okay, after we win, we're ordering pizza for the boys.
Yeah, that's for sure what it is. That's definitely what NBS is talking about. There was a small delay on stage. We're getting into the game in just a jiffy, though. This is map 2 of this series, and EG on their last life, a map away from losing that third strike and being eliminated from contention for Santiago.
And they will be stepping in to 100 Thieves' home turf here on Bind. That has always been their comfort as an organization. Evil Geniuses found a lot of success on the attack side. Back on Haven, went on a massive run, but couldn't get over the final hurdle. Now let's see what they can do here on this opening pistol.
Heavy lean towards B to start for Evil Geniuses. With a look to take long control.
Prowler broken away.
And look at how 100 Thieves have started this one. They had 3 players on the A side of the map. Now just Cryo posted forward with a trip on the other side.
That forward information, though, has allowed 4 players to stack onto B. So Evil Geniuses need to call away from this, and they're doing a good job. Digizin making some noise. He's going to peek his head in, but as Cryo gets the kill outside Showers, that's still going to make things uncomfortable on the A side.
100 Thieves still hold to the stack for now. Not breaking formation.
Trip finally reveals these players as the plant comes in, but EG have no control of the site. Yeah, they've got lamps, but no Showers, and now with the teleport, that's heavy pressure.
2 angles to deal with on this post plant. Very challenging. And Cryo's ensured that no one has actually made it out back site.
100 Thieves are gonna avoid lamps. As a matter of fact, they don't have to take it. They've got some time at the moment, and now just waiting for the action. That Molly's gonna stall out for a long time. 100 Thieves have certainly waited a while. BG can get a couple of kills. They can do this even low on numbers, but no kills will be found there except on Tavora. As the defuse comes in, 100 Thieves take the pistol.
Such a well-tempered round there, 400 Thieves. You see each step of the checklist in play. Get Cryo posted, and then you hard commit to the B stack. Don't waver from that. Instead, simply play retake. And with that control towards Showers, EG felt like they had to aggress someone. That's why you see Okeanos swinging out back
Beautiful,
sight.
guys. Beautiful, man.
He wasn't supported by anyone else, just falls alone. And with him gone, 100 Thieves simply crunch in and win a pistol, mirroring the start of map 1.
Yeah, and you're gonna see a lot of these forward walks from a guy like Cryo to get that deep information line. Gonna see some aggressive plays out of Timotino as well. This time just on his own with a Bucky, but definitely have some ideas for set aggro. As once again, Cryo up here. Sees the jump and is a bit timid here. Not wanting to donate over an outlaw.
Still has TP though.
Oh dear.
Good night.
And now a little jump forward to scout. Oh, no, sorry. I take it back. No. I said it was a scouting mission. No.
Well, it was, but he also had a shotgun that he brought along. He's going to go for more.
That was just an assassination.
And meanwhile...
Oh, by the way, yeah, Cryo's outside Showers. While you were distracted by the guy that was jumping over and around you.
Oh, also a report from the Western Front. You've been fully encircled, and 100 Thieves have pushed through the flank.
Oh my god. Just being closed in on by every single angle. That was devastating.
Yikes. It's pretty much all I have to say to that one.
I'd be shell-shocked.
Yeah. All right, so now guns are up for EG. Last 2 rounds, they've shown us 4 ones where they work slowly one side and then hit back in. And already, from just watching that pistol round, where they found the chamber, lost a player to it,
smoke and getting eeks.
then hit back in. I want to see if they're going to give us more aggression in the mid-round, or if it's just going to be walking around playing this slow 4-1 style that they had last time on Bind.
Fight over Showers again. This time, the kill comes through. Digizin was hit, though. Down to 10 via the Outlaw.
That was risky, though. He was completely alone, just pretty much ego challenging Cryo.
But I think this is how the matchup is going to evolve, because usually when you see this double duelist with the Yoru's going to do a lot of early just fighting on his own with the ability to teleport back to his team. And Chamber wants to do kind of the same thing. So that 1v1, if Cryo and Digizin keep sort of ego battling over showers, is something we're going to continue to track.
EG have picked right in this late round, understanding that 100 Thieves are likely to re-clear where they lost their chamber. They might have waited too long. Rotate's coming back towards B now.
Question is what Vora can accomplish inside of Hookah. As Timotina revealed, it's going to be tough to get anything done here, Bucky in hand. Still, Evil Geniuses, very controlled. It's a smoke on site. They don't even want to step forward into Timotino. Just using utility to hold it as the jump out of Hookah goes awry. Timotino again, lethal. And somehow it's 100 Thieves up a man.
Supa and Bao, though, the guys you want alive in a post plant. A crossfire towards long.
One snake bite to work with. Sent out, nice spam. And 100 Thieves have pulled away from the spike. Timotino still charging in. And now rips the ultimate. It misses, up and over, plucked out of the sky. Supa taken down. Asuna will take the bonus for 100 Thieves.
No Bucky has done more in this video game in maybe 2 or 3 years.
That was gross. Back-to-back rounds.
Yes, on the anti, going again with rifles. EG are just so slow. The rotates come in, Tino, jumping out of the smoke, whipping the ultimate here to buy time for his teammate to have.
How does he do that? Superman is not like that. Believe me, he is not like that.
I'd be mad too. That hinder did hit him on the ulti. Had to get the headshot on one bullet, but still it wasn't enough to win the round. Now EG on the broken buy. And already the tip of the spear taken low as well.
Nothing going here for EG. 100 Thieves this time leave their waylay over with the chamber on the A side of the map and have all of their stall characters together. It's Tino, okay. He's just playing with them.
Again, that felt like it was supposed to be the scouting mission play where you teleport in and then slide back.
No!
Nah, that's not okay. I don't like that.
So now this just feels like the first half of Haven again.
Yeah. Hey guys, the spike. Oh dear.
That's the one he loses? Okay.
One enemy remaining.
And instantly, Timotino picks up the mantle for another 2 kills. That outlaw got 4 kills.
And that's also, Chrissy, 3 rounds in a row where Timotino has gotten a refract refresh. I feel like it's pretty rare you see that with Waylay.
I mean, Timotino is currently averaging more than 2 kills a round.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good.
This was gross. Don't show this.
I love how he stuck the orb as well.
Yeah.
Like he actually got that too.
He was like, I'm probably going to die. Let me get the ult orb. And then just casually kills both of them anyways.
Wild stuff.
I no-scoped Khan from right here to here.
Just the chuckle. Here we go again, another showers fight.
Oh wow, this time it's heavy though, and Digizin didn't even have his gun out. A little bit surprising. 100 Thieves had changed the pattern. It's not a chamber over here with an op. No. That was the forward fight. And that's now a dimensional drift out of the round.
That's a good spot.
Here. That trip was spotted by Superman. And that should mean that he's soon to realize that 100 Thieves are likely to stack back into A with that information. He'll call his teammates over.
But this is still so awkward because Okeanos is stuck in showers. It's not like he can get back over to B quickly. So...
do they want to fake B, pull the rotates, try and call back into him with the fatal?
That's what I was going to say. Break the teleport, or break the trip and call the teleport in. Timotino getting wild with it. Spots those 2 players as Okeanos takes that timing to get his pick on A. That draws back some members as the shot goes wide. And that 1 kill on the waylay on A kept 100 Thieves over there. So there was a timing if EG wanted to speed up on B. Instead, they've actually missed that window. and are eating away at the rest of the clock.
Sometimes you just have to go. And now they've missed the window. If they
When are they going? It's 20 seconds left here. Still 2 players holding.
Face your fear!
Bang. Puts down the poison. Okeanos from above.
The molly.
Bang just needs to kill the planter, but he can't hear the plant going down. It's too late. He didn't know. EG still in this round. As Bang, inside of sight, stays alive. And taken out. Evil Geniuses in the nick of time.
But still, I really question some of the decisiveness in these rounds for EG. On both maps, attack side, they have consistently missed windows where they had an opening because they froze for too long and let their opponent reset into a neutral position where they can quickly retake either site.
And they lose this round if Bang can just hear things.
Yes.
Because that's an easy spam kill on the
Or, by
planter.
the way, if that molly is like an inch closer, because the plant also gets denied that way.
Yeah. And yet, a lifeline for them. Sure, they win the round. Now they have a your ult, if so they please. Instead, actually playing a very spread approach on the map. Not something you always see when you have the heavy hitter ults.
Slowing them down.
Hindrance, Oki's pushed him into the corner. Bides his time to bait for Bao.
Down B.
A beauty.
But in that, 100 Thieves have gotten 2 kills back. Team Latino creeping into the corner.
Oh, what an off angle. That is nice. The hindrance too, it's clinical. It just looks a little bit easier when the waylay's in his hands. And so another round where this ultimate isn't gonna come into play. I mean, maybe, but Dejizin even getting battered and bruised. Now teleports back into spawn. Hey, let's just play this round again from the beginning, guys.
Time to jump.
Fortunately for him, Cryo is here on A.
Ooh, actually, Dejizin lucky that that teleport didn't go into
30
showers.
seconds left.
Or Cryo would have spotted it.
Trademark here. DG has to break it.
That should be the death sentence. Tap the spike. Cryo in. Executed.
I'm so impressed with Team Latino. Just continually from his play here. That refight into long. Picks a perfect off angle, has the refract off. And I think other waylays you would have seen them saturate, try and dash in and make a play. He's patient. Only after getting this first pick does he immediately saturate, isolate the second player before going back in.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, let's go.
In high pressure situations, more than most other waylays, he consistently makes the right choice with his utility.
And got 100 Thieves back into a round that they were losing after the initial fight down long. Evil Geniuses saw that success, want to trial it out once more, this time just with 2 guns in the fold.
Already, there are so many rounds where Okeanos has used his refract very early and he doesn't have it for exec.
Ooh. Ready to challenge here if EG were to stick around. Timatino, that's his second ult in not even 7 rounds.
Cryo on a new off angle towards A. Posted top truck.
Yep.
Ready for Supa.
Whether or not it's the forward posting he's been going for consistently, or now anti-eco protocols playing a little bit deeper. Feels suffocating on the A side of the map for Evil Geniuses to really take any space.
EG is contacting so much in these rounds. To try and make it happen again and walk up towards B, but Bang making a play.
Bang right up in the middle of everything, gets his and falls away. Never one to be greedy, never one to bite off more than he can chew. And I think they just lose on time. I'm not gonna lie. Finally, smokes come in. It's just brutal. It's just brutal. 100 Thieves again, rinsing EG at the start of a map.
The story of this series for me has been the difference in initiative between these two teams. For 100 Thieves, anytime they see an opportunity, a fight to re-clear, a moment to make that individual play, Think Bang jumping into hookah here in the last round. Timotino fighting for long. They make it. They succeed at it. You contrast that to an EG who is so passive, so unwilling to make those proactive plays, to take that risk. And I think it's really punishing them.
And it's coming because they're playing so slow and they're playing so much of the map. And especially when you play against a chamber team, that is often a losing play because you're more often than not going to get picked off by the chamber and then forced into fighting into a heavy stack on the other side of the map.
Chamber essentially forces you to use utility to clear space.
Yeah.
You can't contact into him or you're almost always losing at least a player.
And where I think Potter calling this timeout might be the most disappointed in Evil Geniuses is that they've had tools to run easy execs on the site. 3 rounds in a row, Dujazin has had dimensional drift. 3 rounds in a row, EG have failed to use it because they're playing slow, spread out early starts rounds, and then they find themselves in the blink of an eye in like a 3-on-3 where it just doesn't make sense.
And they're playing a Waylay comp. Count for me the number of rounds where we've actually seen Okeanos refract, double dash, set up for either a saturator or commit into sight. Almost never.
Whereas on the other side, Timotino has used 2 ultimates in 7 rounds.
He's 12-4.
Yeah, and when you're frying like that, it just looks too simple for 100 Thieves to stuff these late round execs with 20 seconds or less on the clock.
Potter said she wanted more proactivity. Show it to me this round.
It's got to come here, and it might have to come straight in to the Viper's pit. The combo comes in, but it misses. Bang! Bang falls out. Maybe he loses the pit, maybe he doesn't. Yet Cryo has been dealt with. And that dimensional drift has gone nowhere? It's a double teleport. This round is madness. A dash on up and over. Evil Geniuses are getting their kills everywhere because Dujazin stuck around on A. Has now pinpointed Timotino. I don't know what the hell just happened this round, but it worked. I'll give him that.
It felt like a disaster in every distinct moment, but works out for EG. I think you're right to call out Dujazin. He was the man who, amid the chaos, was patient, found his mark, opened up A, and should have won this round for his team as Asuna just backs away.
I would love to see that again in a little bit more detail, how that fight went down, because while we were so distracted by the combo piece of the double dash in into saturate and a brim ult on the enemy Viper, I believe Dujazin was going through showers and trying to get some scouting on the other side. And then he was left behind while all the chaos came in of the teleports and the pivots over onto the B side. It was in rounds like that where it got chaotic, I think, that actually 100 Thieves in the first map found a lot more success. Like in the second half when they started winning some rounds, I thought it was because of like very fast execs that turned into brawls all over.
Yeah.
This time, EG just kind of won every single one of their duels. Let's watch this again.
Yeah, let's see. This is that initial kill onto Cryo as he tried to walk up off contact.
Yeah. And Dujazin was baiting, or not baiting, but he was over in showers while his team was making a lot of noise and baiting for him.
6-6, guys. Let's go. Please, bro.
He's begging you.
Very respectful.
He wants 4 more. Okay.
Attack side op.
I mean, I love that. You know Cryo's been facing up showers so often.
You just got to win the fight, though.
We wanted to look at these two players. Dujazin has consistently been the star for EG. This time, both ops bringing a supporting cast. The calm before the storm. Cryo gets a little bit antsy and chooses to give up the line.
100 Thieves have almost always re-exec elsewhere when they lose space. This time, just a flash to confirm there's still a lurker towards B.
So EG, after 40 seconds, know where the sky is. They know Chamber's hanging out over towards A.
What they don't know is what's happening towards short. Cryo is reposted. There's a player tucked. Luckily for them, they're leaning with pressure towards B, but they're going back into this lurk.
Always going back A. And this is brutal because Cryo, on the line with the operator, is going to draw all the attention away from Timotino in the corner. The only possible way to break this would be Dujazin coming out from showers, but with an operator, he's not going to do that. And right in front of the wall, this sets up perfectly. Timotino dealt with, Bao is waiting. And Bao will recover the spike, blitz onto the site. Mayhem unfolds with Digizin and Okeanos dismantling 100 Thieves. This one's wraps.
Spike planted.
That could have been a nightmare for EG. A player tucked in the corner, but so thorough from Bao to clear him out.
And that was the decisiveness I wanted to see, right? Bao not wasting any time, sees the spike, not slowing down when there's a brimstone ult come down right in his face. Took that narrow timing EG had to get in front of in order to play out that round.
There they took the initiative. And the game plan as a whole, I think, was good. Go for the fight in this off head-to-head. Push Cryo off the line.
Oh, that's a sweet play.
Yeah, great positioning from Oki. Dashing up top.
Oh, Oki, bro, you know I'm clearing that for you, bro.
Only happens because Bao saved his teammate's life in short.
Yep. So 6 is still a possibility for Digizin. After his plea prior to the last round.
Change up for 100 Thieves. Chamber goes back to B. Masked behind the sky short.
Seeing that trip over here gives EG a decent idea of what's to happen, but it's all about lodging Digizin on the high line. I thought he was going to stick around and try and pluck away players rotating off from B. Instead, back to A.
This kind of becomes reminiscent of the pistol round, where 100 Thieves leave a stack towards B, feel comfortable playing retake A as long as they hold on to showers.
I like, though, that Calm has found the weaker side of the map, at least for the time being. Already, Vora moving back from spawn towards A. 100 Thieves are going to have bodies ready to intercept this. Okeanos has no support behind him. That's a Molly slowing his team down. He's hit. He can't find it. The rest of EG up through short. Now dealt with as Supa collects on 2. Evil Geniuses still have a way in, but the spike is pinched back in showers. There's an operator on the line. Now it isn't. Evil Geniuses again have come through clutch on this A site.
There we go, EG. Another round and another moment where they are willing to take the initiative, to make the play at the moment it needed to happen. Spot a player towards showers with no way out. Rip the way layout. Send it. At the same time, players scaling faster short. And some great individual shots from Supa and from DG. Mop this one up.
Sometimes hard to appreciate how impressive these fights are and the timings when you swing and cover your teammates back. When you're going down these like split lanes on bind where it's like there's a crazy fight going on in showers that 2 players are trying to coordinate while 3 players on short are also trying to get up, trying to help them out. But I think both Supa and Digizin were really effective in their ability to sort of swing back into a line after they'd heard some engagement going down in showers and cover their teammates.
And looking at this timeout now for 100 Thieves, I think one of the big keys is figuring out how they can get Cryo back in the fight. These last few rounds, EG have had great plans of how to find his location and either full avoid it as they did in that previous round, or show great util patterns to push him off and punish him before he can become a problem. It was his off, solo holding sites, getting kills in the late rounds. It was one of the big reasons they were losing in the first quarter of this game.
Yeah, I wonder if the idea could just be more immediate aggression or space taken. 100 Thieves have done a lot of like these little trap setups, these 1-2 ideas in showers, down on B long as well. Might actually be a similar idea with a couple members hanging out, blocking away Hookah, as that's been an area that Evil Geniuses have taken some liberties in the last couple of rounds.
So EG again, go exploratory towards B. And a much more passive position from Cryo, set up in showers. Not wanting to take this off duel early.
I mean, the good work from EG to, challenge him a couple of times has stopped him taking the massive walk down that we saw a few times early on in the half, and EG are actually respecting it. He could have had so much of that even this round.
Still, this puts him in the position now where he could be on a passive line like this, or he could have reposted somewhere. You have to be very thorough in the util you use and how you clear out this chamber.
Well, Evil Geniuses are going to have options to come back into Digizin if they want. Digizin's also going to be looking to take timings on these players rotating from Hookah towards A, unless they go for the quick flank, as it appears they will. Oh my, Digizin just missed the timing, and so did 100 Thieves. they've crept in. And EG think their back is safe. It isn't. Supa somehow still alive, and now the op is back onto the line. EG high rolling in this round. Timatino just barely escapes on the dash, and at the same time, we are in the back of sight. What is going on? We're down to 12 seconds again. EG once more late into the round. What can Cryo do? He doesn't see a thing. The spam is too late, and it's traded too. Madness now as the pit envelops the site. Cryo once again into the thick of it. The walls fall down. Bao spotted. And the molly's a little bit delayed. It's already a sink. The molly's wide. It's a mess. Bao back onto the line. Takes care of matters himself. Already to half. Has to take this fight, but Bao is just better. Evil geniuses continue to build round after round, and Calm is letting them know.
The timings that round was defined on, though, were razor thin. I think Asuna was maybe like 5 degrees of rotation. This spam, an inch from connecting in time.
Not to mention the fight down long B as well.
Yes. The molly missing so many things that could have swung this round one way or another. Potter flabbergasted after that one.
Just like she drew it up.
Yep.
Okay, well, if you wanted a moment to breathe, think again to Jazin. Boosts up on the deep wall, sees over the smoke, and it's speedy out of EG. Blitzing on down B long, Asuna, the last man left. Tries to build a little fortress for himself. Asuna is in the trenches. He's seeing ghosts.
Who's next?
But he's made his way out of this one. Groups up with Cryo. And while they're still down numbers, there could be a pinch on this retake. Now it's discovered.
Cryo! Only the one. And the spike has escaped, yet Bao has also taken a moment. You thought it was 100 Thieves in the trenches? No, no, no. Evil geniuses completely lost as 100 Thieves close in and take the lead at this half.
What an entertaining end to this game. EG way too slow to begin, but they take their initiative, find their way back in, only for a final round to be stolen away.
Playing on the slimmest of margins there too for the opener.
And this is just rough for EG. 3 different players ping-ponging them from different angles. It's a competitive half though, a very different story from map 1. We'll find out if EG stays alive or if 100 Thieves end it after this.
We've got 2 esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 Pulsar 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
As a shadow hidden from view, 끝없는 길 위에서 lost in the noise I didn't.
After Evil Geniuses fight back from a tough start to this second map. We are within 2, once again, for the Evil Geniuses, but 100 Thieves, they're the ones still feeling very comfortable here, leading 1-0 already in the series to stay alive.
And their attack side on this map has been very good. Timatino in particular, this is one of his best maps on what has clearly become his best agent. And in that first quarter, I think he was really the defining reason alongside Cryo that 100 Thieves looked like they might just run away with Bind. For EG, on defense, a chance to stay alive. Stitches in to be baited for in Octagon.
Not too much longer left on his teleport. Needs to hold his line. He actually gets the first shot. The bait comes in, but ran out of the timing to leave there. Cryo right on the other side of this smoke. 2 players just waiting for someone to appear. That flash turn from. Oh, Bao's in a great spot. No one's ready for him. And Calm delivers on the other side as well. Now backed into a tough corner, still fighting out as the bullets, where are they? How is Calm alive? It doesn't make any sense. Calm is running circles around this poor man on site. Oh man, and giving them the business.
He's making a mockery of this game. Oh my. We've seen shots on the initial fight towards Long, but on site, it's the movement that defines it. It's a nice headshot onto one and manages to stay up and full defend. Thought it was going to be Bao, the big player in that round. Tucked in a great angle.
Oh my God, Peter, are you nervous? Peter, are you nervous?
For his rookie year, Bao already knows how to play to the camera.
Crazy work from EG playing for their tournament lives. Yeah, 100 Thieves can bounce back into this round, play for early orbs. That'll be the small little wins for them on this anti-eco. Talk to me about the different things that 100 Thieves are going to end up doing when they actually send Timatino into the sites, because it is a little bit less common to see a Sky backing up a Waylay. Obviously, Sky has been popular on this map for many years, even when nerfs came in, but not a whole lot of teams are still running it these days.
You'll see a lot less rounds where there's someone to actually follow Timatino up on his dive in sight. Instead, more often than not, he'll either be dashing into some kind of safe position where he can tuck and then fight out, or he's playing much closer to his team and dashing much later as his team is already scaling through, and only then using the saturate. You'll see a lot less of those straight up double dash, saturate, pull back rounds that you will compared to double duelist teams like what
because your teammates can't actually catch up to you with just the one duelist.
Normally you'd have like a Yoru or something who can TP in and have very good spacing. It means he has to be very in tune with if his teammates have gotten out of a choke.
Yeah, a little bit more pressure on the rookie to deliver in those moments. I think 100 Thieves have done well now to, okay.
Good Molly.
Well, anyone that wanted to play up there will not.
This is still scary. That mauling is going to buy a lot of time if EG do not go quick.
Bang has a snake bite too.
Guys.
Evil Geniuses were plagued by waiting way too long previously. Lucky for them, I think they should have the half stick. Might even have the full stick through this. And yeah, there we go. All
the molly
good.
missed.
Round win. You can understand why we're nervous though, right?
Yeah. No, literally, if that molly hits, there's no full stick in time. Luckily, it did. So, all's well that ends well.
EG love to play the closer rounds sometimes.
They do. I don't know if they would love it themselves, but certainly it's happened quite a bit. Yeah, there you see that molly popping. Oh no, it did hit him.
Yeah, she was just too delayed.
Just a little too late, yeah.
Those brimstone mollies take
for us, bro.
forever to land.
Yeah.
In, up in front, that is nice, and another shot too. He is traded out, but Vor is on 10 HP.
And that's Timatino dead. With his solo duelist comp, it is so hard to go into an execute now. And if you're EG, you crunch back. You don't give away a fight early. This is a great position to be in.
So what it comes down to for 100 Thieves is playing the map, letting your solo players go, create pressure points on the map. One fewer defender means way less information. That means more doubt for Evil Geniuses. As Bao steps up, the huskas of his fallen comrade. It'll be good for the one. Calm also just not anticipating that Cryo can be so far out of showers either. So 100 Thieves, even without the duelist, navigate nicely off of a couple of good shots.
Bao getting, or rather Okeanos getting caught off there was rough. There was a world where they could have won this bonus if he can tuck back and play with the team instead.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, Evil Geniuses, without rocking a Sentinel in their comp for permanent information, you do sometimes have to take those lines if you want to
for sure
play with any knowledge of what's going on the map, and that's where 100 Thieves are going to bite you.
So 100 Thieves convert their bonus, but some big things coming online. DJZin with a great start has already gotten himself a dimensional drift. And this fight was just great from him. Get the headshot onto Timatino. Unfortunately, just caught on that TP. See him, I think, gesturing that. Could have gotten two.
I could have had to, yeah. Tough, because that could have been the difference there.
You also see who's going to activate when rounds go wrong for 100 Thieves, and that's Cryo. He gets a lot of agency playing this chamber.
Interesting round for Evil Geniuses. DJZin got his ultimate online so early into the half. Right now, a little 1-2 setup on Hookah. And with the forward line, they've actually got on showers too from Oki. I mean, EG had the option to commit into the stack on B. Instead, DJZin took his teleport timing back over to the A side.
Still just a standoff towards showers. 100 Thieves, they've put a fair bit of pressure towards B, but this hasn't drawn rotations. Oki.
Oh no,
He's
I think
stuck.
he saw a foot, doesn't matter. Okeanos just lays him out.
All right.
So now it's going to be the B hit. Flash dodged away from Timatino. Snaps on back, tries to set up onto Calm, but again, no util combo found. And stalled out now with a couple of flashes too. To punch these players right when they show their faces.
30
Thieves don't really know where they're supposed to go.
I think they want to pivot, but that requires Cryo getting this kill short.
Yeah, there's a fight on short. Cryo clearing every angle, but Oki's up on the offline, taken out, and now the teleports come in. But keep your eyes on this dimensional drift, tracking the players in the back line, setting up for Bao. Low on the clock. DJZin already farms two in the back line. How much more can he do? Sent out on his own. He's just bait. All the rest of his team a little bit further behind. Calm for two. Gets the job done.
And the 2-on-2-1 just like that. Calm standing up again. Just going through the emote wheel.
First one didn't get a reaction, so he goes to the next one, then the third.
Keep spamming him.
100 Thieves not playing that game.
The info that TG got here with this dimensional drift was huge. Put so much pressure on 100 Thieves to pinch in, and the perfect lineup at the end. That's the game tied again.
Now for the first time in a long time, 100 Thieves don't have anything in their bank accounts. Going for the save. Actually, it's interesting. They do have some money. Could have gone for some amount of a buy, instead choosing to really keep it light on this one. Build up for a few rounds in a row. Evil Geniuses run this little set piece. Nightfall into teleport. Vora caught in the open, but Oki doesn't hang around. Oh dear, out of showers, Cryo shuts it out. Okeanos survives on a sliver of HP. Instantly back in, looking for this planter, takes him out.
Spike down A.
As his dying act.
Spike.
Does DG want to try too?
A brief ceasefire. To end with DJZin stepping in. And now 100 Thieves backed away into lamps. Bang will fall. And the new IGL left isolated versus 3 members who will not live to tell the tale.
EG have done a great job of holding on to their extremity players throughout this game. whenever 100 Thieves is going into these late pivots, it seems like there's always someone who is locking towards showers or had kept some pressure in elbow or towards octagon on B. It's causing so much trouble. Here it's that rotator coming in of Okeanos. Manages to make the play, stall it out in time for his teammates to hold on. And I think because of that proactivity for EG, we've seen Cryo struggle to find some real consistency on the lurks. I think he's gotten a lot of later round kills, but it's not often until that late round where he's actually getting postured forward into this space.
Looking at A short right now, Cryo. You put your eyes on him, but could be in trouble. Teleport away, and the teleport on the other side. She hits Timotino straight in the back of the dome. Now waits, lines it up, and again, gets his two. It's all heads for Evil Geniuses. They have fully arrived.
10-8, this half is out of control now. EG looking so good. And in the last 2 rounds, it's these proactive plays with the Waylay. Okeanos going in through the TP, getting a pick there, and as he draws back in, and could have been a problem, but bowing DG.
Don't pick me, bro! Don't pick.
Ecstatic in the way they're locking it down.
Yeah, some friendly advice over to 100 Thieves. See if they can avoid peeking him, but at this point, 100 Thieves seem to have no answers. An attack up for Cryo, patrolling the perimeter of showers. Pitches in, steps in, and takes him clean out. No witnesses.
Where is his confidence game on? This is what you need to see.
Who is this man? Sapping the soul out from 100 Thieves. I mean, they've got nothing left in the tank. Timotino's your guy. Cryo's the next one. 100 Thieves left without either.
The round's pretty much done. Unless EG give a pick away.
How many rounds in a row have Evil Geniuses now had a player get 1 kill, get taken down onto 10, 20, 30 HP, and then still get another? It was Okeanos in the last round.
It's truly outrageous.
I'll find you.
So confident, so aggressive for EG.
And yet, with the numbers, Calm not over-eager. Falls back, buddies up into elbow. Give 100 Thieves the plant. Still a tough situation for 100 Thieves to navigate.
But 3 huge ults to all but guarantee this round if they need them.
Okeanos is just diving in to scout this out. See if the close corners are being covered. Another scouting mission. The ults are all raining down on B. Vora backed into the corner with nothing left to say. And Bang isn't long for this world either. Evil Geniuses have ignited this building.
Make no mistake, that round was DG's in from beginning to end. Straight up challenges into Cryo in a fight he's not favored.
Watch it again and weep.
Oh. And he just goes straight to the other side and wrecks Timotino as well.
1 enemy remaining.
A little bit overused of ults, but we'll take it.
Yeah, used all 3, and I don't think any of them really had an impact on winning the round.
The message, consider it delivered to 100 Thieves. There will be no corner.
Urgent times, though, for 100 Thieves. NBS slams a timeout.
Okay, if you were to list the problems in order of priority.
D, G, Z would be my top 3.
I see. Is there a 4th problem, or is that just you have to deal with that or nothing else matters?
I think that's number 1 right now. The guy's 24 and 11.
Good lord.
I would not mind seeing them simplify a little bit and just try and show us a couple exec rounds. I think Timotino is really good when they can go for that stuff. And right now where some of these rounds are going wrong is getting picked off early by these EG aggro plays.
I mean, I do think, look, they're one off of both a Waylay and a Brimstone ult. Those are really effective if you want to run the hard execs. I'm a little worried at their ability to find success running a quicker hit, though, when they don't have those ultimates online with how well the anchors have been playing out of each.
They've certainly been on point thus far this game. I think if they do go for execs, they have to be splits. For instance, Sorte, like you have to hold on to Shower's control. It makes it so much harder for A anchors to work when you lose that space and they're just trapped behind smokes.
100 Thieves have their eyes set on Showers, with Cryo and Timatino actually joining forces here to deal with Digizin if he was here. That was the problem. They were fighting on their own. Surely 2 guys can take down the 1.
There's the waylay ult. Gain for Timatino.
On top of grabbing the orb, they could also leave Cryo in Showers. Was hit by the Prowler. And this 1v1, it's been a problem.
All 5 players, 1 shot to this Outlaw from DGZen.
And he's waiting patiently. Some pressure on his left ear. Needs the support of his teammates so he can lock down this angle. 1 bullet left. Now he is fully lit up. Cryo gets the first. 100 Thieves have made great work here, but keep your eyes on Okeanos all the way down short. And now the shotgun doesn't do the job. Okeanos still a problem with Thorn in the back of 100 Thieves. They're so timid. Vora finally deals with him.
And now an ult in the post plant. Supa, a 1-on-3.
But the Viper's Pit, it isolates these 3 members out of 100 Thieves. Superman still worried about Cryo lurking into Showers. Tells 100 Thieves exactly where he's coming from. You can see the hope start to dwindle for Supa. Steps past the spike and shot straight in the back of the head. 100 Thieves aren't out of it just yet.
Something back for 100 Thieves. Win the fight toward Showers, get the waylay ult, and send a very nice execute. It was again a moment from disaster with that flank from Okeanos. But the timings they took on this execute were so nice.
And talk about how they were able to isolate Digizin and take it slow and pinch back into that player.
Yes.
Made it so hard for him to play.
You can't just take the fights head on. They can work for it. But now Showers will be more difficult to take. DG here with the operator.
And stepping out onto the wide line. Wall falls. Dog did spot him, I believe. Ready for it, doesn't matter. And he's away. Okeanos trying to get away from the burning, and he makes it through. Evil Geniuses pulling off the impossible. 100 Thieves routed. Now stuck in this husk of an A site.
But they're fixed. Players in CT, players in Showers, they have to pick a fight and win it. And Timatino's alone.
He chooses to take matters into his own hands. What can the rookie give us? Absolute zilch. Bang and Asuna now pushed back even further. They're ready for these fights, but again, Evil Geniuses are just dominating them in every single exchange. Whether it's in the game or on the stage, Evil Geniuses are backing up the talk and take themselves to game point.
Such a great pinch from EG. And so many moments it looked so improbable there. Okeanos just barely dashing out of the Brimstone ultimate. Watch this again. The opener for DG.
Headshot too, come on.
Knew he was there. And then escaping this ultimate by hair, getting a pick, only for DG to cause more problems.
Timmy, you bad boy.
Outrageous.
Absolute madman. Okeanos has been talking since the get-go. And now fast play, straight on through that smoke. Cryo, though, gets the first kill. EG are still moving forward. This is a little bit loose. Having a little bit too much fun with it.
Cutting through. Now a 5-on-3. Practically no info for 100 Thieves. And Cryo's still alone. Oki heard that gun get grabbed.
The only information that matters is that Digizin is still alive.
Teleport's ready.
A brief exchange doesn't result in much.
And this flank is coming. A trip will find it, but it's still containment.
Well, they've spotted Digizin. 100 Thieves have a minute left. They don't want to go into the up, and so they head straight towards Supa. Those shots got to be better to pull Evil Geniuses back into this round. It's given 100 Thieves a path back into the A side, which they choose not to take. Fakes on fakes now. As they move back into a B site, EG have already abandoned.
But this sets EG up for a retake with 2 players, with no util, and an AWP in TG's hands.
No, Evil Geniuses needed a pick or 2 before this spike went down to stand a chance.
There's just no way into it for him. EG tries something hyper-aggressive, go for a full pinch, and it's Cryo, the man to worm 100 Thieves out of it. Holding towards the side of the map and just getting that perfect headshot as the push came in.
And yet, for 100 Thieves, they're going to win this round.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, we can't necessarily replicate that because Evil Geniuses aren't just going to run at us crazily again, right?
Yeah, very true.
So they're still trying to find yet another answer as they wait for the spike to collapse on itself.
And even though they lost the fight, it was the right read. That was going to be a B exec for 100 Thieves.
Still some life left here. 400 Thieves now trailing by just 2. Similar situation that Evil Geniuses found themselves in back on Haven. EG couldn't bring us the promised OT. But maybe if Cryo keeps shooting like that, 100 Thieves could.
That was another moment. The only way back in for EG was Supa finding something there. But now a timeout getting called from the side of Evil Geniuses. Fighter knows how important this is to close out. The AWP still in the hands of DG Zin. And I don't think they have to change a ton. I think DG Zin literally just existing, taking the same fights he has been in Showers, is doing so much because even when 100 Thieves can get that space, he is extracting so many resources from them.
The interesting thing, I think, for EG is Potter's coaching style when she calls a timeout like this is so often to give very clear breakdown. This is how we win this round. You have other coaches that are going to be a lot about judging styles and having to read deeper into the game.
Sure.
Potter always comes in with a very distinct plan. And when you're on map point, when you just need one round, that is exactly what you want to have out of your coach. You better believe that Evil Geniuses are going to have the initial idea. They're going to have multiple different answers to what 100 Thieves are going to show them in these first 10 seconds.
So now round 23 is really this battle between 2 FPS legends. Did Potter or NBS come up with a better read, a better round in that timeout?
It's a call from EG. Okeanos outside Showers. Maybe ideas to crunch through this teleporter if the fight were to come there. Instead, just geared up with this up and a little gap to play with. A micro element. You remember Digizin back on the attack side took a similar idea on this to get the opening pick, the final round of the half. This time, no one stepping into his field of vision.
And DG backs away.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves knew. Had some kind of an idea, now using the Prowler. No operator seen just yet, or at all, as a matter of fact.
Here. So long control, but DG here, when that orb drops, he could still be a problem.
100 Thieves used it to cross to the other side. If Timotino drops, 100 Thieves have no clear way into the site. Shot doesn't connect. Digizin pushed back, and with the high jump out of Timmy, that'll be the opener for 100 Thieves. Still Bao left in the smoke. Dominant for 2. A quick collapse out of Okeanos, instantly snapping back towards the A side. It's only Calm on B. This plant's coming down.
In elbow, isolated, is Calm, and they're pushing him.
And a 1-on-2. He waits and is taken clean out. Timotino on with 3 already. And Evil Geniuses made plenty of noise. That's 4. Waiting for the ace, no chance now. The double swing to come through, and 100 Thieves will bring this to the limit.
Humongous round from 100 Thieves rookie duelist.
And you talk so much about the pressure on him as a sole duelist to find those openers. Brilliant work.
The approach there was perfect. The patience to wait out the smoke on long. Don't give DG that chance. Cross with the orb. Use the sky flash and the dash. They gave no ground to the operator. Gave no easy shot to DG Zin. And as soon as he was dead, EG's job became so much harder. One more round.
Back to Showers for Digizin. A kill for him also means the dimensional drift. Cryo on the other side! Cryo delivers! He is heated up at the end of this half.
And now Okeano's stuck, has to pick a fight.
The pinch to come in, Okeano's trying to run away, barely makes it through. EG have divided themselves. Val finds himself alone as the Seekers reveal exactly where he's waiting. A fight to backside. Okeano's back in. There's nothing else left in the tank. 100 Thieves still divided, but still dominant. Cryo lights up the kill feed for another. And we are heading to OT.
Supa's already made his noise, already made his position known. And Cryo, the man to end it.
Monstrous.
This game had been defined by Digizin. He had been outrageous, had brought EG back, 27 kills for him. But in the most important 2 rounds, it's Cryo stepping up, bringing his team to overtime, winning this AWP battle.
Yep.
This was the game.
So many times in this match, we'd seen Digizin on the better end of those fights over Showers. But now with Cryo heating up.
Resilience.
Cryo looking real good with 100 Thieves advancing into overtime. Reminder that for Evil Geniuses, a loss here is the end of kickoff. They were in the driver's seat. This was their game to take. Now, they have to navigate overtime.
That's a good spot.
And it's Cryo again. Posts a forward trip and now falls back to a new angle.
Interesting. Neither of our star oppers have gone for the hero op in OT. Sticking to the rifles and armor for now.
Skyflash just cleared towards B. So 100 Thieves stack an extra player back into A as EG go and investigate that area.
I mean, remember, EG love to take their time on attack.
And they don't leave an embed, despite having Showers control.
So many rounds on their attack came down to just 20 seconds or less on the clock.
And 100 Thieves just re-cleared Showers. They hear this Prowler. Now they can start to suspect a B finish.
The position underneath Hookah could be devastating for EG if they commit forward. And already, some early rotations from Timotino. He's abandoned A, looking to reinforce here at exactly the right time. Okeanos has a shorty ready. 30 seconds left, EG are quiet, and it's gonna come down to a gamble on the exit. Calm through the box, what is that? And yet Asuna still lights them up. Puts Sup in a 1-on-2. With 20 seconds left, he's looking to fight forward, looking to try and find a kill, but there's nothing for him yet. It's given him less time to play with, less doubt as to his location. And all he's thinking about is the flank, his back, his left, his front. The shots are there on the first, but not the second. Again, Cryo comes up clutch.
And while EG improved their calling, had a much better attack side on this bind than the last. Here, old issues rear their head. They took Showers control, but 100 Thieves picked the perfect timing to re-clear. Realize that this has to be a B finish and get the pivotal players in position. Despite all of that, this round...
Yo, did you see the shot I hit?
It just wouldn't have happened without Asuna. He hits that incredible 2K. Vora does the same. And now they're 1 away from closing out.
Evil Geniuses, their backs against the wall. And so, with 8 seconds left, we're gonna rip the timeout. Whew. A little bit of time to catch our breath here.
Second chance for Potter. The last time she called the timeout, she could not end the game there.
And that's the thing. Last time she was calling the timeout, she needed to win 1 round to just call the game over. Now she has to win this round to stay alive.
A much different position for the coach. And DG, unlike the offer on the other side, looks to be considering getting that weapon in his hands, seeing it as a win condition for EG.
I mean, I think that's valid to say. He was still actually very sharp with the rifles in this one. But now that Cryo started to heat up, especially without Cryo taking the gamble and going for the glass op himself, I think that you have to favor Jujuzin in those fights in the 1v1 if he's going for the glass.
Yeah, he has really been on point this game. And this is a chance to show that round 24, losing that head-to-head against Cryo will not define this game, will not define their kickoff. EG is a team that has had trouble closing. That's been their narrative for so long. And it's been true this year as well. Maps that should have been theirs already. You can start to reflect on them slipping away, on the near misses as well.
Well, if you wanted a little bit more suspense here before we head into the penultimate round, we're experiencing a brief delay up there on the stage. So the teams going to take a little bit more time to get themselves geared up and head into what could be a tournament-defining round for Evil Geniuses. Not word that we should be heading in here in just a moment now. For those players on Evil Geniuses' side, both new kids, players getting second chances, veterans with the org for a while, this is a big moment for them. A lot of teams make decisions in the break between kickoff and stage one. Staying alive here is an absolute necessity for EG.
And DGZ, he wants to be the man.
We'd actually never seen him take the op this far up A short before. A new idea, even past regulation for EG.
But you think 100 Thieves is suspicious. A slow start, but he's arrived towards long.
I like this reposition. EG have a forward line out of showers too, so they pretty well informed. That'll be heavier outside of B.
Okeanos is sticking around. He is walking forwards.
How patient can Bang be? Bang has to patrol two different angles. Spots him. Okeanos looking for it up, over, and around to the top. That'll be the first strike for Evil Geniuses. Now up in numbers with two players. Wait, Okeanos is sticking on the line? I thought he was running away. Was waiting for the wall to be drawn up so he could just barely make it through.
So it steadies for a moment. EG retreated into side, but Team Latino.
Digizin also peppered by Cryo down B. It's just Bao here. Time is low though. Already put down the molly to delay. Quick teleports onto B. Calm and Supa ready to receive. We are down under 10 seconds. Supa holds the line and continues. Is there time? They have to get the spike. They can't actually get to plant the spike. There's no time. Bora can't play the round. We go again.
A second away at the end. And a last-second decision. What defines it? Okeanos took such a huge risk.
He gets clipped on the roof trying to dash over him.
Ridiculous. But it pays off. Gets away.
Look at him, he's playing for stats.
Guys, you're playing to stay alive in the tournament. You got bigger fish to fry. Evil Geniuses giving themselves another chance here. And actually, Mimi, it's Cryo's turn with the glass op. And he's going aggro. Finds Digizin and deletes him.
He had never played that angle before. Succeeds in overtime.
Always having new ideas. What? What?
Just looks magnetic.
100 Thieves. With a quick toggle on. But Oki into lamps. Keeps EG in this. The op is reposted up into heaven. And Evil Geniuses still have plenty of time to work on.
But what they don't have is smokes. And this op angle means they cannot cross.
Oh, Asuna. Challenging. Pushes Oki back for just a moment. 100 Thieves are waiting for the flank to activate. Bang has been moving back in. Straight into these two members of EG. Distraction, wreaking havoc on site. Here is Bang. This round is all 100 Thieves.
Great work by 100 Thieves and really by Cryo. Not showing the operator in the first round of overtime and then taking a risk. So similar to what you saw from DG in the round that he picked up the op. These two going bar for bar in this game. And now a second chance for 100 Thieves to close out.
When so much weight is resting on Cryo and Digizin, there's also this element of mind games of where are they actually going to post up, how are they going to change it? When it comes down to the one-on-one, even Digizin choosing to actually discard the operator, this time on defense. It's another element EG must consider. 100 Thieves not wasting any time. Timatino will retreat for the time being as Okeanos is out in the middle of nowhere. Evil Geniuses have no control over this A site. Already down a man. Bao continues to challenge. Now with the molly in the corner. Some utility exchanged. There's no smoke and mirrors in this round. Both teams know exactly where the other is. It's a question of how willing 100 Thieves will be to commit this spike to the ground. And Supa, now without a teammate backside, Supa lights them up. Sneaks away into Lamson. That's the spike out in the open. Another? No way. Absolutely no way. Calm on the flank. Did they see him? For your tournament, Calm, they have escaped. And Calm takes the time, and Calm is out! 100 Thieves advance.
But by a hair's edge. 13-11 Haven, 15-13 on Bind. An absolute slugfest between Cryo and Digizin. Ends with the Thieves making that one step forward to their chance at revenge. For EG, the story continues. Always the team that is a round or two away.
Yep.
That is so close to that win they desire. But today, it's about 100 Thieves.
And you talk about the heroes of this match, you gotta talk about the clutchness in those last few rounds. Specifically, Timatino on the entries at the end of regulation, Cryo stepping up and dominating in the op one-on-ones. So those Thieves definitely remain a force to be reckoned with here in the lower bracket, winning yet another incredibly close series.
For me, I'm looking at them as the team right now in the lower bracket to fear. But I wonder how this EG game will change those expectations. I think a lot closer than people may have expected. Remember, map 1 10-2 to start, nearly slips away. But they close out today, get the win. It's a tough road, qualifying through the lower bracket, having to run it all the way with no chances left.
They're gonna have a busy week next week if they want to make it the whole way on through. Also, we forgot how influential Timatino on the Bucky was at the start of this game.
Crazy.
Like, this match started off with them winning pistol, winning the bonus. If 100 Thieves don't go on that streak, they don't have a chance.
Both maps, really. It started with a bonus round win with a huge streak of rounds for 100 Thieves. For EG, you have to think ahead. What will they be when they return for stage 1? Was this close enough? Does this roster stand? Or is there a next step? That's a long way away. I think tough months of watching at home.
The biggest thing to me is just seeing how excellent Digizin has been up there with the EG jersey on.
For sure.
Guy that's gotten a couple different second chances here in VCT. He has been, I truly think, the star of EG through this run.
Certainly. So good in every one of their games. Dropped plus 33 in the last one, even in the loss today. A kill off of a 30 bomb here on Bind. It's been truly impressive from that Brazilian player. Looking again at 100 Thieves, I think we're really seeing not just these stars in Cryo and Timatino continue to get formed, but also in terms of the way that they want to play, playing more solo duelist than anyone else, more veto than anyone else. They're defining their own style that has been so specific.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams had sort of their own style as well. Even coming into their very first match, Bao was the one to pioneer the veto here on the Americas stage, but ultimately we will be bidding adieu to Evil Geniuses for the time being. They'll be back in stage 1 to see if they can continue performing in these very close series. See if they can get over the final hurdle this time. Close but no cigar has been the story of the tournament so far for Evil Geniuses.
It really has, and really for EG as a whole, that has been what has gone after them. But for now, let's send it down to Golden Boy. He's got a very special guest on your stage. Bang for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much for that, Mimi and Ender. Yes, we got Bang from 100 Thieves, folks. Give it up for Bang if you don't mind. Put some pepper in those cheers. That's what's up, Bang. Congratulations, my man. Big win for you guys here, staying alive in this tournament. I spoke to Coach Doombros earlier, and I asked him if he felt like you guys are showing the most creativity in the VCT right now. And I think it's safe to say that you guys are. What is the difference there? What makes this 100 Thieves team so good right now that it allows you guys to be able to be so creative in these big pivotal matches?
I feel like what makes us so creative is just we have so many players and coaches with different ideas, and like we just find ways to incorporate all of them in like their own way that makes it work for our team, basically. So I feel like every day in practice, everyone brings up something that's really important in server time. We bring it to the actual practice into scrims, and it works out. And honestly, just a great feeling whenever something like that happens.
Who's leading that for you guys, typically?
Honestly, that's like I said, I feel like any one of us can say something, and it could be eventually in our game. Like it could be added to our arsenal. You know what I mean?
Well, in that regard too, though, I did kind of want to ask you about Coach Doombros because you know he's coming into this one, lots of experience from the EMEA region. Coach MBS as well. Is that also played a big factor in this? Because I feel like they're bringing some of those European sensibilities to 100 Thieves.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be honest. Like a lot of the things that they say, like strategically, are not what we're used to, but something that we're always open to.
Yeah.
Like when it comes to comps and stuff like that, some of us are like even laughing at some of the ideas that they have. Like when it comes to compositions.
And then you do it.
And then we do it, and it works out. We're like, oh, I guess it's good.
Yeah, which is absolutely incredible. So I guess in that regard, right, we do feel like this is the best that we've seen 100 Thieves. The form looks absolutely immaculate. Is there more left to give for this 100 Thieves team? Because I think right now we've been really treated to some great gameplay from you guys.
No, I definitely think there's more left. I don't think we're satisfied with where we're at. Obviously, we're in the lower bracket. We have to beat NRG or MIBR in order to actually make it to Santiago. So I feel like once we get past that hurdle, I feel like I'm going to be a lot more proud of us as a team.
All right, what do you guys think? 100 Thieves got more left in the tank, guys? What do you think? Oh, I think they... Wait, come on, make some noise! See that guy right there, he's into it. All right, folks, that's going to do it for us here. But coming up next, we got the run back. It's C9 versus Leviathan. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you on the other side.
Every move.
I generally think C9 can be one of the best teams whenever they're like locked in.
Joy is deep. He's already got through elbow here, but Vic on a timing when Vic gets a three-piece.
It's gonna be, my opinion, a very fun match.
I think Lev is a strong team, especially with their new kid in Neon. I think he brings in a lot of energy for them. You know, there's a lot of hype and people saying he's like the future and stuff. The last time we played them without him, so I just want to feel, I guess, his presence in the server.
Still going to get aggressive on the other extremity now. Sentinels want to back away from the shot. That's brutal.
Neon being the X factor will really make the game entertaining.
Celsius is a very good IGL overall. They have Oxy that I always thought is very good. I have Sato, I have Neon, like Spike's also insane, Blows is insane. It's just gonna be like a clash of titans, you know?
Welcome back to VCT Americas Kickoff, and our second elimination match between Cloud9 and Leviathan is about to go down on our stage. Zoe here, joined by Emily and Dan. But first, before we're digging into this one, we have to talk about what just happened. Like, what a heartbreaker. They played it so close. EG was so animated. They were out of their seats. They were this close to push that map 3.
It was insanely close. I feel like it could have gone either way. I mean, it was map 1. We already had a teaser what was going to go down, and then in that overtime, you know.
Yeah, I really thought we were going to get a map 3, especially when 100 Thieves were struggling to kind of find success on that second half. EG did a really good job at punishing whatever they were doing on the attack side. Yeah. And I'm glad. I'm happy for 100 Thieves for getting that 2-0, but a third map would have been sick.
It would have been.
True.
Unfortunately, that's not what we're going to get.
Yeah.
So we have to say goodbye to EG, and 100 Thieves are keeping themselves alive in our lower bracket. Now, this next one is going to be a rematch, actually, from Kickoff as well. Cloud9 won that one 2-0 the first time. Historically, this is also just kind of Lev's match to lose. They're 7-1 all time. Alas, of course, the rosters have changed quite drastically.
There has been massive changes from that match that they had week 1, but also historically, it's honestly pretty impressive that Cloud9 has this kind of score against Lev, because Lev has always been one of the best teams that we've had in Americas. Even if they're not winning those trophies, they're always coming very close. But that comes from that Cloud9 that we always know are great in the group stages. Now, with this elimination, when the pressure is a little on, I feel like Lev, with this version, with this roster, with Neon, you know, should tell a different story.
Yeah, I mean, what's Kickoff without a bunch of subs and changes moving around? A lot of moving pieces here.
You gotta do it.
And yeah, and this rematch specifically feels kind of funny to me, because when we saw C9 and Lev first go at it, it was like C9 threw Demon 1 in the pool. You know what? You have to face Demon 1. Now it's reversed. You threw Demon 1 at us, now we're bringing in Neon. So it's just like a whole new opponent for them.
Now, Oxy, of course, is back in the mix for Cloud9. However, we saw him on that center role, Penny playing that duelist. Do you think this is just a new direction for them? Is there something, are we going to see a repeat of that?
I think so. I honestly really liked seeing Penny on that first duelist. I think it was very natural for him. And seeing Oxy kind of shift towards playing Chamber and Vito, right? These Sentinels that you can still be super aggressive on. He looked really good.
And when we look at the changes that Cloud9 made all the way back in the off-season, the biggest one to talk about was Penny. But it was because we know this player for being incredible on the duelist role. We didn't know exactly what he was going to be playing, but this is something that makes sense. Penny on the duelist, and the possibility of them running this double duelist that has never really been a characteristic for Cloud9, but now they can add it, and that adds an extra layer that they need.
Yeah, it's a new look for sure, but I don't think it's risky in any way. I think I'm more focused on how fast they can kind of bring a game plan around these comps, right? Because we saw them playing a little bit looser when they had that sub, but they overall still had a game plan going into every single map. And I think if they're able to kind of quickly adapt to that to these new comps, they'll still be really good.
Also, even though they had to deal with changes, some, of course, they couldn't really plan ahead with Oxy having to leave the roster for a little bit. There were individuals on the team that just have been very consistent. Zeppa is the guy I'm talking about. From week 1 till now, he's been performing really well consistently, and Golden Boy actually had an opportunity to catch up with him ahead of today's match.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Here with the man himself, Zeppa. Look, last time you guys faced Leviathan, it was a 2-0 victory for y'all, and you, in particular, dropped +21, an absolutely massive performance. But this time around, Neon is on the team, and I'm sure you've seen his impact. How do you stop a player like that from taking control of the game?
I feel like a player of that caliber, you can't really stop, but you can slow him down, and that's what we're going to do and try to do. Yeah. We know we got Oxy back, so the power of nepotism's at full strength, so there's that.
Of course, man. Hey, brother, always a pleasure to talk to you. Best of luck in the matchup. Back to you.
Just love that Nepo power. What can you say? Well, let's see what they have in store for us today. They will be going up against Leviathan, a team that has gained quite a momentum in that lower bracket, of course, with their recent performances.
This is my favorite team going into Kickoff, and I feel like it was a lot of people's favorite team, but that was with the addition of Neon that we're seeing right now. The impact that this young duelist has is incredible, and we got to see it yesterday in moments under pressure, in moments where you don't know what way the round is going to go, in moments where it seemed like Sentinels had some momentum when things were getting close. It was always this Lev squad with little experience, with this new duelist that they added 2 matches ago, adding so much and being able to close it out when they needed it.
Yeah, I really feel like since they brought Neon back in, they were kind of able to go back to their roots of what we saw before, right? You know, when they had that sub, they were playing off roles. They weren't really going into maps with their game plan, having set protocols, but we really got to see it come to life, and every player looked comfortable in that. They're the team that I look at them, and they are the most comfortable in chaos.
Thinking even about the off-season when teams were just making changes, Lev was the first team that already had everything locked. They had a lot of time to prepare. They had a lot of time to figure out how those roles were going to look like, what those agents were going to look like. So that's why you see that level of comfort, even if they just added Neon.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what they were committed to, right? And they said it early on as well. Like, they are aware that they will be shaky early on, but once Neon is in, there will be A-okay. And that's literally what happened. So now we see the roster at its full strength in its entirety. Now, King had another solid performance as well in the win over Sentinels just yesterday. That's our IGL.
Incredible, incredible. He does it all. He does the IGL, he does the kills as well. I feel like every single time that the team is in a tough situation, either he's making great calls to play around the map when, you know, and running and making the other team a little bit desperate when they're playing these slow attack rounds, or he's the one closing it out with the kills, with the ultimates. He's so smart, such a smart player.
Yeah, I feel like a big talking point for King specifically and his calling is that they do tend to play really slow on that attack. But I honestly really like it. I think he has really good pre-round calls to get those first opening picks, and I think slowing down, allowing the team to make the next move and just have a reaction off that is really overlooked as a kind of an IGL style.
Yeah.
It's also kind of the playbook of their coach, right? Honor loves to play it slow.
Yeah, exactly. And it works for them. So even though it's kind of a hard watch sometimes, you know, having to wait out that having to wait out a full minute and 40 for them to get the same result as if they were to kind of just run it down sometimes, it's smart. I like it.
Yep.
Absolutely. Keeping those explosive young players in check as well, like making them slow it down. Like, so there's a lot of work for King in that scenario. And those young players really have, they're giving that Zoomer energy, right? Like, they love to play aggressive. And this team also has everything to play for, because a lot of Masters for Leviathan, that would mean so much to all of them.
In Americas, we only have 2 Latin American teams, Crew, that got eliminated, having to play with a sub-roster, and Leviathan, and now they are the potential representatives. What it would mean for this team to make it is just, it cannot really be described, especially with King, the player who has been part of this squad since the beginning, even before they were Leviathan, when they were Astralis. This Chilean player qualifying would mean everything, and I would love to see it.
I would love to see it too. And especially today, a victory would mean a lot to one specific player.
Hello, everyone. We're here with Sato. It's his birthday. Sato, it's your birthday. You have one wish, and this candle is hanging on for dear life. So what is it going to be?
My wish for my birthday?
Yeah.
Just get home with a win.
Get home with a win. Blow that candle. Did like a pro. Look at that. Didn't miss at all. Means he's not going to miss in the server. Best of luck today. Fist bump there, and I'm going to eat this entire cake. Goodbye. Yeah, I got you.
Well, why does he get to eat?
Yeah, why does
That's kind of unfair.
Excuse me? That's not how this works, Alex. That's not how this works. First, Sato has to play for the victory on the server, and then we're going to go out there and fight Alex for the cake.
He gets one day of interviews and he's just getting loose like that, eating cakes. It's
that guy.
So
I didn't get cake when I did interviews.
It really makes you. It really makes you wonder.
It does. Questions need to be answered. Also, regarding those two teams, what will we see from both Cloud9 and Leviathan?
Well, I'm already seeing a little Waylay, which Sato Waylay, it's a classic. I feel like Sato is up there when it comes to Waylays in Americas, or maybe even in the whole world, right? I think he's such a self-sufficient Waylay. Like, he doesn't always need his team to follow up. He's really good at using his util to isolate fights just for himself.
And that's the thing about this whole team. You think about them individually and how they're playing together. When they're playing these slow rounds, it's not they're all in a 5-stack waiting to hit the side. They're all playing around the map, and King is trusting that if it comes down to a 1v1 duel, if it comes to finding that opening, anybody can get it, and Sato's one of them who gets it the most.
Yeah, I mean, when you have players at this capacity, when it comes to just raw mechanics, I would trust any one of them in a 1v1, right? Even in a 1v2, go get your multi-kills.
I mean, Sato, he was the top performer yesterday, like, without a doubt. He definitely kept Leviathan in that game.
Yeah, it was a lot of him and those first kills that he was getting, and then to close it out, it was King. And I was so curious to see where the maps were going to go, because that really shapes if it's going to be as close as our first match of today was or not. Mind Breeze and Abyss, I really like this bind.
You really like the bind?
I really like the
expecting
bind.
some sick Waylay stuff coming out of Sato?
Not only the Waylay, but also King and the things that he was doing yesterday, those clutches. I just feel like this is his map.
Yeah, and I feel like they are really good at getting those first picks, like I said, and then kind of playing a little bit slow, because on this map, you kind of have to push down to get more info so you can start stacking towards sites. We saw it just in this match before where 100 Thieves was kind of struggling on their gambles because they didn't have that info.
This is what we saw just yesterday when they were playing in Sentinels, and they were really good. It's starting mainly on that defensive side where King was closing and saving a lot of the rounds. I want to see the momentum from the team starting on, and that is not really something that I'm worried about for Lev. This is a team that's very cool, calm, and collected, even in moments under pressure.
This feels like a very, not outdated comp, but definitely nothing new here without a Waylay. You know, going back to the Raze, going back to the Chamber, but why change things if they're working, especially for Penny on that Raze? He is so good at that.
Yeah. Playing it safe when everything is on the line. Both of these teams are fighting for elimination, or against elimination rather. So let's send it over for our first pistol round to our casters. Here's Riff and Vincili.
Thank you so much. So in the desk, we do get into our second elimination match of the day, and it is going to be kind of a reboot for both teams, a toss-up to see what's going to happen. I feel like it's going to be a scrappy one, but we are definitely going to get a good series.
That's true. The sequel of this matchup is definitely a little bit of a reboot in terms of role changes. You see Oxy coming back, playing a little bit of a secondary duelist, and now even Chamber going into certain maps now, and even Lev, the return now of Neon into this roster. Remember the last time these two teams played against each other, it was a whole different composition from Lev, but also you saw some insecurities and unfamiliarities in terms of the roles and positioning that the players played around the roster. But now, as soon as they got into a full 5-man for Leviathan, they've been looking very good, especially with Neon on this Yoru on Vine. But we're kicking things off in a pistol round here on Breeze, and it is going to be a firefight for Leviathan, looking for distance, long-range distance, and potentially just a gruesome battle once they go for the execution because of the lack of utility they're going to use in this round. Lots of shares, 4 across the board, and this ghost of 4 kings, so they could go for the maybe a fake and then a full pop towards the end.
Let's see how much they tempt. Trying to just source information around the map. Oxy has the shorty for once he shows Headhunter to just collapse on anybody that tries to get into the U-Haul area. And they'll go for a quick peek. So at least they know they got Rendezvous off the rip. Quick one from Vic there. A nice peek out towards long just for information, but they got a confirm there. And they swing for the kill. Now it's a rotate back over as Lev is still creeping up towards A. The shorty's still available. They're going to know it for a second, but the Haunt gets Oxy caught out. And Lev now has control of that front site, but they don't seem happy just yet. King, he's going to solidify that. And Lev across the map here are able to do work as C9 is just looking for a way back in, but it's not going to happen.
Tap-It Buy is looking so good within these pistol rounds, especially you're playing against a team that, or just in general against teams that will have to buy util to try to stall. So you're playing half shields, maybe no shields at all, so that's 2 body shots, a kill. And Leviathan used that to their advantage despite losing a player in the first place. The rest of it looked very clean for the control into U-Haul. When you had that jiggle and the force TP out from Oxy, it already gave a little bit of a space for Leviathan to move up. But all that was also thanks to SpikeZine's insert into Hookah to cut these, get these picks off the rotate.
So nice. Really with that, like you said, low util for the round, they have to use everything they do have accordingly. Let's see how they pop into the second round here. Vic, only one able to really find one of the enemies on that round. So they're just going for the full classic buy here. No real purchase into too much. Oh, they're getting behind the smoke.
We'll have a pop.
Always good for a few here if they can really get surprised, and Lev knows what's going on. Zelsis able to take down 2, so the damage sticks a little bit, but still 3 alive are going to be happy here for Lev as they can play this one out pretty safe.
Give it some respect just to figure out where Penny could be at. You see the positions. Neon still watching that showers. You're not creeping into B yet. You don't want to walk solo into the site, but that was an easy punish from Leviathan. They tried to flash peek out, but the flash was still inside the Brimstone smoke. So once they flooded out, none of the players here from Leviathan were really blinded, and you didn't really give yourself a chance here to do that damage. But smart play for Leviathan, sorry, to stick together. Move forward for this plat. While Penny's still looking for a weapon in the end.
A shot there from Neon to clean it up on the Outlaw. And it's not too bad. Lev control their first few rounds. Do they have an answer for the bonus is the question. We'll have to see what C9 will do to really give them something to think about. We've seen them going aggressive from the defensive side to do this. They did that second round. Will they do it again?
And both of these teams, not necessarily against each other, but throughout this kickoff, had good results in their defensive sides. Responsibility a lot onto the snipes. Seen the C9 versus G2 game. It was a lot about the Oxy versus Baby Bay. Lots of rounds where C9 lost, where G2 were doing a lot of clutches as well. You got to clean up that act a little bit better here to have a strong start on their first half. But Neon has a excellent position until now. He peeks a little bit too much, so that gives his position away. But with the jump spawn, he does get a little bit. He knows it's at least Oxy still playing on top of this A site. They're weak towards B.
Ooh, very aggressive by Vic to go into hookah, but always good for one if he can get that quick situation. Loves to play aggressive on his opponents. And right now, Lever just going to insert and keep walking around the map. It looks like they may get Sato to do some kind of fake here in a little bit.
Actually, Lev thought that they were weak for C9 on that B side.
Yeah.
Sato swings out, half HP remaining. Into the mid round, that dog actually spots Neon into showers.
Big info.
And because he's so passive, I like this push from Cloud9. Double it up. Let them take that short space. It gives a chance for the players to rotate from spawn and to try to punish Neon in showers.
Secondary, Oxy tries to take the place and get the firefight in their favor as a quick trade comes on the front side of site, but still waiting to break that backside defense. King, can he get the crown? He cannot. Zelsis drops him right away, and now it's the rotation over. Again, front side is still there for Lev, but they have to figure out where the defense is coming from. The timing is just there in favor of Cloud9 so well, but the shots for Neon are there. You can't say no. Zeppa takes him out. 2-1 now as the bonus round will not go in favor of the Lev.
And C9 has already identified these late lurks and inserts. Zeppa gets the instant punish. I think that was Sato trying to creep up into hookah, and he picks him off. And we were talking about that slow playstyle. Emily and Dandrai were mentioning how Leviathan likes to play slow, call slow, because they like to play these inserts. Remember also their own game against Sentinels. Although they had an excellent defensive side, it was still a matchup that went into OT. Because of how slow things were, you started identifying where these lurks could be. King was also left in multiple occasions alone on an island while the rest of the team were just falling like dominoes on the execution. So the game plan, although it forces a lot of rotates, you also have to make sure you keep bodies on site where you're able to enter. If not, that slow play style is going to bite you in the ass.
Quick positioning just to get in. Only 20 seconds in the round, and they're already going to have an insert into showers for Neon, and they can work whatever they want across the map. Quick search, and that sees nothing. Again, with the insert already here. Lev could be falling into a bit of a trap, but it's safety with the Waylay peeking first.
That's one way of staying alive here when you're not playing like a Whaler or a Yoru. Paint shells to push the line, but he's walking down. And that's a slight mistake to start. You're trying to find that information in the mid-round. Now you're forcing potentially players to start rotating out to find some info. You're trusting out Oxy solo on the A site because you do have this trip on short zone and has never been activated within this round. And that will confirm some bodies at that spot, but at the same time, Leviathan did fall back, so they've lost control of that showers. So this early rotating gamble from C9 still works out for now.
30 seconds left.
Until Kid calls the audible. Let's just gamble up into the short push.
And they've got the soft side. We saw this from Lev in their past game too. Wind that clock down, try to find the soft site, and they've got it again here towards A. They're still going to have to deal with 4 members on the side of C9 once that spike is planted. Quick peeks from both ends. Omnipresent is Cloud9 on the site take right off the bat. And they find this now in a 3v4 situation. Make that 2 for the side of Lev.
King still has a lineup to work with, though, so it's Blows that has to play hero in U-Haul. Getting one would be perfect.
Tries to peek it now. Oxy on that lower angle. There were just too many for Blows to look at here as King may try to get 1 or 2 if they swing him, but he's got to be cautious. Oh, Celsius is just going to swing it outright to let them know if he's there. The correct choice. The defuse comes through in a second round here for Cloud9 as they keep 4 alive there.
And that's why it's smart for King to not throw that molly despite it looking like an impossible scenario. He just wants to try to find a surprise attack and maybe chances going inside. But this is what we're talking about. Why it's so important for C9 to re-clear towards that showers and hold that spot. How quick you can rotate through the TP, knowing that there's no opponents on that other side.
Baby.
Because you still have bodies at that spot. And Oxy was still watching it the whole time. It punishes some players for Leviathan on that slow rotate back into showers. Tying up the game 2-2. Leviathan's on a broken econ. They're gonna try to go for a quick 4-1.
Walking up. What's going to give that shotgun space? It looks like both duelists are actually there. There should be an explosion onto the site as the honk goes over. All the eggs in one basket here as they crash onto B. Possibility for a teleport's gone now as C9 wipe the floor with Lev on the site entry. Everyone prepared for that. A beautiful job by Zelsis and Zeppa to hold the site down.
Yeah, Zelsis, a great start for him so far as the IGL. That loss against G2, he was really not present in the fights. Didn't have the best results that he wanted in terms of fragging capabilities on the side of Cloud9, but doing a great job chasing a couple of these eco kills. The crossfire is perfect with his teammates. But you'll take that anytime. Build that confidence up. You're going to reach a flow state in your calls too.
Very clean. Kind of, and even on the retakes, they're being very organized here. They were at the soft site last round and still came away with 4 alive, right? So making it work, staying very safe, playing their lives to the end of these rounds. Because again, Leviathan will take it to the end of the rounds. Util into shower to start here. Sato staying clean on this as the spike rotates for Lev towards the left side. A peek from both Zelsis and Penny. And they want this space back.
At least Sato identified that pressure into showers.
Yeah.
So right now as you're pushing and prodding, you're seeing how C9 likes to react for these mid rounds. They're re-clear towards showers. C9 knows about these late inserts towards hookah. So both IGLs now have to rethink how they want to approach these plans to find these gaps. Starts off with this op for Neon as well.
In so much of the info grabbing, default on default for Lev here. Once again in the round to insert one, get it back. It's so easy with the Yoru, so they can just get back to the fight like they are heading towards A once again. Oxy on that line. All the way back to spawn for safety after a shot. He just stays, actually. Doesn't even worry about the rendezvous. Looks for another one. Sees ahead, but he goes low and takes blows down. Spike's finally grabbed once again here, and Lev are just kind of left wondering, going for the 1v1s now, and Spike's going to make that work.
You got to start hurting you up, though. They're rotating into showers with 15 seconds left in the Spike. It almost looks like they're giving it up.
Always have an idea, but a hard time to make that commitment work. It seems Oxy makes it a 3rd kill, and they are just going to hang out by shower for this one. Lev save out instead of pressuring in on that chamber with a little bit of util with something else other than bodies once Oxy takes his first shot and they don't hear the rendezvous.
Yeah. Spike Zine pretty much just looking for some damage control. Trying to make it expensive for C9 within the next rounds, but looks like Leviathan really wanted to save the operator into this next round.
True.
Interesting too, when Neon drops the op for blows, they just go for a body peek. They didn't really try to use their own util to scout where Oxy could be hiding, which they had never found out at the beginning of the round. That is not something you really want to do here going to your later rounds on your attack side. The more you're going to try to play the contact play on a slow style, the more it's easier for the Opera on the defense to be ready for these type of picks.
Back in a flash.
They'll change the tempo a bit.
Oxy changes positions as well. Has a little bit of help from Vic here. Oh, and it's going to be his peek too with Vic's runaway steps. Baits in a peek as Oxy swings back out of the smoke. Beautifully done by those two.
Oxy's looking very clean on the op so far. He is shutting down every lane that he's taking.
Wall down. Blow is trying to stay on a line here. And it's most active we've seen Lev really get at the beginning of a round. Neon's going to help on that right. Oh, almost a haircut for Vic. He sees King's shoulder. Oh, the Pauldron of Brimstone gives him up. And they are just going to be losing numbers across the map now. Have to reset and resort themselves as Spike gaining a bit of that space that Lev might be able to work with an A.
And it's almost like clockwork. The wall comes up. They're going to check that corner close to that minute mark. They see the insert, punish it again, but thankfully Spike one more time gets a lurk kill and opens it up. All Neon gets caught.
Penny answers. still able to get himself sorted out on who might have timed him. But Spike, the big name this round, the kingpin of what could happen, takes a hit from Oxy there. And the ult goes down. Now up to the rookie. Blows, seeing if he can capitalize on this round and bring it within 1 to Cloud9. Tucks himself and just tries to delay.
Had the lineup too, but now the jig is up.
Still hasn't heard the spike. 8 bullets left. Playing the jiggle peek. They're getting high-low, trying to use protection to chamber here, and it's not going to be enough. Halves and the off by Penny and both Oxy for the shot. Well played. Tempting that round, but C9 still going to grab it.
Yeah, a huge pick by Oxy, defending his teammate. Or sorry, by Penny defending Oxy as he was defusing, and that allows for him even towards the end to get the showstopper in this round. It's 5 unanswered rounds since C9 has built up that economy. You see all these mistakes now, even tucking in that corner, you think you have a timing, but your gun's sticking out, half your body's sticking out. It's an easy wall bang for the B defenders. And now there's a lot to fix here going to the next few rounds, and I feel like you need to have that conversation with your team for owner. You have to avoid the up. Have different ways for the inserts. I think inserts towards the showers are having a buddy system. As they have their attempt to work towards the showers, towards hookah, C9 likes to re-clear towards showers. So if they're going to give that space in the very beginning, that's an opportunity for the operator probably to take that space for Neon, because he's still trying to find gaps and openings on the attack side op, and he's always had that vision blocked by the Viper wall in the mid round. Now it allows for him to creep up a little bit better within the A site if it continues to be fairly passive for C9 at the end of these defensive rounds. But one step at a time. First one is avoid Oxy in the first place, or try to find ways to stop him. This conversation was there as well from Zeppa with Golden Boy when he arrived here at the arena. How do you stop somebody that's red hot like Neon? And so far, they really didn't have to.
You only slow him down.
Much. Yeah, they didn't have to slow him down because they're just finding opening and easy picks almost gifted to them at this point. Santos should be the one receiving gifts. It's his birthday.
Where is flowers? All right. They could saturate orbital strike. It is a lower buy here for Lev, but they have options. The default has been their playbook. Are they going to employ one of these faster strats? Dimensional drift to start us off. Clearing that long position, but Oxy's not giving it up just yet. How big is this going to be? They are bringing everything and raining it down on the B site for the side of Lev. The orbital strike grabs 2. And quickly, just like that, Leviathan are on top here to put some defense on the site.
What a nice trap play. Using ults, double ults to clear it out, forcing the TP back from Oxy right into the Brimstone ult. Now Blows has 4 position.
1 enemy remaining.
Just takes a little bit of tempo, it seems like. Get the hearts going, get the aim online here for Lev. A really nice hit on this round. Penny's definitely gonna have to save the ult. He'll get backstabbed here by Blows, and that's gonna be a quick round for Lev. Out of the timeout, they attack on the low buy. Ultimates were used, but hey, you come away with the W.
Yeah, definitely. Because now it brings you back in the game. Your economy's back up because you had a Thrifty, and you leverage those ultimates to the best of its capabilities when you're on in this Thrifty round. So again, try to find that information early, and it did exactly that. Not only with the Hawk spawning Oxy in the first place, but the Dimensional Drift confirms where those players are at. The Saturate slows them down. They have the perfect combo, despite even Vic getting 2 kills in the first place. It's a weird way to celebrate.
Yeah.
Thrifty.
He wants more. All right, quick Prowler into showers as long as being watched. So again, Lev try to touch both sides of those extremities to make sure they're known.
I just realized maybe I was looking at the wrong head when they're looking at the camera. I couldn't make the difference between owner and Gimme.
Well, that was an owner head. That was an owner head.
That said, though, things will calm down once again, and we're just talking about how you want to leverage the op. A contact play potentially, but I think you want to play it safe. They've been running into a lot of these dry peaks into Oxy's op.
Yeah.
Blows is already there, hip to hip with Neon. They decide otherwise. They don't really want to give their positions away yet.
and they're playing methodical on the side of Cloud9. They're not pressured at all, so you get the 1-minute dog in the shower, and then maybe the 30-second guiding light if you still have one, and one for retake just to clear long. Really setting the pace of what Lev could even be doing based on that information grab. Oxy's the 30-second check towards long, and they do have an idea here, but it could be a TP. Showers is controlled by Lev, and this could all be a ruse. They get the Seekers out towards A, and see you backpedaling.
Beautiful.
They're waiting on it though, Vans. Can they sell this still?
They have to. They pinged and confirmed 3 players, so they know one's in the pit, and there's maximum that player right in the back of the site. So they open it up for Leviathan, and they make an easy 4v4, and you can flip the map for the plant. But there's only 12 seconds left, and by the time they plant, C9's already closed that gap on a rotate from spawn.
Penny Showstopper out of this one to be used. Vic, though, knows how to play inside the pit. A few shots back and forth. It's still going to leave Blows alive inside that pit. You make a little noise there. I think he just did a fast step and kept it from making noise, but he's found. No. Vic knows where he's going. Searches him out. And nicely done by C9 here. It does not seem like they're kind of put off by having to retake it all. Zelsis has the team flowing together here in these situations.
Yeah, King thought that he had the timing to go inside that pit, but we haven't made too much noise yet for Leviathan after they planted. Flip that site towards that back of A. Pushing towards the spawn solo, and that's also a very tough call.
Oh, good. It's all good. Let's drink some water. Let's go.
Yeah, for a Spike to push alone into the spawn, knowing that the rotate should be on that side. When Blows, again, with the ult, spotted 3 players into spawn, or into the B site, and nobody TP'd yet. So it was optimistic for him to try to go for that peak, but he got instantly punished and didn't give a chance for Leviathan to set up in the post plant. And even then, to double hold into the smoke. I love that bait. We'll talk about it in a second right now as Oxy gets another player advantage for C9 this round.
Being active on this default, why not? I mean, if Levero is going to be back there looking for things to happen quietly, why don't you just yell in their face right away? Vic does it again into Hookah, and they are being relentless on these rounds where you said they've seen Lev trying to creep up, all this secrecy that is almost getting them in trouble because they're not using the util to get there.
It's like the responsibility of Vic just to shut down that Hookah in the mid-round. But just want to talk about that trip that was placed inside that smoke. It was actually pretty cool for C9. Right now, if you see the trademark inside that smoke and you want to play it slow for Leviathan, you might want to try to creep into it and just break it and then fall back or force a rotate or something. But C9 holds 2 players inside that smoke in the surprise attack.
30 seconds left.
The walkthrough from Lev. We'll do the same here, and with the time remaining on a full roster for C9 against Leviathan, you have no choice but to save one more time.
Lots of money for Zelsis. He's going hunting. He says, who can I get? I get my Brim ult with 1 kill or death. So he feels good about it. And that's going to be a Brimstone ult for next round. Showstoppers there. And it's going to be even tougher for Lev to get this up online if C9 is doing smoke plays, but also not peeking the long lines that Neon's trying to get on.
That's a positive aspect for sure with the Showstopper being available for Penny. It's been up for a couple of rounds that he's been able to win these rounds without having to use it. And now Zelsis has his, so that allows him to cycle a couple of these and maybe have a strong close towards the end of the half. That said, you also bring up another great point, Riv, in terms of the comp that that C9 are currently playing. You have Brimstone smokes, very thick smokes. You're using it for fort lines. You have the Viper walls on one side as well. When you're trying to play this off on the attack side, where could you really go? So sometimes you'll try to say, okay, well, my opening lanes here are now into showers, into short, but the short still is very hard to clear up very slowly, so it maybe comes down to that shower pick where Oxy, again, if he's choosing to be in that spot, I don't think he's going to lose that one against Neon with what I've witnessed so far within this half.
And we even saw the round where Neon was holding long over there with Blows, or either one of them, it was Oxy that just kept the line, right? It's hard to peek a chamber. It's just going to rendezvous away. That's never the safest thing. So it's even hard to get on that line. Oxy's going to be somewhere. And like we're saying, the smokes are going to be other places cutting off the angle, so it becomes tough.
And Owner, when he called a timeout, they went very quickly with double ults. This time around, he calls a timeout. When coming back into this one, Sato has his available too. Advantage as well that they have a lot of weapons to work with. But you're seeing that they're playing this 1-1-3. Still trying to look for that extremity control, trying to see if C9 will try to push down towards this B-long in the first place. I think for Neon, he may want to avoid the flash if Zeppa's looking for that early info at the beginning of the round.
Now they have trademark and showers. Okay. Instantly found as they go back to default for Lev. This hookah push. Quick peek out. Oh, that's the second time they've done that for Oxy, to just set the kill up for him by a jump or a fake runaway step.
Not even giving a chance for King to even set up inside hookah this time around. Walking up Sands, it's never been challenged for the last 11 rounds, last 10 rounds, so you're taken down right away.
Saturate in, a lot of info there. Let's Spike get big control on Lamps. Just spits by. Parallel Convergence comboed in.
That stops the showstopper, but now they're kind of a little bit separated across the map. Finally we TP out, but they gotta fight towards this A site for Leviathan now. It's committed.
Zelsis still has that orbital strike, trying to play in the smoke. He's gonna be able to walk right up, lines himself up with the truck. Easy frag there, knowing the spike was just outside his smoke. Just playing in secrecy right now from the side of C9, and Spike's looking at every angle to see where these shots might be coming from. And he's even going to have somebody up behind him if it takes long enough. Vic is there. Zelsis with the 3K in sight, playing very patient.
Things get very difficult for Leviathan too. When you're having like double pushes or solo walk forwards, but every single time C9 seems to be winning these duels, it's hard for you to play these slow plays and inserts. Look at the timings that Zelsis keeps finding within his own smokes. Another one where he drops that spike.
Nice, Jordan! You're moving, baby!
He is 15-7 with the Brimstone ult available for the last round.
Oxy's off one too. Expect him to hit a shot. You take that chamber out right away because it's so much faster and so much more effective than the operator itself. And back to a default. This push and pull, this touch and go that I don't. That was close. Actually, no damage as we check the board. As we don't see like the push or the pull of Lev really is making C9 consider moving too much. And if they are, it's for Zelsis to call the team on a full retake anyways.
This is actually not bad here. It's slow still from Leviathan, but he avoided that flash. When you're trying to find out information from Zeppa and somehow you still creep down for info and get one.
He's insane. Walks out of his rendezvous like, oh, this is normal.
That's what happens when you're winning every single fight across the board. You find that confidence, and it has yet to be punished.
Penny playing on the truck for the first time. Catches Spike off guard here. C9 still giving different looks as we're in the last round of the first half from the defensive side. 5 alive as they're cleaning up the rest of Leviathan inside sight. And even King and Blows need to get hip and hip here before they try anything, but there's just not enough time. Another round that ticks down, and Lev find themselves low on numbers and impossible on clutch right now. 9-3 in the first half for Cloud9 as they just play such a sturdy defense.
Look very simplistic on that side for Cloud9. Leviathan, though, again, it comes down to now that they have the opportunity to play the defense, they definitely have strong looks. It was a game that went to OT against Sentinels, where Sentinels, not the best of looks on their attack side, but it definitely did go back and forth. So still quite surprising that Leviathan still wants to play this map of bind. C9 has a chance to walk away with this.
All right, we'll have to see what's in the defensive playbook of Lev when we come back after this break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Cloud9 looking clinical in the first half, but anything can happen when we switch the sides up. And now this double duelist composition of Lev are going to see what they can do from the defensive side. The retakes are hard and fast, or if we see a little bit more aggression in that early round from them.
Yeah, and we're also hoping that the birthday buff starts activating for Sato. Unfortunately, currently 1 in 10 after the end of the first half. But one thing is that I've noticed, and everybody could agree here so far, is that Leviathan has been quite predictable on their attack side of how they wanted to default, which potentially could also show how they could be predictable on how they like to rotate. Remember, Neon on his top, most likely when he comes back to rotate from the B to the A site, likes to peek outside these smokes on the top of the heaven and try to find timings against his opponents. So if there's a little bit of studying being done here from Mimi's camp and Cloud9, they could definitely shut this down. But Leviathan, this pistol, very similar looks to the first half. 3 instead of 4 shares, but 2 ghosts. So they could try to play Poison Orb on Spike Zine.
Oh. Love that little lineup. If anybody swung, that was also King to help. So they clear quite a few at B. And seeing that setup, knowing somebody was in hookah plus a few on top of the tub, is definitely going to let them know there's a protocol for the site. So they want A. On the way back, quick clear, quick run, wall down, and everybody is hip and hip on this one for C9. Oh, right into Lamps. Waiting on the other side. Don't have any shotguns here, so it's going to have to be that true aim. And everybody just pauses at arm's length here.
Looking to walk back and keep Penny inserted.
Spike a little low, so he's timid on really giving this full peek up, but he doesn't think anybody's in yet. So much time had passed there. They're able to still clear it. Okay, blows. Huge information there with Spike going down. He can play his life and just make sure he is a nuisance here in the site. Oh, he's feeling it. Actually, he wants a few more shots. As more Sheriff from the side of Lev come out, it seems like an important weapon for them to close it out. But Vic is an important player for C9 here in the clutch position. Sato's going to drop, still hidden by the smoke. It's going to be the last second as it clears, and he clears Vic. A round win for Lev.
What a nice shot by Vic on that second entry from Spawn. And almost found that timing when the smoke was disappearing into hookah. Did some damage onto Sato, but Sato was able to clean it up in the end. But yeah, you're right. When it comes down to the amount of rounds that's been won by Cloud9, how dominating it's been by Cloud9 so far, some mistakes are starting to show up as well. Not clearing these corners. I'm trying to fight and retake back towards U-Haul. But thankfully, again, it's those shares that help. Good shots by Blows. Already an outlaw in the second round. Idiots. Out of range of the TP. I don't even know if Foxy set it down in the first place.
Sometimes you're just looking to get a quick peek and more than you wanted to get bit off there. So 1 down already, good damage onto Neon, but they're happy with the result so far. Taking down Oxy. It's probably going to be a full team peek if you see it next time. Let's see where they go.
Yeah, and for Lev, you're using both of the long-range weapons to cover these extremities. Deny these orbs, so it's a nice little look by Lev to start. Defensive wall comes up, though. It gives a chance for C9 to creep up, and I think he just heard these footsteps.
Oh, safe. A lot of ways to get out of that one. And Sato's back on the back line here. Well, C9 should have the front of sight to make this a little weird. Looks like they can caterpillar through this maze of smokes to get themselves in. Vic and the Bandit gets another one. Now it's a question of how they're going to get back in. It's really scary with these classics being close range and how many smokes there are, so Lev has to wait them out.
And I think these smokes just dropped too, so
yeah.
These small classics and bandits from Cloud9 could be devastating for Leviathan if they continue to just walk into these crosshairs, these crossfires.
Laid down right as the spike hit, so that's about half the spike time. Now the orbs are going to actually cycle up. Good damage from bench. That's all they needed to start. Molly's going to start to delay here as Zelsis 1 HP in that orb. Starts to bring Decay back up. As the back and forth happens. Vic still alive, just looking for shots. Oh, those were good. Molly, half. Can he turn again? Oh my God, they're gonna win the round. This is ridiculous. Vic on 4. You thought there was gonna be another defuse hit after that half was brought up, but there was no time. And man, C9 strung that round out.
That was the issue. The smokes came down. You're hesitating for the set of Leviathan. You don't know where Cloud9's been hiding in these crossfires. And he was just trying to get it half at least. But they realized back then, they're like, oh wait, we don't even have time to get it halfway.
Yeah.
So King just decided to stick it. Just dies to the molly decay. That is a huge thrifty.
They just walked in from showers. Brimstone smokes are 19.25 seconds, so you get basically half the spike time if they're not going to walk in there. You cycle the Viper orbs, added pressure. Lev did not want. That's crazy.
Yeah, delayed with the molly from Brimmy.
Exactly, and Viper.
And Snakebite, there's a lot.
Pulling your hair out in that situation for sure.
Simple round by C9, and Leviathan's on an eco. They do have a good stack though, but not necessarily being able to trade off each other yet.
A few smokes. That's a dangerous spot to be smoking, but protected a little bit by the team. They know how much time is on the wall if they keep it up full. Oh. Good corner clearing here. Very disciplined. Penny locking down that duelist spot with a few kills is King with the classic. They got to clear him from inside sight, and that shouldn't be too hard. C9 can't give too much respect to this round. They know they have to worry about some angles, but they should be pushing through with the bigger weapons, and that's what's going to happen.
Neon's already spotted by this boom bot.
Yeah.
Plant will go down, and they'll have the spawn locked.
Oh, that was a little scary on that aim. But Zalsis does not get too hurt. They come out here. Vic's ultimate. Penny's away from 2. And Zalsis again away from orbital strike here. So even if Lev try to start fighting back, they have answers.
And this is pretty much Lev's, for me, first big test going into kickoff, right? The first 2 games that they lost from the upper bracket to the middle bracket was a whole different role switch to Neon not coming in yet. Ever since they joined in, they played against a crew team. They had to, unfortunately, not play with their full roster. Then going into the Sentinels game, it's a team that's in a rebuild that's still trying to find their identity. And now you have a C9, again, that I firmly believe here that a meta currently fits them perfectly. Now it shows here that Leviathan are having a little bit of struggles and some pain points that they need to iron out going into the rest of the series. And they'd love to at least warm up now to try to make this game close. Maybe like what EG just did previously at 100 Thieves earlier on, and try to build the confidence up moving into the next map.
That's the thing. Hopefully you have the time to take a moment and figure out what those little speed bumps are. As C9 waited out here and see if Lev will make a move of their own.
Time to jump.
Just down to a minute. Still a lot of time to play. I wonder if Penny's going to activate a little bit, and then we go at A. I think Penny's the last, actually, spear of this, or the point of the spear.
Welcome to my world.
Molly over. It's very slow. It still seems fake. Waiting for the Molly here to commit another fake plant, maybe? Yeah, Zalsis fake plant to see where they might be, how much side control they have.
Just picked up the orb, so that will delay even more now with the Nightfall. And as they're just trying to do the fight in this section, it was, are they going to fight against this? Can Penny get the rotate across? And now Blows gets the pick on the Zalsis trying to plant.
I was going to say, something needs to happen, or we just need to make coffee and hang out because nobody was doing anything. He's going to go all the way to B. This is still going to be a spot. Dashed in, breaking the crosshairs. Still have 8 seconds to plant this one down. It's going to be front sight. Oh, they're going to go inside tube, so that C9 has to stay inside the site to defend this and stay in the face of Lev.
Makes sense. They didn't know how many players were really hanging out outside of their pit, so they're going to play close.
Ooh. Quick handshake from Penny to Sato there in the situation, and Penny and Oxy are just going to handle the front line, pushing Lev back. Neon's going to try to save this off, but it looks like they realize how much health they have. They might be money in their pockets, but there's not a lot of health here, so they're going to back up. A few people would need to do a double buy there, so they save.
Especially at a 12-4 scoreline.
Yeah.
They could let Neon keep the up. They got a lot of Valorant to play with to close out this map for C9. A lot of chances and opportunities. But the idea was there. The pit's going down. You're tapping that spike consistently. You're trying to bait Leviathan to get into the pit, or at least to see if any players are using util. You count how many players are playing around the site, knowing where the weaknesses are. And then hopefully Penny could get the kill at the Spike Zine as he was trying to catch Spike rotating. Yeah, that's a nice little flick once again by Penny. It was dangerous though, because with Zelsis trying to plant and die.
They have an off, you know what that means? 100 Chiefs, dude!
As he died with the spike, he didn't have any more smokes. It was dangerous still for Cloud9 to get into that B side, so good on Penny to be selfless, double satchel, and spot Spike Zine so they could trade out each other to get that plant on that B site. But now Orb Strike available. Showstopper already out, and they're clearing out A.
Oh, Sato able to refract that. That was actually huge for him. Keeps the Guardian in their hands. Neon starts off on Oxy. Lev need to be able to convert this round to keep themselves in. King finds back of Penny as they're timing this one so well. But now it's a spike down.
Lev has to up the tempo now. You have Orbital Strike and Molly available for C9. You can't play slow anymore.
Somebody's got to tap it. Somebody's got to make a move on Lev that C9 care about. King throws down the Orbital Strike from his side. Zelsa is still holding in the back. Vix on the front just to check if anybody's peeking through this bit of a one-way. One tap. Expect to hear that Orbital Strike. No, he's not throwing it out just yet.
Not going to use it.
Not going to use it. All right, Lev gets a fifth. Nicely done, nicely pressured. Can they take out Zelsis here? Blow's going to hide on that one. A good confidence by Lev. It's what we have not really seen from them in the previous rounds to get themselves really in the face of C9. They've just been kind of given that space freely.
You're counting on Vic and Zelsis, those last two players, to maybe utilize that one way, because no Viper Wall was coming up yet, so he thought he'd be able to get that sight line into anybody trying to defuse in the first place, but Spike stays, but the wall comes up, blocks the vision. He's trying to just waste the clock down as much as he can. But unfortunately, couldn't get the spray through his own wall, and it allows Leviathan to just take him down. And looks like Zelsis knew better to save the ult into the next round, while Neon has the op this round and gets pushed away by the boom bot.
Zelsis hit. 10 HP for Sato. There were 3 people ready for that refract. And Penny just kind of hitting his forehead a little bit, was looking for the finisher, but Sato was already out.
Spike planted.
All right, C9 again getting to this plant situation. It doesn't seem like Lev feel too comfortable after this point, but it happens again.
This time you got 5 players though.
I mean, you have to be able to get back in, touch it, get that orbital strike out.
Exactly, that's checkmate.
Got to figure out where Zelsis is going to be throwing this from. No real time to delay. A nice flash coming in to take one out. It's the 4v4 now. Neon has the dimensional drift if he wants to kind of figure out who's on the back line, but I think they need the guns on the front line right now, and he can't go into the pocket dimension.
It's over. Orbital Strike still available.
Yeah, this is going to be it. Cloud9 stringing it out very nice. A 4K for Vic to end that round in a 13-5 score line for C9 here as they run circles around Lev on Bind.
Yeah, too slow on the attack, too slow on the defense, and C9 it was just smooth sailing, cruise control across the finish line to steal that map away from Leviathan's pick. Again, we've seen some good ops coming out and some good defensive plays from Leviathan in the first place when they were playing this map, but they didn't even have a chance to play some defense when their attack was unfortunately toppled down by the strong shots from Vic, Zelsis, Oxy. Nothing that he could do against those 3 players in individual plays.
And they had the rounds for Leviathan where they would do some solo fakes on the extremity that C9 felt comfortable rotating in, but the retakes from C9 also were just so strong, it didn't really matter where Lev was able to put their forces. We still have more coming from the second series of the day. Breeze is up next between Cloud9 and Leviathan. Don't go anywhere.
part of the map now, not under Ledge control anymore. Good ping out, but he's king. Spike loose, Cortezia has to recover, and he's about to get backstabbed if he's not careful. Beautifully done! Ace for King! He's so close up in the smoke.
C9 is going to be steadfast on his site.
Okay, Zeppa getting results! Oh, a fourth!
Only Leaf, one with it all to do now, and a confirmation for the ace!
GB here with Coach Emmy, and I mean, absolutely dominating game from C9. 13-5, I believe, score line for y'all. Couldn't ask for a better result there. I guess 13-0 maybe. What is the thing that you would like to accredit to that victory? Because it really felt like you guys controlled the tempo from the absolute beginning and never let go.
Well, we watched them, and I made the game plan, and basically we just knew everything they were going to do. Short and sweet, we just knew everything they were going to do.
And what was that?
I can't say everything.
I try.
But basically, they would always insert someone, and then they're always going back to the same spot. Like whenever someone was spotted, I won't say who. Like we knew what to do.
Yeah, no, and that's completely fair. I mean, I think it goes without saying. Like you guys knew and had a very clear game plan. It wasn't necessarily about playing to your strengths. But speaking of, though, real quick, Zelsis, an absolutely monstrous game from him. I know he's been documenting his struggles as of late. What do you make of Zelsis' performance, and can we expect more from the captain?
I've just been working on it with him closely. Even Oxy's been working with him on like aim training, but just in general, used to have an attitude of either go plus 30 or go minus 30, and that's how he's always played. And I just said, like, as the IGL, now you're getting a little stressed, but just do that. Just play. Take your fights and enjoy the game, you know?
Awesome stuff. Hey, man, Emmy, always a pleasure to talk to you, my man. Congrats on the win. Looking forward to see what you guys do next. Back to you.
Man, what a dominant performance. What a statement this was from Cloud9. There's a lot to break down here, though. Welcome back here to the wall with Emily and Dan. The wall. Also known as the other wall. The wall. It's one of the walls. We have so many walls. We also have so much gameplay to break down. First thing I want to talk about is like Oxy, right? We talked about him now playing that Senti. We talked about the Chamber as we headed into this match. And man, did he have an impact.
When we went into this kickoff, everybody was talking about the Chamber meta and who was going to be popping off. And Oxy was one of the players that we mentioned the most. But we haven't seen this Chamber just enough, even if he's brought it here a couple times. This is and has always been his most iconic agent. Is the reason why back in the day in Tier 2, he got picked up by G2 before they were the G2 that we know today. And he was, it seems like, waiting for a chance to show off those operator skills, those Chamber skills that he did just now. He completely controlled the game, shut down every single play that Lev had. And like we heard from Emmy, they just knew what they were gonna do. And when Oxy knows what they're gonna do, it's so much easier to get a kill.
Yeah, I was impressed by his first debut here in Kickoff on that Chamber role in the last best of 3. But this, he was phenomenal, right? We saw him going for those first aggressive picks. We saw him playing those secondary angles. We even saw him players like jump spotting and baiting for him to go for even more there. And he just found so much impact, especially going against a team like Lev, who started off pretty slow there.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9, they came in with a tempo, they came in with a game plan. You guys just said it as well again. Like, they knew everything that is coming their way. Their defense was like impeccable. Like there's literally nothing really that they did wrong. Like they got the first kills. They did everything right.
Yeah,
it was so cool.
Yeah, Coach Emmy said like he had the read, and it was clear here, right? We saw Lev not really taking space early on. You know, kind of just sitting back, waiting for C9 to do something, but they never did until we saw that mid round where they kind of aggressed, picking them apart. And as soon as they got that first kill, it's kind of like Lev fell apart. They didn't have an answer to come back into the rounds. You know, after C9 did get those first picks, we would see them kind of tuck back into sight to not allow them to kind of even out numbers again.
It was a 9-3 half, but 10 of the first kills going the way of C9 is insane, especially because we just saw this map of Bind being played yesterday by Lev. So the fact that Emmy is saying that he got the chance and the time to study it, knowing that these games are back-to-back, is insane. And you can tell really what the understanding was. You know that Lev is going to be holding those angles, waiting for the push, and how you react. You're swinging those angles with the operator, finding one, backing up, and they were doing it every single time. It was so good.
Yeah, and I mean, the player that was also mentioned here in the interview between Alex and Emmy is Celsius. We knew what he brings to the table as their IGL, right? We saw saw that leadership, we saw that big brother energy and him like rallying the troops. But now he's also a fragging IGL, I guess. Like these numbers, like we're not used to that seeing it from Selfie.
No, I think we saw him in this kickoff kind of show that he is a really good IGL, really good at knowing when to call certain plays, certain defaults, certain setups. And he's really good at adapting mid-round too, being that big voice to kind of adjust in those mid-round situations. But here today, we saw him absolutely pop off, which is something I have been waiting for and rooting for Zellers, because I want to see him get these kills. I want to see him kind of thrive and be that fragging IGL that we kind of highlighted earlier today.
That's what we've seen for the past couple of weeks in the matches that he's played. Even though he's had some great calls, some great wins, great ideas, it seems like the kill department was lacking a little bit. So the fact that he was popping off today, getting so many openings as well, and even you have Oxy hyping you up, that's when you know things are going right for your team.
Yeah, and I love that they have been actively focusing on that as well. And when it then translates into performance like what we've seen today, oh boy, Cloud9 is a scary team to go up against. And now, of course, we have one more map that they have to win. What do you expect to see from them on Breeze?
I am very interested to see this Breeze. For Lev, we haven't seen it yet at all, with and without Neon. But on the side of Cloud9, we've seen it 2 times. The first time that they played it, it was against NRG when they brought that breach that it was kind of surprising, kind of interesting. Caught NRG off guard. They had a lot of difficulty adapting. Second time they played it, it was against Envy. They switched that breach. They bring the Astra. They were not able to close it out. So this time around, I just have my questions. Which one are they going to play?
Yeah, especially going up against a team like Lev, who we don't know what they're going to run on this comp, but we know how they like to play, playing a little bit slower. We've seen that as a common trend for them on every single map. So I wouldn't be. I feel like either comp works, but I would kind of love to see a breach just to kind of disrupt their slowness, right?
Let's actually head over to the stage again and hear what Owner has to say ahead of map 2.
All right, here with Coach Owner of Leviathan. Coach, difficult game for you guys. We know what this team is capable of. We see the talent. We've seen what you guys have put together here. Where do you think things kind of fell short in that bind game, and how do you look to improve it as we get ready for map 2?
I think that we started good, we won the pistol in attack, in disadvantage. We built momentum. We were like 5 against 4 in 2-1. And we couldn't close that round. I think that round stopped our momentum. We had a really hard time to play against Operator in attack. And then in defense, I think that we were kind of nervous already. Remember, like the first 2 games that we played in the kickoff, we lost a lot of ecos. We lost the last map an eco with advantage, map advantage. So I think that we have to reset, to forget about it, and just play like the boys know. Like you said, against Sentinel, we play way better, so we are capable of.
Yeah, no, of course. All right, Coach, pleasure as always. Best of luck in the next match. Catch you guys in a few.
Yeah, Owner says reset, forget about it, but that is so much easier said than done when everything is on the line. We're talking about an elimination match.
This is going to be an interesting one. Lev, that one LATAM team that has to stay alive to be the representatives in Santiago. They're on the verge of elimination, and it's a map that we haven't seen from that yet.
Absolutely, and all of that is going to go down after a short break, so stand by, and Riff and Vance will be on the mics once again.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. This next one's going to be a breeze. Cloud9 and Leviathan head into their second map. C9 up by 1 with a dominating 13-5. We heard Owner saying it was nerves. We got to shake them off. We knew where we went wrong. Let's see if they can make a mark here on Breeze.
I hope it's not going to be a Breeze for this map. I want this to go to a third map. I didn't wait this long just to see Leviathan get knocked out, especially with the potential that Leviathan has been showing since Neon has come back. But let's take a look here at the compositions for Cloud9. You're seeing Oxy back into the duelist world, playing this Jet, but also role switches. Penny going into the Viper, where Zelsis is also playing a KO, so double initiator is the name of the game for C9. I think they want to find the information going into defensive rounds. The thing is if you listen to the conversation of Imi with Golden Boy, he already came in with saying we already knew the game plan and what to do against Leviathan on the first map of Bind. They haven't really had a chance to see the Bind of Leviathan yet, although the composition is something that's familiar, that they played against before, that they've seen, and that we've seen throughout the VCTs, so they should still have a good idea of how to deal against this Leviathan comp.
See, the Sheriffs are still there for Lev. They like going strong. They're starting on attack. They go on that very minimal util, but more so onto firepower. And why not? They like to play a little default, and then they get into that death ball. So create the firing line.
And this is also where Leviathan could definitely shine. So a bunch of young hungry fraggers for Leviathan. Another Sheriff pistol round for the whole crew, with the exception of King, putting 3 stars into his arsenal. Neon already walking up. They actually had the crossfire set up to try to punish on middle, but unfortunately, Neon already fell.
Yeah, quick wall up too. Penny's gonna move forward here. Gets another one for himself. Sheriffs are still alive, so headshots are still a possibility, but yeah, it's gonna be for Zelsis though. Oh, flawless first round possibly, as C9 just read Lev like a book here, and the 0 point's gonna give up Spike's position.
So much trust put into the nature of how you're trying to approach this map of Breeze. Leaving Zelsis solo onto the A site, and they're trying to just crunch into a mid control, and it works perfectly. Unfortunately, because Leviathan were peeking one by one towards that elbow, trying to find a surprise attack and trying to leverage their firepower with the Sheriff rounds. But it becomes a flawless for C9 instead.
And all of them come out with the Sheriff now.
That's true.
Feels good.
Yeah, that actually puts you in a prime position in the anti-eco. They're still going to upgrade around that.
Nice coverage all around the map for that.
Baby, good round, Penny.
Yeah, and that's on him playing his individual wall. Walking through his own wall that he put up and surprising his opponent. Second round, Judge around the corner. Neon could maybe make his way through with Sato, but the rest would probably get mowed down.
Following the gate crash, just staring straight at it. Daring him to make a play over there on B. Spike's just outside it waiting as they have a really nice push through tunnel here. If they can get the teamwork going down, King starts off. Can they get the swing? Oh, they can, right into Zeppa's crosshair. Goes for 3. And yeah, they're going to be able to clean this one up. Oh, it looked so good for a moment, but Zeppa still was able to sweep the feet.
I was just about to say there's absolutely no way they should TP right where it was, because not only was Vic watching it, but there was no pressure really that allows a TP to happen. Even if you're flashing and darting towards that back site, if you're going to TP there solo, as the main players were all like, what, on a 4-1 split, you're just going to get caught. Instead, they line up, no spread to try to guarantee the trade against Zeppa. Yeah, he's going to call that easy for sure.
He's like, I just did something gross. Nobody look. All right. A push up from Oxy. Trying to play that Marshall straight up in front of A main. Oh, he'll always go for the peak. Dash is on.
Yeah, Outlaw that is. That's already a 140 on Sato. You already got to fall back.
Yes.
But not necessarily the similar look here for Cloud9, despite them having some good presence on middle in that pistol round there. They've inserted Vic all the way towards that elbow because he keeps playing from a Judge to a Bucky.
Yeah.
That allows a gap for a lurk up from Neon to even out the tally in this round. Allows for them to actually spread out. And actually, they got the player advantage. I forgot Sato survived that 10 HP. He didn't get picked off by the Outlaw in the beginning.
Little door peek here from Oxy once again, making sure there's no timing on the cross, but that's something Vic also has to look for. So they're really covered on the ways that Lev could push here. Yeah, that skin tricking me. It is an Outlaw. You're all right. Noxie's going to look to hit a few more. Still has that return on investment from the buys, but it's a knee shot. So now he's got 2 people on 10 HP.
Make them suffer.
Yeah.
Limp into the site. Here's that explosion from Leviathan. Despite player advantages, they could definitely get mowed down by the stack of Cloud9 with 3 until Vic comes in to cut the rotates.
Oh my gosh. The low health finally being cleaned up a little bit here. Zealous in sight as Neon just looks for a different out. Really nice escape there for a moment here to join up with Sato. I love the play. You're going to try to raise the advantage any way you can to get another one down before the round ends. Why not? And it looks like this one just fizzles out as Zealous goes hunting loud through the site. And Neon's just playing a game of cat and mouse here. 3-0 as C9 grabbed their bonus. They weren't really able to grab a pistol last time. Still running through with the momentum here in map 2, though.
And their spec given to the Zelsis. 2 of them at 10 HP each. There was not too much time left. They had to commit by probably wide swing into the site to try to go for a plant.
I 140 on 3 people.
Yeah.
So Zelsis just had to run around that site, and just the footstep that he makes forces the TP. So that we could just save these 2 rifles in the next round for Leviathan. Hopefully they could get something working within this round. It's quite fast as they're splitting into this A site.
Goes for the reload so he can get another fast 2. Oh, the moment he unscopes. Thinking maybe he was going for a second inner scope, but it's not there for him. Who knows? Still going to be safe behind the wall in the site, and they'll give Lev some space on this. But we saw what happened here on Bind. C9 had such good retakes. A little bit of a lurk here from King could be huge.
They saw nobody bricks, so everybody could focus on fighting towards this A side until it's lurked from.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh, just one. Oxy hit a, almost looked like a triple collab, though. One of those was. And he is going to be easily cleaning up kills. We'll have to see how that happened for him, but he is just miles this entire map of Breeze.
Just sucks being the POV observer in that round because we're like, oh crap, we have such a great timing from King, and then suddenly Oxy just pops players with the Outlaw. So a collide on one. Ooh. Yeah, everybody's just lined up looking towards those doors.
It was like a double take there, huh? Nicely done.
Surprising with the timing that King has found that the rest of the team were still so focused on watching into the mid doors. Maybe they thought they still had a timing on that wall or something like that, but it was definitely a miscomm on who's watching what. And that kind of probably solidifies what Owner was mentioned before again in the between the maps. We're looking a little bit nervous. Communication's not looking the best right now for Leviathan here, and they're definitely getting punished. At least they get a plant down. They got money to work with. No ops for Neon. I want to continue to go for this mid control. The slow mid take. It did come into value for a couple of picks in the very beginning here for Leviathan, but just entering into these sites has still been a pain point, especially when C9 continues to play like very passively on the extremities, forcing Leviathan to come towards them, and they just get picked off.
Gets that shot from Tunnel so Neon can stay quiet. Great start from King. Need that from the leader to start the momentum, to start the mentality that there's a chance through these rounds, because really Cloud9 has been snuffing out Lev at every turn.
Yeah, Neon just heard the rotate into spawn. He's going to get this free kill onto Zelsis.
So good. He doesn't spin, right? Okay. He's going to let it go. See how much more info he can get. How confident is Zelsis? He's going to swing out, which really alerts them. He was trying to also rotate towards that B site. So he's going to try to help his team, help stop Oxy and Zeppa. Is it too much from C9, though? Vic, pretty sure he's deathless right now heading into this 1v2. Can he keep it that way?
All around the world as well. But the more it takes for him to rotate, I think they'll soon realize for Lev that he should be on that big flank. So I love that double up rather, play towards that castle, has a star onto the plant, and play the time into their favor.
3 stars to use, just gets a Nebula back up. Actually, full uses that smoke instead of a dismiss. Already, second beep. It's going to be a hangout, I think.
Looks like a save.
Yeah, just waiting for those exits. So nice job by Lev to get that push towards mid. There, some shots. Finding some nice timings here after the time they've been taking finally pays off in a round.
Would have been important as well for Vic to get those picks. Makes the buy a lot harder for Leviathan, despite them winning the round. Yeah, great display of patience by Neon here, but it's almost a very similar look of what we've seen from Leviathan online. They go into the mid-round when they try to insert somebody to cut these rotates. Not many teams really go into this, especially when Breeze now has come back. Not many teams are trying to get into that window, but Leviathan has done it twice now. King, when he got that lurk and then unfortunately got punished right away, this time by Neon. It should be watched by C9 from now on.
King on an up. On this one, they're going to go for this B site. King hanging all the way back to try to shoot over their shoulder, but I think they need the team here. He is able to offer up a little bit of help. Zeppa just slows things down with the Hunter's Fury for now as they reset the pace of this round.
Spike planted.
Spikes down. Nothing far, nothing seen by the drone just yet, so they're going to have to creep in. Use the rest of this util 2 flash, fragment grenade with shock darts. They should be able to clear out some of these areas. Nice little spread here by Lev. First fragment allows them to somewhat take that back portion of the site, and they get the kill onto Spike. Already working out in C9's favor. They've identified Neon at ladder, and now it's going to be the shot from King. Oh, he starts the round and he ends the round. King with a 4K.
That's one of the things here where Cloud9 faltered to G2. It always looks so good in the very beginning, but then when it comes down to, okay, we should have a clear sight or clear control of that round, they just omit to clear one more corner. And King is able to do what he was able to do to help Leviathan win against Sentinels. Get into these timings, these clutch scenarios to save these rounds for the LATAM organization. And you're icing it right away. This should be a timeout from Mimi's side too. Can't let these happen, and he's probably gonna drill his players to make sure that they don't go into these similar mistakes like they did in the previous games.
And much more methodical here from Lev. It seems like there's more trust. The nerves are kicked off here from the first game in these plays, and they're behind each other to make it happen. Still, C9's doing quite a bit of damage, but that's what Lev's finally weathering and getting some rounds in their favor.
Well, they definitely needed a clutch from King to get that second round.
They did.
Everything else around that in terms of these gun battles has still been favoring Cloud9 from that first map. They had to use Cosmic Divine to really pop into the site. This timeout though for Mimi allows for Owner to talk with the team as well. They have a couple of vaults that can start cycling if they get some ward control in the beginning, although they haven't really shown too much of a heavy presence towards the extremities at the beginning of these rounds. It'll change though. Sato is actually perched up on that side.
Yeah. He's gotta get a little momentum under himself here. Right now he's got the curse day buff for saying what his wish was.
Grab the orb, TP out, join the team, ult into the B site.
See what they can make out of this. The plan from the get-go, orb, Sato grab info. Can they get around to kill Vic? Spikescene kills Penny to start, and Vic will hide. Not too far though, since he's stopped by the Viper bite. Oh, they're still not clearing. They're playing this one a little slow, but no, Neon's in their face. That's what they were looking for. Just setting up a little bit of the bait and switch. Slow, actually fast play from Zelsis here with the speed that Oxy is able to move with that operator through the flank position.
We've only got that plant down now. So Oxy might be able to move in here towards the window with the op, but unfortunately with Zelsis falling, that might change the plans.
Oof. One click, he'll go for it. Still 800 on him. That's his first ult point, so there's really just the fight going in. Tries to smoke. Smoke maze himself in there. Neon's like, I know exactly what you're doing. Plays the shorty close range, and the timeout's not going to work right away for C9. Lev, grab another one.
I wonder if he hit him with that left click of that knife. I think he did. Nonetheless, though, I think
just swinging.
What has been obvious here for the side of Leviathan, as well, is as soon as they got big ults to work with, they fast tempo into these hits. Once they cycled it through, back to the very slow game. So I think it gives an opportunity now for C9 to start discussing a bit as well, to say, okay, well, we got to get ready for these fast pops. How do we delay through this? Pit and Hunter's Fury available within this round. And there you go. How do you find that information early? Already finally an early knife out on this side It actually hits 2 players, including that Hunter's Fury from blows. And they double take that control towards A main.
I mean, you almost have to get the info on where Lev's moving now. They aren't inserting anymore and making noise in positions. They're kind of moving the map and then hitting. So C9 has to figure it out early. Just jumping steps over here. Should be a quick clear.
Oh.
Should be a quick clear, but it's Oxy. Snapping a quick hospital flick to Spike Scene's head there.
That's crazy. Although they fell back instead of going to pick up the weapon, and nice on Neon to cut the rotate back. Yet still walking into the B site. Sheris also being played by Vic.
I love that King's on a solo peek onto B here to see if anybody will come through. Clouds from Neon are walked on for a moment as he gets a kill on Vic. And they're just going to hold this site strong. Blows onto Penny. C9 is kind of just giving them the ones here as they're peeking left and right. A little bit of the Guardian low by, so they're not too worried about things. And it should be a cleanup for Sato. He gets one on the board. We're started now. The fire's lit. And Lev are going to tie up the game with 4-4.
First rare miss there by Zelsis in terms of the duels that he's been picking up in this series. But C9, they find that info early, but they're also on were on an eco rather. Yeah, nice pick there. Trying to split that site on that B site for Cloud9, forcing them to cross over that wall, but simple when you're able to updraft over that.
Cutting through.
Big A hit.
Whew, he legged him.
Ow.
I wonder if the knife even saved Neon, where he couldn't updraft and float anymore, and then falls to get legged. That would have been crazy in that look, in that POV.
A little bit of mid control grab, nothing past that middle wall though. And ult over on the B side here by C9 may force the hand of Lev to go through tunnel. They have that mid somewhat watched by the side of Vic. And yeah, Lev doing a bit of that walk up again, seeing how close they can get before they activate, how much time they can kind of whittle away.
So we definitely see the power of that double initiator. The knife, one single knife wasted so much util from Leviathan to start, but then after that, they get the drone into the mid round. So it allows for them to readjust. You see now Zelsis flashing into the double doors, trying to cover that spot.
Oxy re-clear.
He has an inkling.
Yeah. I think he sniffed it out. Quick shot. Very nice call for that knife to come through again here so they can re-clear an area. Get the movement out of A main. Now towards B. The initial strat for Lev, what they've been trying to work mid the whole time. Already quite low for Neon, but he's going to try to be the front of this one as they go for a little spawn action first before planting, and they meet a wall. That wall's name is Zelsis. A third one for him there, as it just looks too easy for C9 to read these slower rounds from Lev.
Yeah, just 2 walls. Cosmic Divide on the defense, where you can't cross into B. You get into the arches and face plant. Right into Zelsis. The reads are good. Staying further back. Yeah, I mean, nice shot by Oxy. A little bit of miscomm going through there, because you saw the pathing from Leviathan when they decided to move out towards that half wall and push out towards the arches.
Yeah.
It only ended up being one player swinging in the front. The other one had his back turn against him. And Lev just got easily mowed down by the lineup of Zelsis. Now a change of pace, C9 aggro. So far for Leviathan's the same thing.
Miss on one side, but Zelsis has the back covered. Oxy's going to come up and bring up the rear on that one. They're trying to switch the map here for a moment in A main as Lev wants that space back. Zelsis and Oxy say no with a little bit of blood on the floor, but it's mostly Lev's. And now it's just King again, searching around where he might find a kill for the end of this round.
Zelsis is looking different today.
Yeah.
But that said, like I said, they tried to go for an aggro change of tempo for C9, but Leviathan as well. Just a couple of rounds ago, I was just mentioning, they don't like to go very quickly when they don't have these big ults to work with for Leviathan. I would assume maybe they were trying to move in quickly to just get the pit down. So they tempoed quickly through the double doors. Oxy was ready for that. They watch each other's backs. And they had full control of that A main, forcing King now on a save.
30
So
seconds
clean
left.
from C9 right now. It seems like they're even reading the plays at the beginning of the round for Lev here. Know that Lev feel really uncomfortable if C9 do make a play and stop that default from happening right away. Really able to get under Lev's skin. A save here, as we know, for King. They have a few ultimates coming online here with even Sato's just on deck if they can get another ult orb. But they got to find something that works. The mid has given them the most distance into a site, into a long post plant. So we'll see if they go to control mid again.
If they want to control that middle for Leviathan, I feel like they have to slow that a little bit more. I think that extremity control is very important if they want to try to finish towards that A site. But you also have to use players that where you trust their aim. You know they're going to win these solo duels, right? You need inserts on that elbow so that you can finish into the mid round on a mid control. But I think A side to try to stop Oxy and Zelsis together right there would be a great way to allow for you to finally get that mid control. Because what happens, the other few rounds where Leviathan are able to take that mid control, C9's giving it to them. And then once they try to cross that line of scrimmage to get into the sites, there's not enough time left. They trip on their own laces, and then it just gets stopped by C9 no matter what. This game looks really close, despite that.
Exactly.
But
still 6-4.
It started off with a 4K from King. I think that maybe broke the econ from C9 right after, so that maybe have been, you know, the silver lining that allowed Leviathan to start stringing some rounds together. But outside of that, it's been C9 through the macro from beginning to the end.
And I love that we're getting a bit of a Jet match here, as you see on your screen. 10-6-1 Neon, Oxy 12-7-3. They're at the top of the board for themselves, and in a position as well where we heard Cloud9 say, you know, Penny's going to kind of take that role. But here, you don't really want Oxy on the Viper. You want him back on that true to form Jet, and you are getting it from him. So really cool to see we get a little Jet v Jet match here between the two, and Lev is starting to put up those numbers to come back.
Oxy's looking to op right into that B main. So if they try to drone just to try to pit Hunter's Fury, whatever, he's going to try to catch them right away. They have to be ready for this for Leviathan.
He's ready to just peek. Flash sort behind him if they need it. Almost catches Sato Util out in a moment.
That's a window, though. Leviathan could start tempoing up here and catch them off guard with these ults.
He's already on the tunnel line. And that one he's not going to miss. Actually takes down his counterpart in Neon. Looks for another one just on the outside of the wall. Almost gets the fadeaway shot, and he is getting pressured hard. Wants to go for the fight again, and he cannot be stopped. It's going to take an ultimate to shut Oxy down.
The rest of them are falling.
Still knows the site is not safe. But Lev isn't doing much more than kind of hanging out, waiting for somebody else to make a move. As that mid portion fizzled out, they couldn't enter B main as fast as they wanted.
See, now we're just ready for that. Despite this being an eco for Leviathan, I mean, you already had the high-low looking into the window, and once Oxy spots some opponents, you just delay. Or mollies, double mollies. I think it was Zelsis and Vic playing the high-low at that spot.
Yeah.
So you can't even follow up behind that for Leviathan.
Survivor's rest. I'll clean up.
Operator picked up. Still a big focus here for C9 to get those first kills. Just make that 4v5 conversion so hard for Lev. He doesn't miss a beat, that's for sure.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, Oxy in prime form too. For Leviathan. Just understood as well for as much as he stalled, and when he peeked out towards that B main, not only did he miss the shot onto Sato, but he already had info of other players already walking up towards that elbow staircase. So for him to have the heads up play, the read to go back towards the tunnel to get that pick was huge.
In a solo hold on A. Confidence there in the operator. He sees probably a little bit of that orb from Yoru searching him out. So they get the safety behind the Cosmic Divide, and this should be Lev's round to set up everything they want in a perfect style defense to shut down C9 in the retake. Let's see what C9 can do, though.
It's a very nice pit that they have. He could tuck into the corner towards A main, run away from a lot of util. That's exactly where he's going right now for SpikeZine. The rest of them can play inside of it or just outside to listen for some info.
Oh, King, so good at just the cut-off plays as teams are transitioning back to the other site. And this makes C9 sweat a little bit. Even more that Zelsis is down. They don't even need abilities here. It's just about the aim for Lev. And that loss of one player isn't even going to scare him one bit. Blows with a quick kill another one as well, and a 7-5 scoreline as Lev is really able to fix a lot of what they found problems in on the first map.
Thanks to King.
Thanks to King again, honestly.
Cutting 2 rotates into the post plant when he's left on an island as well. He's also the last line of defense in the post plant when he has this Astra to play with. But that said, though, a great job overall, despite it looking very one-sided in terms of the map for Cloud9. Leviathan's able to keep this close.
See what they can get on the next half. We are going to be heading over to GB with co-streamer Toto.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. Yes, joined here by Toto, the pocket KO himself. The man who, if you ever want to know how to be a good KO in your ranked games, this is the guy to watch on YouTube. Now, Toto, first things first, welcome to the Riot Games Arena. You having fun so far?
Bro, I'm having a blast, bro.
Yeah. Now, what's the experience been like and the vibe as well, especially, you know, co-streaming while you're in a live environment must be kind of surreal.
Honestly, the crowd's amazing here. Shout out to the crowd.
Yeah, shout out to the crowd. Give yourself a round of applause. So you got to do it. You got to like lead them into it.
First series, 100 Thieves is my team, so I'm really happy to see him win that match. This map's exciting. I need the birthday man Sato to heat up for us. I want a good map series. Map 3.
Yeah, I know. I'm right there with you. Real quick, though, you've played VALORANT all across Japan. You hit Radiant playing across Japan. What's a place that you would like to go and play VALORANT in another country?
Philippines.
The Philippines. Hey, I like that. We also got some Filipinos in the house as well. All right, guys, back to you. Take it away.
Love that. Love hearing from our co-streamers. Thank you, GB and Toto, for chiming in here on this matchup. Much closer than the first one, too, so it is getting pretty spicy between these two teams. We'll have to see if Cloud9's attack now is too much for Lev, or do they have the defense figured out? Do they have something we're unaware of?
Want to see their attack as well for Cloud9. I think this is the 3rd time they're playing Breeze. They went from a Breach comp that we'll never talk about again. They went into the double duelist comp the 2nd time they played it. Now they're going to a double initiator comp, which then for me, Penny playing this role, is he going to try to activate a lot more on lurks? And I think just on the nature of this composition, you're looking to get to default a lot towards middle, very similarly to how you have to approach the map really for these changes on Breeze. And they have the perfect comp for that, because now you can flash through the Viper wall on defense, but also knife for information on top of that, and not just being a Yoru crutch to be able to help your teammates to activate here on your attack side.
Oh.
Double walk down from Lev.
Yeah, keeping themselves protected in the tunnel. I wonder if they were going to kind of backpedal and see what was happening mid there, but safe play to stay together for the time being. It looks like they are going to actually back out, though, leaving a quick insert there, but a dangerous spot for Sato.
And you see the difference for the buys for Cloud9 as well.
Yeah.
They like to go a lot for these ghosts instead of the 4 or 5 sheriffs that we usually see here from Leviathan on the other side. So I do want to use a little bit of util, but they haven't used the util to try to get in first, and they're getting shut down by Lev already.
How did Neon clear Oxy? I have to see that again in the replays. That was crazy as the wall was coming up. And it's not going to take much longer for the rest of the members of C9 to be found trying to enter the site here from a distance. Lev is hitting these shots, and they're trying to clean up Zeppa.
If he could sneak out of this, though.
There's a lot of time.
Decides to commit into the lurk pick. They are isolated in fights, though.
Yeah. Nice ability to turn back on that one and get the kill. Sato with 2 towards the alt point. Spike's actually getting 3 towards the alt there. So a nice little setup, first round. Still a few alive. And we'll see if Lev can now carry this momentum.
Yeah, it looks like he saw the jiggle of the Sova in the back of the site instead of the Yoru just tucked in. 2 body shots too. Yeah, after the first player dies here from Zelsis as he's trying to jump spot for the knife. Didn't have the extra util to support on the entry for the rest of the team, and they got lined up and picked off by Leviathan. A good start. Pistol rounds have been pretty decent for Leviathan throughout the series. As now an outlaw for Neon on a defense. A different look for Cloud9. They actually look to heavily lean towards the A side and control the orb.
Yeah. The 0 point allows you to know if it's free or not all the time. Almost a free kill there, but it took a back and forth. King comes away, not too worse for the wear. And they'll be able to set up on this for a few more kills. Penny and Zeppa holding the spike, so they get some money to themselves here as they get to the next round. Maybe a little bit more, too. Drop some members.
This is where it will potentially get dangerous for Cloud9. You have Neon already showing that he has a scope to work with, but with this, how big this site is, or with the changes, you can still go for these open fights. You have a possibility here to play a lot of scopes for the side of Leviathan. Maybe Santo and Neon at the same time, but they're also trying to figure out how to maximize the fuse for the orbs. Why do we have to show that? Poor guys.
Like us, Vans. Like us.
No, I'm clean. I'm clean.
He's like, I'm watching the dart, and then somebody pops out. Yeah, it was a fight.
Good jobs by the producers not to call hot audio on that one, because it makes it even funnier to just watch King silently mime what the hell just happened in that previous round. That said, though, back into the series grounds, Cloud9 has a rifle round to work with. And what this plant allows for them to confirm util, full armor, to play against this Neon Outlaw, who still gets the opening pick. A headshot will not save you when you got the Outlaw wielded.
C9 still trying to grab that mid space after they got kind of juked out by the drone Outlaw play. And they don't really have an entry now. So it's got to be everybody together here after this flash, after the initiator util. And they may even have to wait for a sonar bolt if they do that. So time will tick down. And Lev is going to go ahead and get themselves back into more anchor positions as mid getting a little love from C9, but they still have quite a bit of space around the map.
Oh, that's huge. That first pick right there, but Sato stays very patient. What they're trying to do for Cloud9 right now is to force him to leave so that, oh, Zeppa can find the timing, and he does so just in the nick of time.
Playing the map, not even the sights here. So clean from Cloud9, and they wait King out. They know King for being the one to catch the rotations, be in middle. They catch him getting into that position. 7-7 here, and C9 have the read to push themselves to 8-7.
One enemy remaining.
That's just little nice things in terms of the fundamentals of understanding the map control here in tactical FPS, and that's the experience here that Zeppa, Zelsis, and even Amy as a coach has been showing for quite a long time. Going from CS until now. I mean, you look at the inserts, they make a lot of noise, they cut that noise, Zeppa makes a play, then all they do is just anchor up. They don't want to force the hand to say, oh, we have to try to push because we already got picks. They force the hand of the defenders to actually peek to find information because they're now starved of that info and they have to push to figure out where the rotates could be.
Another one of those was Zelsis just kind of, the flash went off, right? But that was a swing peek onto mid or doors and get a kill in A. So the 1v1, C9 are cleaning up too when they're being called upon for those situations, and they get their first gun round.
Zelsis trying to see if Neon will be opting towards A main at the start. And I like that. As it doesn't spawn anybody yet, you're picking up, I mean, slowly. And any other day that Neon's on form, that should have been Zeppa dying right away, but thankfully you'll count your lucky stars. They stay alive, they find some info on the top of Tunnel. And the counter drone here as well from the defender side, so identifying 3 players from Leviathan on this crossfire setup for mid control.
And this is do it if it works, right? The spike's down, they're working the map instead of the site again. They're slowly creeping in everywhere they can to make Lev realize they're missing timings, missing windows.
All right, this is where we're going to need some good calls by Zelsis, because Leviathan gave so much space for C9, and they could go anywhere they want in this mid-round. With the spike being down towards A, is it, okay, well, if Oxy gets a pick here towards B, do we rotate back towards that side? Do we try to hit towards A? Nobody's rotated from Leviathan yet, and they haven't heard any noise on the attack for C9 on these rotates.
Looks like it is going to be a B fake on this hit.
30 seconds left.
Oh.
That's
util
huge.
out just tells a story of how unready Lev was, how close C9 could be in their eyes for these plays. And they are going to be peeking out from everywhere now. Lev's wondering how C9 is all over the map at one time. It's because they're inserting themselves so well here. That's crazy the way that looked.
And that's the issue of playing this single initiator for the composition of Lev. You need now to leverage Sato with the TPs, jump spot, try to find some info, TP to another place, be more active around the map. If not, you see exactly where C9 were spread out across, and they found some value out of it. Could have been a different story if the shots were landing, of course, for Leviathan's side, but another round, another one of those rounds where C9 are one step ahead of the macro. Like when Oxy is moving towards that B side and makes noise, they already heard the rotate from Neon back out towards that tunnel, so they knew he was weak side towards A as well.
He said, I did 142 damage. Everybody started running. Let's get another alt point online. 9-7 now for Cloud9. Stringing together rounds since their first gun round there. What is the answer? Alt points, I mean, they're close to Cosmic Divide for Lev, but still pretty far away for an answer to come back strong with those. So it's got to be reading C9's map control.
And they are going to be peeking out from everywhere now. Left wondering.
Sato not having a chance here to show his skills as he's getting shut down quite often by C9. And it's funny because they were, again, talking for Zeppa, how do you stop and slow down somebody like Neon? But they've done an excellent job slowing another star player across Leviathan and Sato. Forcing an eco for Leviathan, Marshall for Neon.
Take flight.
We have a little bit of a walk down for Leviathan, which I wish we saw that a little bit more towards these gun rounds to leverage the Viper Wall on defense as well, to take that mid control and counter it against Cloud9. If it's not going to be the look now, hopefully we'll see it in their next rifle round. They just have to not allow C9 to get so much space to work with.
Spike retrieved.
Already choosing the soft site. And they're going to go in probably on this 30-second mark. As C9 get as close as possible. You can see Zelsis 4 seconds on the 0 point. And they crash site. It's just enough time for Sato to get back, but it is going to be that low buy. How much can they get in the face of C9? Living by the skin of his teeth, spikes in, actually gets a big kill there. As Penny and Oxy right the wrongs of the site for now, but they're being closed on and very quick. Vic will stare down the scope from that ladder side. Marshall from the hip. Yeah, huge stun there to clean up another kill. They're giving C9 some problems here. 8 seconds to plant. And they're going to start running at him to create even more pressure. Oh, the swing from Vic. The flick is so good. King and Blows get swept away, and C9 grab another round.
Wow. Saving that round, too. I saw that Spike was almost going to get taken down by the spray in the first place through the smoke, but he survives just enough to do some chaos. Start that chaos with the crossfire from that back of the site. And then Leviathan encroaches. C9 looked like they were hesitating a bit. Gets that second kill. If he doesn't, there was 0.5 seconds left, and it's back to a 1v1. Where now you could play Ring Around the Rosie and see if you win it off time, at least guaranteed for Leviathan, but thankfully Vic is there to save the round for Cloud9.
And C9 can just flex their muscles with ultimates here if they want. Null Command's going to go off first. And Lev will just stay on their side of that Viper Wall for now.
You are divided.
Another Cosmic Divide comes out, so one wall goes down, another comes up. Another time C9 has been cycling smokes to make it tough for Lev here in the site.
And now it's Leviathan that has to up the tempo. You have the Hunter's Fury available for a Zeppa. And the Cosmic Divide delays it even more. Nice big fight, though, to start for C9 to solidify this post plant.
Oxy just dodges out. What a quick flash dodge as well. Make sure that's not the real Yoru. He has daggers. Looks for a quick kill. Goes for the short. He knows it's going to be the close combat they got to be ready for. And Blows. Finds a few, but there's so many more of Cloud9 right now. 11-7 here, as they're making this attack side count.
Yeah. Playing around the wall, too, of the Cosmic Divide. A solo play, I think, from Penny that was at the mid-double doors and able to win that fight. For the rest of them, though, they have to cross such a difficult position in that back of that A site. The new area that's been opened up here on Breeze, and that's been very... It's given a chance for players on the attack. Post plant.
Woo! I don't know what was happening. They were on my ass, though.
That's what I'm saying in terms of defense or attack. That new spot in the back of Breeze, you could anchor that a little bit better now with util to support you across the board on both sides. And it's C9 takes the upper hand.
And Lev have to buckle down. Elimination in just a few more rounds as C9 is really mounting the pressure. And that Hunter's Fury is going to start off. Celsius takes a bit of damage here, but Lev want to start the action first. Neon could be one to do it. It's exactly what they need. Kill one of the initiators out. Know the next util is going to be the one that C9 has to break into sight with. Oh, Oxy, the walk up again through tunnel. It's not going to be the first time. King has the timing of the map so far.
But the second insert, though, right here from Vic, that might be a game changer for C9 in this round.
Right before the smoke comes up, and they still find 2 more on Leviathan as a play hasn't even activated yet. There's just smokes going up and down. Quick ult. It's going to get them a little bit of an insert into sight here, but it's not full. How are they going to work this from here?
It's on Vic again.
It is on Vic, and he swings out of a smoke to get it. Zeppa makes himself known and goes around the backside, clearing position and giving Penny time to plant. And now they call upon the youngster, upon Neon, putting up numbers in his games, and he asks for quite a bit here. First kill's there, get a little bit of view. Love the play as he sees actually where another player is. Hard to be identifying where any of your enemies are at this point. Oh, they draw his vision. Oh, he could still get it. The snap's not going to be there. It's Vic in the end who's been the safe pair of hands for C9.
Again, it's that second insert. Even though Oxy saw that hand of Sato, I love that King swung back out just to double check and made sure that the tunnel was clear. Gets that pick, but unfortunately they don't fully re-clear. So Vic cuts the rotate, sneaks into the site, opens up the site for Cloud9, and even gets the last pick in the end. It's just unfortunately no real answer right now for Leviathan outside of their aim that seems to have stepped up from that previous map.
Yeah.
Here's that mid-crunch that we wanted, but it's Outlaw that's got to put Neon down to 10 HP.
Almost too little too late. They're trying to give C9 things that Cloud9 should worry about, but they still push forward. They're taking the space, spike down even on a round where they're ready to find fights and know there's a low buy for Lev here.
It's a different defender wall, though. It's a little bit deeper towards the doors. Nonetheless, a poison orb on the attack blocks those double doors and allows Oxy to creep up one more time.
Oh. C9 coming out on top of every situation. It even looks like Lev may have the upper hand, and up and over. They're trying to break the crosshairs, and they do break down Spike. Not before he gets a kill. But is that enough? Already C9 still cross map, have positioning on if someone's flanking, they can all look towards the back of the site here to put the final touches on this series. Take that win to move on and kick off. Now on to King and Blows, looking to get a swing on this Guardian. They're trying to work together here and break the wall at the same time. A fine by Penny, but he gets a hip shot. Outlaw onto King face to face. And so much to be asked of here by Blows. Zeppa's going to get the final kill. Cloud9 come away with the win. Very dominant throughout the series. And that is going to be their victory over Leviathan that will send them out of kickoff.
A great game plan built up here by Imi and well executed by his players of Cloud9 from that first map of Bind, understanding how Leviathan was going to play it and punish them every single way. Even though we haven't seen a Leviathan Breeze in that second map ever, it still almost looked like they had the tape and knew how to play against the positioning of Leviathan. Slow pace, fast pace. It still worked out in the end, and it did a great job shutting down the LATAM team with that first man in the front there. Zelsis with great calling and also great shooting.
Gosh. In different situations, right? It could have been the first kill of the round. You find a 3-kill, maybe a 4K to end it. Absolutely. You definitely know when Zelsis is on fire. The rest of the team as well. Oxy coming out through this one. I think had a 20 bomb for himself. Back on the jet. Doesn't matter. Riding a bike for this guy. And the team kept up the vibes as well. Vic, super safe in the flicks this one. Might have to take him to the hospital to see if his wrist is okay. Those were some shots.
Penny did the same on that last
Yeah,
round
Penny
too,
did
man.
the same. We can maybe get him in the same doctor.
All of them definitely looking on point for sure. And Vic actually had a chance to pop off on that second map where he didn't have too much action going in the first one and did a great job controlling literally as is Astra. And this sets up the stage quite well for the next matchup. I think we're now at the part of the lower bracket of Kickoff where every single match are going to be intense until we figure out who are going to be our top 3 teams moving into Santiago.
Crazy stuff.
Talked about a stacked Americas, and it's probably the most stacked now going into, what, the top 5 that we have right now? NRG, G2, MIBR, Cloud9, 100 Thieves?
Yeah.
Damn. That's fire.
Damn, and C9 looking in a form where they are able to correct mistakes or even modify the play to be as slow and play into Leviathan with their own kind of default. Push into these windows that were insane, and Lev's like, how is somebody next to me? Wait, there's somebody over there too? Cloud9 was really able to work the entire map here, and it was a really awesome thing to watch. That means we do have to say goodbye to Leviathan on the other side, coming through, making their changes, and that squad does show promise. We see the power that is on display there.
Yeah.
They just got to get it in order, and that team is going to fire.
Exactly. For me to take away going into that one is very similar to other teams going into Kickoff. Firepower is there, last-minute changes coming across, but now having to build up the macro around that, right? You have what it takes to start opening things up for this team to go for deep runs going to stage 1 and stage 2, but they also have to make sure that their macro changes a little bit more where they could add a little bit more layers into how they want to approach these maps.
That's right. Well, Cloud9 are moving on and Kickoff, and right now we're going to send it down to GB at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Zelsis.
That's right. I'm here with the man himself. Put your hands together for Zelsis. Zelsis, pleasure to chat with you as always. You and I caught up a little bit before the game, and we chatted. I asked you how you're feeling about the matchup, and you were truthful. You were like a little nervous, but hey, gonna go out there, give it my best. I think it's safe to say he most definitely gave it his best, right, folks? I think they popped off out there.
Well, it's a good day when I'm shooting my gun, for sure.
Well, let's talk about that. I asked Imi earlier. He had mentioned that you were working with Oxy. He's been working with you on that. What's that process been like for you to have to really, hone your shot? Because you got some cracked out aimers on this squad.
I mean, I think it's just like, I think I'm put a little too much effort in the IGL stuff when I first switched to IGL.
Okay.
Now it's kind of like, I have those tools. I kind of just need to shoot my gun so we can win some games.
Was that a matter of you needing to catch up on that IGL stuff, or was that just you wanting to give it your all, ensure that you were prepared in that category?
I think it's the latter. I think it's just like give it my all as the IGL, because like you said, we have 4 shooters. Like if I'm shooting my gun, then that's great.
Yeah.
But they need an IGL. They need someone that can lead them and stuff like that. So I just kind of put my all into that. But it's a good day when I shoot my gun. I had fun.
Yeah, hey, and it looked like you were having a great time out there. Team culture-wise, though, one thing that sticks out to me, we're talking about this off camera, is really you get this like wholesome family feel with y'all, right? Even though I know Coach Yumi's a bit hard-nosed and can oftentimes tell you exactly what he's thinking. Yeah. I do know that there is this vibe, at least I'm getting it, where you're all looking out for one another. Is that something that you're seeing it play out in the server here as well?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think when I first joined, these guys had a tough time having really bad talks and arguments. Yeah. And I think within a family, you argue with your siblings, you argue with your parents, like it happens, but we all have to understand we're here for the same goal, winning. So, and you need to have those talks to move forward and get better. And I think the vibe there, people like to call us Nepo 9, but we put in the work. We are working.
And look, speaking of that work, right, you kept Leviathan down to 12 rounds, I think, total. An absolutely incredible performance from you after what we've been seeing Leviathan do. I guess my question for you is looking forward here. Where do you think Cloud9 can go? Because it does feel like that work is in fact paying off.
We're qualifying to Santiago, baby.
Oh, you heard it here. Zelsis said it. Cloud9 qualifying to Santiago. The people up there really like it.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, go for it.
Can you guys buy the C9 bundle?
Okay, this guy out here shilling like always. Unbelievable. All right, folks, that's going to do it for us here. Zelsis, thank you so much, man. Give it up one more time for Cloud9 Zelsis. And coming up next, we have the heavyweight bout. It's G2 versus NRG. Don't go anywhere.
I definitely didn't expect to play NRG in the middle bracket.
G2, I thought they would be in the upper final, obviously.
The link, you've got just the weapon for it. He can connect the shots. Oh, you better believe it.
Like, they got the international, we have all the domestic, so it's like people will just flame us and call us, you know, domestic only, but they're a really good team, but we just really kind of understand them.
G2 usually plays a really slow play style, and they try to like slow play the map. So we're gonna try to disrupt them.
The NRG game will be a game of also showing new things, and I'm sure that they have the same stuff in store, but we're just gonna have to see whose, you know, new toys are better.
Down, all right, Verizon taking over. Come on, let's go!
Last time we played them in VCT was stage 2 last year. I feel like a lot has changed, and we've been losing to them, but I feel like we have what it takes to beat them now.
Welcome back to VCT Americas Kickoff. We got one more match left today, and this is a big one. It's NRG versus G2, and the winner will be moving on next week in the middle bracket to the middle bracket final for a spot at Masters Santiago. Zoe here, joined by Emily and Dan, and man, this is going to be a good one. I'm very, very excited. Obviously, we see the reigning champs going up against their kryptonite.
Yeah, they looked really dominant. I'm just happy to be in the middle bracket. No more elims for the day, you know, no tears. But no, I'm very excited for this matchup because you do have the previous champs versus, like you said, their kryptonite. Two teams that I feel like out of all the teams here in Americas, they love to play by the book. So in my head, it's just who's going to be the first team to crack and have to adjust from what their goal is and what their game plan is, and how are they going to come back into that?
We have always seen G2 be so dominant in Americas, and when we were seeing this last year, end of last year, that was when NRG were still finalizing to figure out how they wanted to play as they went into champs. We started seeing some time to live from them, we started seeing some great ideas, and then they went and won it all. But before that, it was G2 being so dominant. This is going to be the best version of NRG against G2, and it's a G2 that, you know, has been struggling a little bit too.
Yeah, I mean, they had to kind of figure out what to do with the meta. I think we saw a lot of teams like kind of sticking to the good, honest VALORANT, what they're known for, what they're used to. Alas, they do have to make some adaptations, and they did make those adaptations coming into last week's matches.
Yeah, we've seen a few changes and a few win conditions as well that both of the teams have been trying to find. Obviously, we think about G2 and what they're trying to do with Baby. When it seems like nothing is working in Corrode, what do? You know, let's bring the ISO. That's what everybody's thinking always.
Yeah, we did get to see that on display. Also, this graphic there, that's really...
And it can all change. Sometimes history changes, sometimes it stays
true.
the same.
Yeah, new year, new them.
Yes, that's the spirit. That's the spirit. Well, we'll see. Today, of course, they're in the middle bracket, so they will have another life to play with in case they are once again dropping to their opponents. Now, for more on this matchup, let's send it over to Golden Boy and Coach Bonker.
That's Coach.
Hey folks, GB here with Coach Bonkar, and look, historical for NRG versus G2 has not favored you guys. I'm sure you very much are aware of that. Is there anything, or rather, is there any concern that you guys are bringing into this matchup, especially Ethan, who's been a part of the team for a very long time and has experienced those losses?
Nope.
Okay, that's actually a very quick answer there. Follow-up for that one. Are you excited for this match today and for this challenge to potentially take G2 down for the first time?
I mean, super excited. We all are. We know how good they are as a team, and it's just fun for us to play against every single good team in the league. So, yeah.
Hey, well, I know all of us are very excited to watch this matchup. Best of luck today, my friend. All right, back to you guys.
I half expected him to answer the second one with a yep as well. To the point, though. Sometimes that's all there is to say. Now, NRG, of course, they got here with a victory over 100 Thieves. And according to Ethan, it was closer than it should have been.
You have some win conditions that ended up getting them that win 2-0, but it was very close. They were winning those big rounds. They were winning those thrifties. But when it came down to the big win conditions, when you start to build some ultimates to work with, which is something that NRG love to do, they were not really able to do that. So that's why he feels like it was not as clean as they wanted to. He doesn't want those rounds to come down to the clutches. Even if you have the players that can close it out, you want it to be clean.
Yeah, and I think 100 Thieves did play well, but I do think a lot of it did come down to those mistakes that Ethan was kind of mentioning. I feel like normally when we're watching NRG play, they are a unit. I feel like there's not a lot of gaps in their execs, in their retakes. There's not a lot of mistakes coming out for them, especially individuals, right? But then when I saw them play against 100 Thieves, I feel like their timings were a little bit off. Not every angle was covered on their execs. It felt like the utility was a little bit off. But as long as they clean that up, I think those are very small mistakes that they can easily fix going into this match today.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing also that really played into the rounds that they did win was just heroics. I'm looking at Scuba here. That guy won them so many rounds.
He is insane. I've been so impressed by Scuba, and I feel like we've been talking about him for a while, even thinking about Tier 2, what he was doing last year, a lot of the rounds that he was winning in Champs, but what he's doing right now, I feel like it's a completely different level. We see this was their opening match against Cloud9. The impact that he has in understanding when things are not going right, how he's going to catch the lurk that was annoying them over and over again going into the second half, because this first half was a 10-2. Then it allowed them to build that ultimate, to build that Viper spit, and of course you get this clutch that we've seen now a few times with the Sheriff. It just feels like Scuba is able to do it all. And on top of that, not only do we have this kind of play or the kind of plays that we've seen for 100 Thieves, but we think of how smart he is in individual decisions that we haven't seen from anybody else. This clutch not only was it impressive because Scuba was really patient, knowing what Asuna was going to be doing, but also because he baited that reload. So it forced Asuna to push. Just those little things that nobody else is thinking of, that he's always one step ahead.
Yeah, and Scuba has to repeat that performance today, because G2, they looked really good in their last match. They redeemed themselves with the compositions. I think when we had Jonah P here on the desk as well last week, he said you're just not really impressed with what we've seen composition-wise. And G2, they came out with some really unique, different things.
It's just what you have to do, you know. You have to change it up a little bit, and hey, it worked out. We talked about the ISO too.
Yeah, we did. Honestly, seeing a double duelist coming from a team like G2 was a little bit unexpected, and I think they did have a little bit of trouble implementing that, especially against Furia. You know, it didn't work out for them the first time around, but they stuck to it, and they made it work, and they made it look really good, especially for something that's kind of a last-minute new change for them.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm very interested to see what they're coming up with here today in order to, punch their ticket into that final already in the middle bracket.
In the middle bracket too, by the way. I feel like we've talked about it, but it's just hard to think about that not only this is the middle bracket, but whoever loses is going to the lower bracket. The lower bracket for either G2 or NRG sounds like this is not real.
But the competition has been so stacked, right? If you're just looking at the performance we've seen from the teams in the upper bracket and then also in the middle bracket, it's been tough to call. All those teams making so many changes, and they all look really crisp.
Yeah. It's been so clean.
Yeah, probably the toughest year of Americas yet. Very excited though.
100%. Yeah, we love to see the competition stepping it up. Now let's send it back over to Golden Boy and hear from Coach Josh RT.
Hey guys, GB with Coach Josh RT. Look, historically speaking, I talked to Coach Bonkar about the very same thing. At Red Bull Homegrounds, New York City, you guys defeated the then world champions, brand spanking new NRG, 3-0. And that was quite the statement that was made. What would it mean for you guys to be able to extend that league to 6-0, especially considering that these are the world champions that you guys seem to have the number of?
Of course, it would mean a lot to us. But at the same time, that was then, and that was the past, and it's about our new look, our new team identity. We're mainly focused on us, to be honest, and they're just in the way. And That's it. Really.
What was the prep like for you guys, especially after the loss you guys had dealt with prior, coming into this one? How you guys feeling?
We feel great. I mean, I think the Furia loss was like a wake-up call. The C9 game was a little bit closer to what we wanted to do, and I think this, like the last week of practice, is more about sharpening us and just being more involved in our team play. I think that fell off a little bit, and I think NRG is going to be a great test. They're an excellent team. Obviously, I think they're a top 3 team here, probably arguably the top 1. It'll be a great test for us, for sure.
Dude, I know we're all excited to watch this heavyweight bout, so it's going to be awesome. Best of luck to you.
Now, a skirmish site selection is, of course, in effect for this match. So let's check out this 1v1 between Valen and Mardon. Who you got your jelly beans on?
This one is an interesting one because I feel like we've seen the duelists versus duelists, the coaches as well, but the duelists versus the IGL, you don't see that very often. I'm going to have to go with Mada, right?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption, right? The star player kind of for NRG and already starting off strong here.
I'm excited for both of you to be wrong.
Oh, that's crazy. Are you sure about that?
Never mind.
Confident too well right now.
This is going to age so well.
Oh, okay, he's on the board. Okay. He's on the board.
We're so back.
Yeah, we're so back.
It's also crazy because it's Valen. Like,
yeah,
he can just completely own whenever, and that's what's happening right now.
This is actually really close. A lot closer than I kind of thought it to be.
I think if your IGL is winning against your duelist, that's already you're already in game. You're already playing the mental.
That's a pre-game for sure.
Yeah, this has to be like one of the fastest skirmishes we've had though, because there's not a whole lot of jiggle and baiting. It's just you peek, you're dead.
Straight to business.
Yeah. Straight to business. Okay.
Like they are.
It's coming down to the wire. I love that. Oh.
The big one.
And Valen, wow, okay.
Feels good.
Yeah, does it feel good to be right?
It actually does. It doesn't happen too often to me personally, so this is a new experience. I love it. Yeah, so Valen setting the tone, hopefully, for this match to come. That's a confidence booster heading into it.
Again, this is the mental game that you started right from the beginning. Oh, you're duelist, you're feeling good, you think you're going to get all of the kills? No, guess what? The IGL on the other side is going to win.
That's why teams have their coaches do it, because if the coach wins against your players,
that's
really boomed.
Yeah,
but
also to a coach,
mental warfare.
Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we love that. Yeah, I'm very excited to see what we have in store for us here, map-wise as well.
It can really go either way. I feel like both of the teams have shown us some really interesting stuff, but just like we saw in that last series between Lev and Cloud9, that information can be used against you, and that's what happened to Lev. For G2 and NRG, there's a lot out there because some of these matches have been very, very close. So the question is how much you're giving that attention to the other side, because Joshua T, for example, just said we're focusing on ourselves and nothing else.
Yeah, there is a lot out there for both of these teams, but I also feel like these are the teams that do kind of want to focus on their own game. Yeah. They're not worried too much on kind of prepping to kind of counter whatever the enemy's facing on them. These two teams are really good at kind of adapting mid-game and also just being able to adjust to find a way to continue to play how they want to.
This one is super interesting too because we're going to a map of Pearl that we saw NRG play a few weeks ago against Cloud9, and it looked very dominant. It was at 13-2. We thought it was, oh, Cloud9 is not playing really well, but it was the opposite. NRG, they were playing really, really good on that map. They had some strong win conditions when it came down to the ultimates, the way that they were using that Armageddon backside B as the strong win condition. They were using the convergent path as well on A side, depending on how they wanted to go for that side hit, that lockdown as well for the post plans. It was very clear what the game plan was, but once again, it can be read on the other side.
No, it definitely can, especially when it comes to their post plant utility, because that's what they relied on a lot. They have a lot. They have the tail miss-outs. They have the shocks coming in from Silver. They have the suck from Astra, and it's just such a hard thing to kind of push back, especially when all those agents, you can play from that B-line. You don't have to be on site fighting, so as long as there's delay, it's kind of a win as soon as you get that bomb down.
Right. Ethan, once again on that tail. Tail main confirmed.
I really want to see, and out of all the maps where we've seen the Tejo, this is the one that made the most sense. Again, this is what we saw before when they played Cloud9, and was that backside B win condition. Why are you jumping?
Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see?
I see a lot of things right now, by the way.
Is there a Phoenix?
I see a lot of things happening, and I have a lot of questions. There's a Phoenix.
Why was Myrna right? Because Phoenix, this is like the first one when she did that agent pitch, we did not know that we were going to be seeing Phoenix in Americas or in Kickoff.
They've been cooking, all right? And that's what I want to see from two NA Titans. They're ready to do battle, and we've got Uber and Wyatt on the mic.
Yeah, there's so much chatter about this stat. At G2, last year in VCT against NRG were undefeated, and it just didn't matter because VALORANT and the boys still had to look on while NRG lifted the trophy at Champions. VALORANT said, it's when it kind of came together for me. It's really about putting our team in a position to peak at the right time, not just to hope we peak at the right time.
Absolutely. This is as exciting as it gets in Americas. The world champions versus the undisputed Americas champions of last year. It really is just so bizarre that NRG have never been able to overcome G2, though maybe this will be their moment. I do feel like G2 have looked beatable so far in this run. Obviously, they did lose to Furia, who are still in that upper bracket. And there was some danger, a sense of that, against Cloud9 on Corrode until Babybay was a hero that brought them back into it. Maybe this will be NRG's time. It's starting on Pearl, where they dominated the aforementioned Cloud9 in their debut matchup. That was a 13-2 victory. Haven't played the map since, though.
NRG don't have a permaban, so they get to go and ban some of G2's best maps straight off the rip.
They get bind out of there. That's the 3-0 map for G2. It's been their home. And they haven't played that many other maps, only 3 other ones. So this is the first time we're seeing their Pearl. They're bringing out the Phoenix. It's always been an off-meta pick, but we have seen it pretty much at some point at all times since Pearl's debut. Just, again, an off pick, though.
This grab wall actually pretty big in terms of buying some time. There's also Phoenix Molly thrown in that place. Jaws curveball tries to get him around the corner. Mana deep on the side trying to push up. It's going to be Draw with the right click that gets his first. Guided Salvo also going to keep G2 at bay for now. And Ethan's playing aggressively.
NRG decide the course of action is to fight past that wall. Now slowing things down, Ethan gets that pick over towards Flowers as the slow flank from Dre maneuvers. And Ethan dealt with.
That's the plan to kill. That spike didn't quite go the way that Babybay would have liked to, but he is still threatening from that main position. And now it feels like the net is starting to close. Kiko falls. Scooper trying to give Brock a little bit of room, but Babybay is encroaching. Scooper knows he has to cross this expanse, so he's trying to line it up with the recon. I don't know if that really went off the way they would have wanted it to. And that Scooper turns on Babybay now. The rest of G2 need to get active. It's on Brock.
10 seconds.
2v1. VALORANT cleans him up.
Great hold there from G2, and pivotal is that late flank coming from Babybay. Denies the plant, and then just his existence in the main was such a thorn in the side of those remaining NRG players. They did a fair job at actually baiting him out, but while dealing with him, there's still those 2 players that were in secret, ready to go. That's just nice to come from. They're IGL to clean it up.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Look, Scuba looks so mad, bro.
He looks like he always does, right? Looks unfazed, actually.
That is.
But I get it. Hype them up. Hype them up.
A lot of stall util there from G2. Ooh, that is spicy. Okay, huge space denial from Jaws Molly. He's actually able to post up on these boxes now in a flash position.
In the meantime, Babybay's pushed all the way up B, so it's a G2 that are happy to fight here, and you'd love your Phoenix to be able to farm some orbs.
Saturate, a problem! Okay, the Guardian's not quite able to cut through, but Trent is there with the Ares. Scuba tagged on the cross.
Yeah, and because of their cross, Trent has to give up the line, so guns are going to be recovered. That's Scuba with a Guardian. Brock gets the Spectre, and now they can slow things down, recovering that spike. Try and force G2 to spread across the map a bit more, which is the case. You have Babybay going towards that A side with the Marshall.
You can see this Teho util from Ethan that's very heads up. Jaws forced to flash there because the guided salvo coming at him, but all of energy was still in the smoke. They actually exit the smoke about half a second later, so no one flashed up. Ends up being a 1-for-1 at best. Makes G2 look sloppy there.
Now, Babybay has to watch both the connector and B main. Every single target on NRG is a one-shot to this Marshall, and it looks like he's getting on the right line at the right time, but he can't connect. What a shot from Scuba that is.
Well, if he's mad, he's channeled it in the right direction. That Guardian dominated Babybay. VALORANT here's got a stinger. Trent at least can work from this high ground to some degree, but of course it's full post plant here for NRG.
I mean, what's crazy is that NRG have the best long-range weapon right now in this situation where they can play off the site.
They are chilling. Scuba just waits for someone to step out. Of course, you've got some degree of Soviet util. Yep, trying to clear VALORANT out there.
Kiko was just so fast on that flank to Link.
He was running. He wrapped around. He knew he'd be in a good position, but now this gets a bit more dangerous.
That's the Guardian player down. Kiko making a lot of noise. And up in front of him is Valorant, but Kiko survives at 6 now. It's dangerous. Trent hasn't even halved it yet. That's the problem. Kiko can swing on this there. Oh, he didn't once and twice, and it's over. Perfect there from Kiko. 6 points of health.
Oh, he's still alive, man.
5 more than he needed. And a beautiful thrifty for NRG.
Just the right amount of pressure stopped Trent from getting it to half. And at that point, clutch was absolutely won. Well done from Kiko as well, just that heads-up decision to get all the way wrapped around to Link.
He was so fast.
Yeah, he was so quick. He's got a clap.
He was moving!
What? But yeah, I mean, with that classic, he's not going to be any help over at long, so perfect positional adjustment.
He was moving.
And you have to call back to that great refight in main as well. You were talking about Ethan's util, how crucial that was, and suddenly G2 on this eco.
Just when he thought they were getting off to the races early, G2 have a stick jammed in the spokes.
Basically just an entire full buy right now for NRG. Mata has the stinger, and well, he's at the right range to play with that.
Oh, okay, Mata getting ahead of Jaw, but he can't worry about that for the time being. It was going to be a refract anyway. And these stronger weapons are starting to show out. Sleep down. Wall is up here for Jaw, but no attempt to test it. Everyone pulling out towards that B side of the map.
Jaw is getting close to that Phoenix ult. Definitely a chance he could have it on their actual buy round. That is one of the main purposes of running the Phoenix, especially on Pearl, is just fighting over the orbs, being able to get ults just cycled one after another.
Yeah, run it back being 6 orbs is quite a selling point, as it turns out. Saw Ye playing a ton of it last year, actually, on this map.
Oh, and there is one kill from Jaw. Some danger for NRG. These players are weak. Mata and Ethan, look at their HP.
Yeah, Jaw here testing with a ghost. Bork, though, of course he gets himself an Odin as soon as humanly possible. Baby Bane Night Sheriff. Oh my goodness! 2 for Baby Bane. Ethan is low. In the post plant, sure enough, but he's got nothing but the weapon to work with. And now G2 are circling. What is going on?
That's one where we're just going to need to rely on the replay operators to provide us the context. Where Baby Bay just destroys 2 players, and he is out of seat. He is pointing at someone.
Yeah, there's a lot of interplay on the stage at the moment. Okay.
What is going on here?
Dude,
okay.
this guy is crazy.
Mata blinded up. Wow, I mean, the crosshair placement on that was perfect. That was a pretty effortless shot. Or at least he made it look effortless.
Are you not tired? Boys. Are you not tired of the Baby Bay narrative yet? Because it is the deadest horse. It's basically pate at this point.
The one that we've been just beating into the ground since stage 2.
Tenderizing, if you will.
Of him joining the team and hyping him up.
Is this part where you actually say the narrative again?
All that. But
yeah, okay.
I will say the biggest difference between then and now is he was good in stage 2, but I think he's been G2's best player in this run so far. He has been a menace, and getting back to that duelist role on a lot of maps now. His original role when he was competing on FaZe, he just looks so comfortable. But right now he's up top trying to fight towards B. Ethan not giving him anything though.
Look at his deep clear of A main from G2 as they push off the site. This is provoking NRG to start to split a little bit here over towards this mid-connector.
The NRG are really trying to threaten that there could be some pressure going towards A, but it's just going to be a pivot back into this B split. Right now, no ults to work with, and if G2 want to kind of lightly play this site, maybe go for a spam kill and give it up and retake with Jaw's ult, that's not a terrible option.
Leaf was so far forward on that A side of the map, he's going to be pretty quick in the connector, but there is a turret watching. Is it watching in his direction, though? We'll have to wait and see.
30 seconds left.
Baby Bay looks to flash out. Yes, the turret was watching the flank, so that's now NRG being forewarned.
Jaw is here, and that ult is ripped.
All right, runner back in play. Able to get away from the special delivery. Jaw still wants to fight. He knows he has to, and no chance, though. Kiko dominates him there from long. Ethan still entrenched in halls. Needs to be dug out, and Jaw in the second attempt gets him, but Mata and Scuba are there in numbers. And it's G2 walking into the crossfire, but Baby Bay's getting his hands dirty now. Trent with a swing and catches out Brock. It'll be Unk to finish the round, and G2 get to 3.
They look phenomenal on these B-side retakes. I really like that they just played for that again. They found success with it even with the bad weapons on the other round. And this one looked even easier. Jaws ult gets some of that util out, even though he doesn't find any kills with it. He just had to, you know, he drew out the saturate, etc. And then after the fact, they re-swing, fight Halls. In the meantime, the rest of the team just pushing through main.
So almost like it sounds like a joke because of how it's referenced here, but Babybay's crosshair placement for the last couple of rounds has been perfect. Also, like, just good spacing from G2. They have to fight in the halls. There's 3 NRG players that are in there, and there are decent weapons to work with as well. Jaw sees that sort of in advance or tries to get in there and is shot by Kiko and then run it back, but when he returns for real, G2 trade up very nicely.
Yeah, NRG did end up using the Cosmic Divide on that round too, pretty late into it to attempt to win it out, so that is one ult removed. A pretty early timeout from Bonker, but I cannot blame him.
Yeah, coming in around 5. This is also NRG. I think he's probably trying to just convey some of the tendencies, because G2 really split and spread across the map in that last round, with Leaf also pushing super deep on A. That deep A clear from G2 might be something that NRG want to game plan around, because it really cut that rotate timer down to size.
Now you would presume on this round with 5 classics, NRG won't be too much of a threat. They're going to be able to get their Hunter's Fury, their Armageddon with this round. Ethan and Brock, even if they just die at some point, so they'll have that for the gun round. And then just looking at G2, that if things even do get dangerous, they have the ult combo with the Dimensional Drift Hunter's Fury ready to go.
Baby Bay gotten himself an outlaw now. Up the smoke. Okay. Safe cross there for NRG. Could have gone either way.
Just falls back, plays it safe. Valen is up close right now. Stunned to get into the smoke. Flashed up, stunned up, slowed.
Dangerous. Saturated and rolled by Kiko. Baby Bay at least is having to ring out some shots with that Sheriff. But
that teleport is still out in the open.
Yeah, not covered. It's only the one sort of smoke there towards the upper side, and that was from NRG. A little bit exposed. He wasn't. What happened there? The movement from Scuba a little bit too slippery. That's Brock done
that's
in.
a well-placed shock.
Trent's done very well to hit this side and make good use of that utility. And now with the element of surprise out the window, Scuba is a little exposed.
Yeah, it got dangerous, but G2, there has been a stabilization from Leaf and Trent coming in late. Ultimately, they still just had much better weaponry. The util arsenal to work with, and with no armors, those shock darts just
still terrifying.
Lethal as well.
That was scary. Classics and bandits getting kills.
But that being said, even the damage done really doesn't matter all that much, because G2 win that eco round and got a bunch of free weapons earlier in the game, and then just win the subsequent rounds, so.
Probably what's provoking NRG just to throw caution to the wind on rounds like that one.
Now
9-1, Trent quietly dominating.
This is an inflection point in this first half for sure. Both sides stacked up with ultimates. It's pacey from NRG just to get towards B long right now. Not fighting for any control of the map elsewhere. That has resulted in Baby Bay getting A main for free. And you can see just due to that, rotate from G2 all over the B side. Leaf, he wants to fight in the site right now.
Well, he's got no choice. He can't fight Halls, and that's going to be a good enough trade now. Jaw wants to flash his way out, but Hunter's Fury's going to be cutting through and getting damage on him before he could deal with Scuba tucked in the corner. Valen, though, not far behind, has the inkling, has the idea that the play is there, and a clone is shot. It's an easy 3-piece for the captain so far. And Brock has had to step away from this. There is a triple stack, high and low, waiting around the corner. And that spike is on the wrong side of that screen. Virtually impossible round to win by any metric. So Brock will see what he can get, and he'll get nothing. 5-1.
NRG's straightforward game plan on these rounds, just heading towards B, and G2's willingness to send a player into A main early has just allowed them to stack up on this site. And despite the Armageddon going back Halls, they just don't care. They have multiple players in there ready to fight together already. What?
Peacock hashtag.
What did bro say?
Yeah, he's mogging so hard. He's speaking it at a register too low for the human here to register.
Also, worth noting that G2 did not have to use one ult to win that round.
Okay,
oh, they're aware of Ethan. Oh, wow, they're right on him.
They're chasing him too. Ethan's going to have his hands full here. Trying to avoid these shots. We get a multiplayer swing into this, and Yeah, not much you could do about that. Marta gets in and gets one. Here's a lockdown over towards the A side of the map in the art direction. This is gonna,
and it's just
this is gonna get him scurrying.
Back. Leaf, is he going to get caught? The barrel scene, yeah, that's nice from Scuba. What a mid-round from NRG.
That is a bizarre moment there where the lockdown forces G2 out of A, but convinces him that's where the spike's gonna end up, and so Leaf has his knife out.
A really sick call. We've seen G2 that win disadvantageous retakes on this B side. So a 3v4 is definitely not out of the question.
Another runner back here for Jaw as well, but he is not armored. He is a bit like paper mache at the moment.
Is he just going to send it in on a round like this?
Seems strange. All right, there's convergent pass. Jaw's able to sidestep that. But inside halls, Marta is now on the prowl. Baby Bay holds it up in position. And NRG really not being spotted out for the time being. Ping out to Marta. Oh, Trent tries to spray that corner. It's exactly what you want to do with the Odin, but Marta is just too good. It'll be able to refract away. Caught by Baby Bay, though. Time. That's the issue. Kiko and Scuba so far off this. Baby Bay could cause problems, but there really isn't enough time to get that defuse.
No, even at that, there's stars on the spike. No chance for Baby Bay there. But so much damage done to NRG on their first round win could be extremely significant as we move forward. That being said, though, have to give them massive credit for a sick mid-round call. After losing Ethan in A main from some pretty relentless aggression that G2 displayed, just hunting him down, they make that great play with the fake lockdown and a pivot over towards B. Leaf caught on that rotate. Really cool round.
One of those rare rounds where both teams are kind of happy with the outcome.
Yeah, it's not horrible for G2. Look at the money on NRG. They're players with 0.
Oh my god, that was crispy. All right, traded instantly though. Jaw tries to push up into that plaza, and Baby Bay wants to swing off this as well.
Mata is in danger. He took some shock dart damage as well. Just 20 HP. He is in there to the link as NRG trying to work down B long, but they're so spread across the map that they can't go for an execute right now. Oh, Mata had a chance even at the low HP, but couldn't connect the instant shot.
Neither player had their crosshair position for that. It was all about adjustment. G2 looking like a kicked hornet's nest this round. Very much buzzing around the map, and Kiko is expecting to push up, and he is rewarded.
Yeah, Baby Bay getting adventurous and is very much punished for that. NRG bide their time. You can see Kiko on the rotate, getting back towards B main. Scuba just posted to see if anyone
so disciplined.
Too far, but that's free for Trent. Recon as well to assist Valen, who's going to be able to swing off Trent's contact, or just maybe intending on posting up on his own.
It's just sick discipline from Trent there. Holds the line, sees the player, eventually caught out, but that was a guided salvo that was going to force him out of positioning. Either way, here's Valen. Slams him. It's a 4-round game.
Yeah, there it is, just swinging off of Trent. And this time, on that round where NRG's economy was fully on the line, G2 go for a different look with that instant mid-fight. Jaw just flashes out, catches one. And then from there, NRG, they get fairly disconnected around the map. Mata definitely had a chance to get that kill on Baby Bay, but ultimately G2 just calmed things down, play with that nice setup. Simple, Trent holding the cross, Valen swings off that contact, collects the kills. And look at NRG's economy right now. Terrible.
Yeah, Mata just trying to get ahead of it. Hope to dig something out, but G2 were waiting. They knew they'd be colliding. Oh, really? It's like that. All right, Jaw looking a little different out there. Go to the right. I got one. Oh, my goodness. Well, easy come, easy go with that ultimate. He can probably get halfway to his next one if things go well from here.
Does just get an orb real quick.
Okay.
He has 2 orbs, not in the way he would have hoped. But oh, these shock darts, man.
Enemy tag.
All right, Trent does know what's going to happen here. He knows NRG still looking to end days. Kiko running it in. Trent, is he trying to feed orbs?
He's trying to style on them.
Yeah, okay.
He's trying to style on them.
I respect it.
And he's done it. And he's done it.
Yeah. Styling successful.
G2 are looking rock solid on this defense. One of the dangers of NRG picking this map into G2, as we mentioned, is that there's no tape on G2. They don't know what they were playing heading into this. The Phoenix is definitely a surprise.
Why are we seeing this? I mean, I wonder if that round where Jaw like verts that molly.
Kill him, bro. He played for Liquid last year.
Sorry. Okay, Liv, that's crazy. You play for C9. And? Yeah, I wonder if that
fine.
Molly...
I'm okay with the use slander mission. I get that. I'll accept it.
Okay, cool. The Phoenix Molly A main seems to have sort of scared NRG off for a little bit. There's nothing like that this round. There's no aggressive A main clear from G2 either. So NRG faced no resistance early in the round, and a Cosmic Divide straight towards A. That means they're going to accelerate
An
now.
A site that has 4 G2 players ready to go.
Marta's in the pocket here. This could be ugly. Valen swing. Marta gets on the other side. This is so awkward. Valen making a bit of noise and still found Marta and minced it. Now he's entrenched. Ethan just popped on the other side of it. There's some wall damage, and this has not gone well for NRG at all, folks.
They're just going wall for wall.
He's running! Kiko down to 33. Valen can defuse behind this, and G2 were lying in wait.
Once again, a situation where they just have everybody stacked up on the right site. There are 4 players there ready to go.
We're getting one of them flow state Trent games today. 14 and 3.
It's been very casual as well.
Yeah. And honestly, like, it's just been dialed
kills
in.
every round. But Valen really stepped up here. This fight with Mata was so awkward.
Okay. And
but that pocket is available for the spam. So Ethan just goes down right after, playing by the half wall.
Starting to get a little frustrated if you're NRG.
These G2 team fights are really solid.
Honestly, their retakes as well. The way they've been clearing, crossfiring for each other. Very, very good. And this Mata just ceases to exist. That was spam, I'd say, through smoke.
I mean, by the way, a main control from G2. NRG just...
Dude, they are going for it.
Oh, what? There might be an opportunity for Scuba in mid.
This is a belated trader. Oh, okay. And this is the second time in 3 rounds that Scuba's been able to do that. This time, though, with a better weapon and with more prospects in the round. This has drawn NRG back through their spawn site.
Now on the instant lurk. Trent knows that this is a possibility.
He knows?
The timing. Right, oh my God.
He saw. How does he know, dude? Great intuition there from Trent, and he's just going to follow. Scuba's never going to be ready for this, and it's a freebie. Now, NRG, dithering in their own spawn, have to decide where to end the round.
Kiko has a lockdown, but that can just be made irrelevant because of Trent's Hunter's Fury. Leaf is really entrenching himself on this B site. Spotting each other, he's going to need help fast.
Oh, the Interceptor? Based. Actually based. Eats up the guided salvo. And doesn't really give away too much of the game either. They just don't know.
And there's Baby Bay. He arrives in time. Supplemental flash for Leaf to swing. And now the crossfire set up 20 seconds. NRG, man, disadvantage. They have to just deal with way too many angles. There's just no way. G2 was so fast.
Just being out, obviously Interceptor interacts with any projectile-based utility. I really thought he was dead to rights there, but great timing there for Elite to set that up and make sure he wasn't going to be knocked out of position.
Scuba tries to put them in position to win this round. That was a nice little 1v2, goes for the lurk, but Trent had some real nice intuition there to be able to catch him. I love
playing with you guys, bro.
It's so wholesome, bro.
You guys.
Yeah. You do get soft as you get old. Great inference there from Trent, realizing Scuba would have pushed that deep. So, last round of the half, NRG paltry 2 rounds. This is the very map where they held C9 to only 2 rounds not so long ago.
And G2 pushed all the way up B long. They know that no one is there. Time to rotate towards the A side. Teleport from Baby Bay. They've got 3 players there right now. They're about to have 4 players there. Danger for NRG looms yet again on this execute.
Valen pinged, chased. Hunter's Fury as well. Okay, little schmoves. One more shot though, and Valen is able to avoid it. So, fighting fit for what may be a flood into the A side. Okay, Marta's down. He was very low already, to be fair. Hunter's Fury this time coming away from G2. It's Trent lining them up and lighting them up. That's Kiko, barely alive, has to make use of this lockdown at some point in the round. Create some space for a spike recovery, but I believe that's been spotted in A main.
Trent, yet again aware of this Sewer's flank, and that's a free kill. Kiko has 0 HP to work with. Scuba on site, surrounded. G2, yet again, on one of those rounds, control the extremity. Baby Bay teleports. They stack up the site for the hit from NRG, and they just make that entire half look rudimentary. Just a simple, effortless defense where they have all of their players ready to anchor the right site every single round.
Now, G2 know as well as us that their record against NRG last year doesn't mean anything necessarily, but you better believe they're taking no small degree of satisfaction from the way this map has gone so far. Bringing in the Phoenix comp, looking damn good. It's Trent that I've got my eyes on, though. Let's see if NRG can find some equity, to find a way to dig in on Pearl after this.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
(21-6). That was Brock's scoreline when NRG took Cloud9 to task on this map of Pearl not so long ago. Trent on G2 at 16-3. Ain't that far away from that himself.
NRG might be suffering a loss at the same 13-2 scoreline if things continue the way that they have been going, which is utter dominance from G2. NRG's game plan on attack was just not cutting it. G2 were effortlessly dismantling their execs, and now NRG will have to match that level of play on this defense of their own. Everyone from G2 moving their way towards that B side, all going through main, teleport ready to go through as the util comes in back sight, wall to cut off a potential crossfire.
Gappy, but it'll do.
Ethan wants to commit to this.
Yeah, okay, Ethan's just having to really punish that opening a little bit. Flash there connected, and he's still able to deal with Jaw. I just don't feel like that's constructed all that solidly from G2, that hit onto B.
No, ultimately they're not really able to take any space. Ethan gets that nice first kill tucked in the corner. I feel like you don't see that position being taken a ton on the hard site anchoring setups. Has a little view from the wall, doesn't cover everything up, so he exploits that. Yeah, just good anchoring from those guys. I mean, hitting the shots.
If they want to get scrappy, bro, let's get scrappy, bro. I'm done. I'm done. Let's.
Well, you heard the man. Strap yourselves in, folks.
I kind of felt scrappy already.
Yeah, well, maybe not. Yeah,
neither here nor there.
Scrappy pejorative for NRG, I think. Not complimentary.
G2 just run it down. They are not stopped by the Tejo on account of the interceptor. Valen, Ethan exchanging some blows.
Maybe with a flash to A main, but it's just a feint.
Now NRG didn't go for any kind of deep push up B long. It's just being held kind of passively from Mata at the moment, which, by the way, look at this buy from NRG. I mean, huh?
Yeah, it's really light.
They've 3 sheriffs with the rifles. That's a
they
interesting look.
Yeah, Leviathan all of a sudden. Let's see this Valen mid-rounding. What's he cooking up? Obviously, there's Nano Swarm at his feet there and a turret that'll take contact. He knows it. He knows exactly what would be waiting for him. He's a little on the low side, though.
Now, what is the move from G2? They have a ton of control of the map. NRG have really conceded all of mid at this point.
Cheeky little stealth thrown there.
So reasonably, NRG are just kind of set up in this 2-1-2. They need one player to watch sewers, and then they hope that a duo can anchor either site.
Jaw on his way down B long with a classic. Yes, his Nano Swarms are going to snarl up G2 as they try and approach this B side of the map. Can Jaw make a splash here? Gotten into halls, in fairness, we get the drop on Kiko. He's only a Sheriff, though, that he'd get for his troubles there. Hang about. Ethan has to back away. That's awkward, caught in the open. Now a 2 versus 2. Surely there's guns to recover here in the post plant.
Chaw's just fighting forward. What is the timing? By the way, has his ult.
4 kills with a classic. This is dangerous here for Brook. How the heck is he supposed to get onto the side? That was free.
He dinked him.
Down to 47. Jaw for free. He's able to punish Brook, and now at least with the regen shield, he walks in healthy enough. But he's got 2 players to worry about. Are you kidding me? That is the most egregious display of classic use I've ever seen. What are we doing here? Where did that come from?
I'm just stunned. What can you even say about that? That looked like the easiest cleanup in the world for NRG.
10 seconds.
What? That long-range right-click is crazy. But Mata and Ethan, Mata ran out of bullets, so it was just an honest pistol fight. I mean...
Hey! What's good? G2 Classic, baby! Let's go!
Viral marketing in the Big 26, Wyatt. I am done.
NRG, because of that buy, having the Sheriffs, they have a buy here, kind of. They have 2 Stingers with 3 Vandals. This is some new economic management that is interesting to witness, but it's gotten them in a... Well, okay. Trent might just...
Big him?
Send them out of this round, actually. Never mind.
This is the weak side for NRG. They were heavily stacked over towards A, something that Jaw probably surmised. So now they'll take that double stack in halls, player over towards long side, and...
Leaf was just barely spotted there.
How does he intend to be a factor here? He's going to have to play from long. This might cause Babybay just to rotate into the side, but he's got an outlaw, so he'll need to keep his distance to a degree. Shock dart. There's some value to be had here. Here comes Scuba, though. Gets on out there. He and Ethan can swing this together, but there's Leaf and Valorant chiming in. It's on Trent now. 6th game from him. The odds, the deck, stacked against him. Swing timing. Look at how low these 2 have gone. It's got to be now. It's got to be 1 swing to end them. Oh, Trent, okay, not bad.
He didn't get into half.
Oh, man. He's just gone and done it. Red Bull clutch here for Trent, and G2 go to map point. One of the most bizarre maps I've seen this year and in some time.
Casual 18-5 for Trent. NRG will be able to cobble together another weird buy to attempt to stay in the game in the next round. Just plays the timing perfectly there on that swing.
Good shit, boy! You won!
The Kiko just doesn't have the time to defuse that spike. Can't get the kill quick enough on the swing. NRG's pick, by the way.
Yep.
Just a reminder of that.
Yep. Oh, okay, here we get, once again, the flash is set up, G2. Oh, the curveball is too good, man!
They're being destroyed on this fight.
Mata at 20, he knows he's in deep trouble. And so, it is Kiko.
Time.
Yep, need more than just a little bit of liquid to douse this fire, my friend! And it is a 13-3 for G2. Babybay can't believe it. NRG in dismay, their map pick gets thrown in their face, but a side of Habanero.
That Jaw Classic ace was ridiculous. How is that legal? How is that happening? How is that allowed to happen? I thought the gun had been nerfed. He got a long-range right-click from miles away down halls. What is happening?
I don't know. You know, it's funny. NRG, I'm sure Bonkar is saying he does not care about what the record was last year, but you've got to imagine at some point through that map, it starts to creep in, the doubt that maybe G2 might just be NRG's kryptonite.
Aside from just that ridiculous classic ace, by the way, Trent was obviously putting up numbers, but Jaw's able to get first 6 bloods throughout that game. He really went off. A player that there has certainly been some criticism being lobbed at, has not had a great tournament so far in Kickoff. There's definitely not been up to his standards. But he had a solid game against C9 last week, and to start off against NRG, the reigning world champions, he destroys them on the Phoenix.
Well,
the Phoenix, Mitch.
Take your break in the game,
ace,
though. I mean, this was absolutely absurd. Squeezed everything he could out of his kit and utility. Take your preconceived notions, throw them out the window, and join us back for Split after this.
Yep. Knew it. Still couldn't get him. All right, that's kind of funky, Ethan. What the hell is that?
It's an A plan. So very quickly the rest of you come across from that B side. Big saturate.
Vic not there in time. Another win out of 2 versus 3.
Perfect. Can't ask for much more than that. It's going to be all Vic Kajor. What a time to come alive.
All right, down here with Coach Josh RT, an absolutely dominating performance that we saw from G2 in that game. I gotta ask about the Phoenix, man. Where the hell is this coming from? Where are you cooking this stuff up at?
I mean, I gotta give credit to PureX. They dumpstered us in an off-season tournament on Haven. I'm like, why not just try it on Pro?
So wait, you took it from the off-season tournament from them?
Yeah.
And what was it about that composition that made you be like, hey, this is something that we should be incorporating? What about your players kind of gave you the inclination that we can incorporate this?
I mean, Jogamo is just, he's always aggressive.
Yeah.
I want him, I gotta leverage his agent pool a little bit, you know? And just let him go free and just be super aggressive, just show a lot of threats, and just throw in a nice Yoru in the mix with Andre opping, and then a nice Vito just to mess with their utility flow a little bit. So I thought it was just a great comp to just counter NRG.
You guys are basically on track to be able to win 6-0 in this series against NRG. How are the guys feeling in the back after you just spoke with them? Did you get an opportunity to catch up with them after that win?
No, they went instantly to the bathroom, but I'll talk to them in a sec. I think they're ecstatic that like what we worked on for a little bit finally panned out.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah. Coach, always a pleasure, my man. Thank you so much for your time. Best of luck in the series. Back to you, boys.
Welcome back to the desk. We are here, and that's exactly what happened to NRG in the first match. G2 just pummeled right through them. I'm Riv here with Vans to set you up for the next map and break down that first one. G2 running away with NRG's map, and you heard Josh RT there just saying it's because they had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, exactly. They had to finish it quick. But to go with the low-hanging fruit, it's definitely about that compositional change, focusing a lot on this double duelist versus this double initiator that they've always played in the past. So you have a different look going into that week number 4. And you're seeing here Jogamo and BabyBay. When Josh RT mentions about Jogamo, where you want to try to utilize him to the best of his capabilities, I think the Phoenix fits him perfectly if he's not going to play the Yoru. Why? Because if you watched how he plays Waylay, you always talk about Jogamo being like this selfless player or whatnot, but there's a lot of these moments where he's trying to throw a saturate, swings before it, and just dies. This time, you have self-sustainability for Jogamo to flash, peek, get these picks on his own, and then finally get the support right after. And what I like about that too and how they approach this against NRG, there's definitely a lot of studying that's been done. They cut that line of scrimmage, not giving a chance for NRG to set up any type whatsoever at the beginning of these rounds.
And you get that hype right there. You get BabyBay activating still on something, right? They went all the way to put him on ISO so he could still get in the fights, still find ways to be in the face of the enemy and really put that heat on their opponents.
I think the other thing too, especially with BabyBay, is not only just talking about the step away from the double initiator look from the side of G2, G2, but it's also BBB stepping away from a one-trick chamber. You're seeing as well that you have an opportunity this time around to have so many Swiss Army knives around the roster of G2. Remember Leaf going from Sentinel to Initiator, now back to Senti as a Vito. So G2 is looking pretty primed up on how he's preparing for these games.
He's smiling and acing on whatever he wants. That G2 comp as well, you see it on the bottom of your screen. There's so many annoying flashes to deal with there. You think towards post plant, oh, they've got to be done with their flashes. No, they have more flashes. And they're still throwing these Yorus, annoying Phoenix flashes in that you haven't been used to because it's our first Phoenix here in America. You might be used to it, but at this speed, at this pace on the stage, maybe not.
And Josh RT talked about that veto as well, right? And we didn't really have a chance to see that veto at all because of the aggression that came out from G2 in the first place. When you're already swinging out and getting a couple of these picks, you're always, for NRG side, like a 1-2 player at a disadvantage trying to enter into these sites. They're just creeping, trying to find information, trying to go for individual picks, and they were getting punished at those lines without having to utilize veto to the best of his capabilities. So right now for G2, with such a strong showing, they also have the opportunity to hide a little bit more going into their later matches trying to qualify for Santiago.
And this is a G2 heavy segment because 3 rounds came in for NRG, and a big reason for that was some thrifties that came through where NRG couldn't stop it. One of those was a classic ace.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be this round as well. When you talk about G2 looking very good in the pistol, they got ecoed right after by NRG, and we're like, oh crap, this is going to be a strong NRG map again. But then you have this first crossfire setup. The stack is perfect. The shots are sublime from Baby Bay in the first place, but then going into this one, losing the pistol, going into a pistol ace, and you just see Jogimo keeping running it down just non-stop. He does not care. He runs out of flashes, still running, because he's going to get 2 more kills and get another flash there.
And it didn't look like NRG could play their game, but they had to split next. What honestly could be an answer, because they're going to see a new G2 comp as well. They probably won't have Breach there, so NRG needs to be able to play against something they haven't seen already.
Yeah, I think for us in Americas, we're just like, oh, well, you know what? Like, if EMEA and the other regions are just talking about how, or let's say Mini, for example, talking about how bad Breach is, let's step away from that one. And let's actually put our star player as Leaf outside of that Breach to bring more value to this composition for G2. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see another approach of double duelists for G2, because it seems as though they've sort of wanted to flip the switch, not necessarily understand the meta, but play their own game. Because if you look at the double duelists that they play, it's no real waylay dive agent kind of thing. They brought ISO, you know, on Corrode, so they're just going to play to their best strengths. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe Baby Bay on ISO again, and then just run it down with the rest of their team.
And split there, NRG's going to have to fight back on G2's pick, and even if that goes the way of NRG, they go to Haven, where we just heard Josh RT talking about that they have some things ready. They feel comfortable in where they're practicing, so it really has to be everybody firing on all cylinders here for this next matchup. Well, let's hear what Coach Bonkar has to say ahead of Map 2.
All right, here with Coach Bonkar. Coach, that was a tough loss. You know, got to call a spade a spade. Were you anticipating that composition from G2? Because heck, no one on our end was anticipating that. So is that something you maybe thought could have been read on your end? What do you make of it overall?
Didn't anticipate specifically that comp overall. We were anticipating like maybe some chamber here and there or anything, but they pulled out a great comp and they played a fantastic game. So just up to us to shake it off and go again.
I know you took a little while in the back with the squad. What were you telling them to like motivate them, get them back into it? Or was any player in particular the one that was trying to rally the troops for this second map?
We just spoke super briefly about this map and legit just move on, split. We have anti for them, we're ready for the map and just start playing the game again. That was a slow match for us, and it happens sometimes.
Hey, well, look, if there's one team that can make the bounce back, it's the World Champs. So I have the utmost confidence in you boys. Back to you.
I echo the same thing GB says there. Bonkar and the team have been in a position where they have to figure out how to really correct what's going wrong, go around the speed bumps instead of continuously go over them, and it shouldn't be a problem for Map 2.
It would be tough, though, if G2 comes out with a brand new composition, because it'll kind of be like the NRG versus C9, where you're trying to learn how to play against the Breach. Hopefully, they're going to be learned quick.
All right, well, Uber and Wyatt will be back with Map 2 after this quick break. Don't go anywhere.
This is, of course, a very important matchup in this middle bracket. The winner will advance to that middle final, we'll call it, to take on the loser of the upper final. That's sort of trickle-down economics in terms of how our format works. So, in theory, it puts them one game away from qualification to Santiago. Here's the NRG composition, maybe nothing really to furrow the brow. The Tejo Sky combo, I think, is, you know, going to be an interesting one to see. But we've seen that from them on a number of occasions. G2 were the team that used to always just pound that Tejo comp on this map, basically wherever they could play it. They do have gone away from it, and I wonder where they're going to go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Baby Bay on the Waylay. Jordan the Neon. This is a departure from the norm for G2.
They're mixing it up after suffering a convincing loss to Furia, one that Valen discussed as being something of an inflection point for this team's run in Kickoff, addressing a lot of the internal issues with the team off the back of that Furia loss. And since then, well, they beat Cloud9. They've absolutely crushed NRG on map 1, and now on this map, they're looking to bounce back via running an experimental comp. This is pretty cool to see. It's kind of just the general idea or like identity of G2. I feel like is shifting a bit where they are getting more experimental overall. Going from the Phoenix on map 1 into this Neon Waylay now on map 2. And
yeah, the Phoenix was giving like mid last year Paper X vibes. We've also said they've taken comps from tier 2 and tried to adapt them. Not many teams can pivot so quickly in how they approach a map midway through a tournament like G2.
Doing a thing.
And now it's Baby Bay on the Waylay instead of Jaw. NRG fast up mid to start us off on their attack side. Jaw trying to set up a crossfire with his duelist partner.
Oh, enough noise to wake the dead there in Rope Room. Trying to bait Jaw back in their direction, but Baby Bay will clean Ethan up. That's the Sky out of the picture.
So NRG on a fairly quick pivot towards the B side. What a kill from Mana. Baby Bay again. These shots with the Sheriff are just sick.
3-0 already. Baby Bay's having an insane pistol round. Now that guy itself is going to force him back to a degree, but now the pinch comes in. Rourke has nowhere to go. Van Scuba has submerged. Unfortunately for him, Spike's up in heaven.
NRG have just been sat down by the duelist duo on G2. Listen, it is always fun to see Jaw on Neon. I remember back when those changes first came in, he was insane with the movement. Let's see if Scuba can get anything done, though. Players are tagged up.
There it is.
Double face. Scuba going to go down.
I do feel like these changes are pushing us closer and closer to peak Smeeg from Baby Bay, right? Like, you know, he's a jet player, obviously, high mobility, flashy kind of player. We see him pick up the Aura. We go, okay, like the Vince McMahon gift of him getting progressively more excited based on what he's seeing. Now over towards the Waylay, super high mobility, again, flashy, skill-expressive agent choice. He's already got himself 3 kills, so we know we're already hurtling towards that first convergent pass. He's bought himself up a Marshall. He's feeling himself.
Looks like he'll definitely have some opportunities for kills. There's the first. Just a straight-up B fight. Jaw getting right in their face with his judge.
It's the correct weapon for this round. Make no mistake, 0 armor on NRG to speak of.
They are learning early the difficulties they'll be facing against this G2 comp, which are the potential for these two duelists to be running it down at them on the extremities with some util combos. I mean, getting hit by the Saturate plus Relay Bolt.
I'm just going to say.
Fried.
Yeah, these like short-range deployables that are easy to hit. Okay, you are...
It does that at that range?
You are a long way away from them.
Someone send that to the devs.
Okay. Leaf just runs around, holding down M1.
Or I could just find them in the office.
Yeah, they're probably just around the corner, actually, yeah. I don't know if you might need to pencil in an appointment with them. Flawless round here for G2.
I'm so flawless, everyone has full armor.
Yep. Maybe it's Maybelline.
They lost some money throwing abilities. That is it. Now NRG are full buying, of course.
And that is hard to play into.
It's a nice little way to fight B main. Just Prowler, post up with the scope weapon, Jaw running into their faces behind the Prowler. That's not bad. Will G2 send it again? Well, it looks like they're going to fake that they're sending it again in B main, doing the same instant Prowler and Baby Bay post up, but this time Jaw is with that shotgun over towards Vents.
Baby Bay was, watching his minimap intently there. So there was no real intention to go into B proper.
But if NRG want to go back towards B main, they will likely have to expend some util to re-clear it. But it is the initiator utility gathering info towards the A side for the attackers, as you saw that Trailblazer on the minimap just go all the way up ramps. Though the space isn't immediately taken by NRG, it feels like they are just currently waiting out to see if G2 go for some kind of proactive play before moving into their actual execute. That second drone now from their other initiator being used to get through B main.
Maybe they did not want to be pinged there. Yeah, pretty costly for NRG to get this space. They are in B garage. That is something. Maybe Bay headshots! Just what the doctor ordered. Well, actually, they'd be a terrible doctor if they asked for that, but Marta's out of the game. That's what's important. Guided salvo forces Baby Bay off the line, but here comes Leaf.
Why at that range? That shouldn't be happening.
Don't ask.
That shouldn't be happening.
Questions you don't know the answer to. Is my mantra.
Close range gun? Hello?
Sorry, that was a bonus that featured Marshall, Stinger Bulldog, and some other assortment of weapons that have no business doing that.
Yeah, and in the midst of the violence on the B site, Trent also just killed that lurker over towards A. Yeah, who's in this moment, was just chilling over on ramp, and deleted that man from the server.
This is FedEx level of send.
Baby Bay is back on his feet, and he is pointing again. He needs to unlock some new emotes. So right now, he has stand
Can I
and
suggest to L dance? You know what I mean? Can we throw it back to like what 2017?
And again, Bonkar is forced to call an early timeout. Much was the same. Well, it was around 4 on Pearl. This time it's even faster. It's round 3 on Split.
It was the Aaron ambulance. This is brutal stuff for NRG.
They have 2 kills.
Okay. Yep. Well, that's not great.
Just felt like someone needed to address that if it wasn't going to be you. I mean, I'm the only one with a guy with a mic, so I'll just
exactly.
I'll let him know.
We could crowdsource our casting if you want to, but you are the numbers guy, so you take that, buddy. The way that G2 though has been manufacturing these opportunities, despite having some weaker weapons, though, has been fantastic. Baby Bay knows he needs to hold a crosshair placement that is conducive to a headshot there. Marta just swings into it. It's a little bit labored. And a lot of utility is used because there's like a really quick fake pop by G2 into B lobby. That does mean it's more costly for NRG to re-clear that space.
Now, we saw this on the Pearl defense as well, but G2, when it comes to flooding in and fighting NRG when they're getting into the sites, they have, it looks like they've broken keyboards. There's no S key. They are in, they are sending it. Here is your standard, I'm a waylay with a Bucky, trying to kill someone, but it's not going to happen, and Baby Bay just gets 2 free kills with NRG pushing through the wall, and Mata gets caught, and I mean, this is just 1 Radiant versus 5 Platinum's YouTube video from Baby Bay. I think he should maybe stay on the waylay. Baby Bay was just born to run it down, to send it.
And apparently we're not born too early either. Oh yeah, okay.
Damn, Dre!
The moment when self-confidence and self-belief coincide.
Still waiting for a new emote. That time, not even the point. Just
you know what? I'm good with it.
And now picking up the operator, G2 have just millions of dollars. They can just afford to buy that now and switch things up.
So Chris Bumstead pulled the same 5 poses for like 10 years, bro. He won Olympias. Drake can do what he wants, man. He's got good triceps.
Oh, Jaw doesn't get caught over on that A side. You heard the off shot rattle off, but there wasn't a kill. That one did get a kill. It was Mata in mid, catching Leaf on the jump up. So NRG bringing the operator into the fold, and now pivoting towards the A side. Valen will have to be the hero for G2 in main.
Full damage control there now for G2. And Valen's getting exploratory. He can't get away from the stealth drone.
Not a great spot.
He's stuck. He is stuck. He's able to find his 1. And now very quickly you see the dash there over towards the spawn side. Baby Bay's trying to get positioned, but he can't hold the angle with this op. There's a nebula in the way, and so I'm just gonna He has it off in his hand. He's going for it, and he is silenced instantly by Mata. Okay.
That's a display of the level of confidence that these guys are at right now. That was a 2v4.
Yeah, Mata, I was just able to walk up mid there, find that op kill. And it looked like G2 started just to try and make hero plays towards the backside of that round.
That
Much
time,
needed.
Some of that G2 aggression getting a little bit punished with Leaf in mid. Still, though, obviously the economy very good for G2. Right back to the full buy. Another op for Baby Bay, this time posting up in mid. The entirety of NRG over on a no ults to work with just yet, but it's VALORANT fully isolated in that site.
Okay, Marta refracts out, seeing VALORANT there, so Star's thrown at his feet. VALORANT just walks out. That is such a wide swing to take. He's in it, but he got his kill. Can he buy time? Sim tight, and that's the spike going loose. This has gone from bad to worse for NRG. Good money follows bad.
He's isolated for how long? 20 seconds? No help. Finds two. Another just being baited into Dre.
And again, we've seen Baby Bay look very, very good with the off over the course of kickoff.
He didn't even pull out the shotgun.
No, Op's pretty good at that kind of point-blank range. Yeah, his oppies looked really good. We've seen him on Glory a little bit.
It's 12-1.
The chamber.
It's 12 kills. 1 death.
6 rounds in. Look at
How
this from
VALORANT, he can't be allowed to get away
Like,
with
why is he doing it? None of his team are there. He's the solo anchor.
He's spotted out by that dash in from Mod. He is isolated in elbow.
EJ, you are insane.
There's no time for a rotate from G2 to help him. He's alone, man. He's alone, but he gets 2 and he gets out.
I think the significance...
And then they try to keep chasing him. Baby Bay gets 3 kills. That's crazy. That just, it shouldn't be happening.
The significance of Baby Bay not switching to his shorty and just blasting him point blank with the op, I think cannot be understated. That is very exciting if you're someone like Leaf. That is going to get your blood pumping.
Draw back into main. Does he just take a peek? Does he just find the kill? Yes. Does he just run away? No. He wants to fight for more.
Okay, grab well there. It's a little awkward for Leaf. Will be brought down by Marta's Phantom, one of the few truly functional rifles here.
Jaw's going back into B main. NRG. What is the move as things are slowing down in the mid round?
Yeah, that op is watching.
Hiko is saying surely he can't resist. And he might be right.
He might be right.
He may be right.
On some level,
there's no way, man.
Okay, you're running. What is that, Jaw?
I mean,
limits are being tested.
Guys, that convergent path's straight up whiff. G2 Crossfire is not much of a crossfire with the Nebula Trent's face, though, but Scuba is out in the open, and Baby Bay will not... Oh, well, he did miss. Never mind.
That's a pretty shocking casting.
My line. I didn't even finish the sentence.
Me when I'm making things up on air. All right, Ethan gets up on that site now. Seekers will keep VALORANT at bay. There's going to be a belated swing to the left. VALORANT would have to... Oh, what a flick! Surely. There are a couple of things that have happened on this round that I would simply call uncanny. That could have been one of them.
In this G2 team, they're playing with a little bit of confidence, some may say. With Jaw just in B main, gets that early kill, and then just runs it right back in there as Bolt dashing out, tries to pop his ult.
But I mean, there's a genuinely...
That was crazy.
There's a generally accepted way for your opponents to play, right? And when you're playing with this much swagger, you break a lot of conditioning.
Absolutely. And I want to say this reminds me of a similar point in Pearl. NRG, they finally get their second round, but everyone dies except for one guy, and then they lose and have no money, except maybe this time they can actually stabilize the game as Kiko finds them that entry.
That's crazy, dude. Done it again. All right, Star's going to be recalled. Marta is intently watching a potential push-up. Trying to punish the jump peak that Waylay is so known for. That Neon's so known for, pardon.
I certainly do not mind the op on attack with how aggressive G2 are playing.
Ooh, okay, there was back up there.
Speaking of.
So I think, yeah, we're at the juncture now that, you know, we might be in timeout territory, at least G2 just need to slow it down a little bit. That's nice from Scuba, that was very snappy.
Yeah, Josh may want to calm the guys down a little bit at this point. They've hype maxed. They've hyped themselves up too much now, where they're
we're talking about
some crazy plays.
Yeah, we're talking about a team who's been under some of the most extreme pressure any competitor in VALORANT could be and prevailed on the world stage.
Close for Trent. Still though, 5-on-2. This one should be over.
Yeah, unlikely there's going to be an attempt here at the round for G2.
The money has finally started to dwindle for them on defense, after just having basically capped cash for multiple rounds. But they've been buying a lot of ops, so that'll happen.
How well do you think can G2 actually adapt now that NRG appear to have become a bit more comfortable with that tempo that the defense side has been presenting?
Well, if G2 are going to continue playing with this aggressive style, it just needs to be more... it needs to be more unified between players. It's just becoming too isolated and a little bit too silly.
Individualistic.
Because earlier we were seeing when Jaw was taking those B main fights, for instance, there was like the Prowler form early, and then Baby was also posting up on the line. Like there was supplemental utility. But that has not been the case right now. I mean, he's ultimately, you know, he's just kind of baited in trying to kill Mata, who can refract, and it's an easy trade for someone else.
You're going to start to see a number of these important ultimates come online now, right around that round 8 spot. A lot of these controller ultimates, obviously, G2 have access to the Cosmic Divide already.
Not going to be a timeout here from Josh. Thought there certainly may have been, though maybe Valen from the leadership is like, all right, well, they haven't really slowed down. Or we could just send it with the Bucky immediately.
I mean, that's that. But
of course, the Whaley can't just get out with the refract. A little bit different. Leaf this time has the AWP. Amato was
the refract.
The air shot. What happened there?
No chance to get away. He tried to run it up mid here, and here we go again.
All right, yeah, they didn't need a timeout. That's fine.
G2's hands reach up from the mud and drag NRG back down.
I gotta say, this is some of the most fun gameplay we've ever seen from G2. And I like that for them. I like that for us.
Think of this team, by the way, who like were very, very good. And people just straight up struggled to get excited about their games because they used to play so passively, so systematically, so formulaic. This seems like a night-and-day difference. And I wonder if, you know, Jaw coming into the team made an impact, but especially Baby into the mix here has given him that volatility, yes, but also just this, I don't know, this flair when it counts.
Oh my God.
The slow-mo lean in the chair is crazy.
Oh my God, you can't believe it. Neither can I. I feel him. But it's cool that G2 went from being this team last year that were just so invested in we are playing Taeho Yoru on everything into this year. We're still in comps from tier 2. We're playing Phoenix because we saw Paper X do it. Let's just play Neon and Waylay on this map now.
Jaw wants to fight. He really wants to get in there. Armageddon going to be circumvented for the most part. Hindrance on Jaw. Okay, he's going to get around that corner. Valen. He's tucked into the back of the side. Leaf didn't have a lot to say this round. Convergent pass though from Baby. They're all hindered. Spray the please. Do the smoke. Just one for Valen. But look how low Ethan's gotten.
He was just praying that Nebula would drop earlier. Sending in the Nightfall in this 2-on-3.
Cosmic Divide. We are going for it. Quick refract there from Baby. Realizes it wasn't the landing he was hoping for.
Look at the NRG HP right now to a combined 0, it feels like.
Yeah, big decay down. It made it easy for Trent to slip in and find that pick. Now the Cosmic Divide has been pushed past. It's about to expire. Kiko up on the corner here. Needs some good fundamentals in this moment, but Baby is all swagger. Now the 2v1. Brock has struggled to fight his way out of these unfavored scenarios today, and he will retreat in that defense spawn direction. He's got to be quiet at the moment. He's got the info. Down to 32. Beautifully done by Brock. Red Bull clutch for NRG, and not a moment too soon.
He finally arrives in the server today. To me, it feels unfair to say, given that NRG as a team just have not been able to stand up to G2 yet, but they need one of their many stars to create some moments like this. I will say, how many times have we seen in VALORANT? Feels like a team is down and out. Suddenly, someone makes that hero play that gets everybody back in the zone.
You mean like Baby on Corrode?
Yes, that is exactly what I mean.
Yeah, both these teams have got the individuals that can lift the spirits of a team. And a big part of that is a strong performance or a clutch that makes you believe it's possible.
Rotate now from NRG, heading back over towards this A side. Everybody ready to go over there. Baby with the AWP on main. Of course, he should be getting smoked off when this hit comes in, so we'll see how he tries to play around that to support Trent, who is very much so entrenched in the site.
Nothing to see with that Trailblazer, though. Okay, here's the smoke. Dash in. Mata has heaven control. He is in there. Baby going to be forced back. Vulnerable and hit by that saturator. Mata. Nicely done. Leaf handled. Relay bolt, though, going to be capitalized on. All right. Just running at him, apparently.
And now NRG just have the entire map split open for them. They can choose to go back towards B, Everyone running through mid, leaving Scuba late. Valen has gotten himself into B main. It's a good position to play from.
Kiko goes Astral, but he's inside the smoke. It was Marta that was exposed to Valen's timing.
NRG do have to worry about a lot of angles right now, despite being at the man advantage.
Valen's still good for a second there. This is going to keep G2 in the round. They're going to have to get busy. Do they check for Brook? Yes, inside the smoke now. It's even Stevens. There is a late wrap, though, through mid, and Scuba might have just the timing they need.
It seemed like Trent knew it was a possibility turning around.
Here's the tap. So there's going to be some of that post-plant. Util Baby Bay in trouble! Gravwell makes it impossible for him to fight properly against Scuba. And Trent doesn't really have the room here. Kiko banishes him. And here come NRG back into the game. Finally getting a hand on the reins.
It was a lovely play from Mata, taking all of that space into heaven, getting tucked into the corner. And the second shot, probably going to be absurd on the replay. He's stunned up, hindered, and just one taps Jaw sliding into his face. That was a sick 2K though. And it also just then created the possibility for NRG to rotate away from A towards B. And that was certainly the right call. Okay. It was once a 4-0 lead for G2 where they looked unstoppable. NRG are on the verge of tying up this half.
And starting to look a bit more like protagonists in this map as well, as opposed to background actors. Moments like that broad clutch I thought was really nice. That feels like that gets him there.
Definitely. Just going to say Trent at 9-4, by the way. Just continuing to put up numbers after being dominant on Pearl. G2 have pushed all the way out of this B side. They definitely know where NRG are on the map right now.
Variation is that, yeah, Leaf is set up here with the judge. So G2 have made a adjustment about how they're holding on to A Heaven. NRG might just be feigning something here, but look at this wrap around from Jaw and Valen. Pushed off B so early.
Kiko was watching their back until he had to go into Astral form, and that allows the perfect timing for Jaw.
To get disciplined, Jaw. Dirty stuff, and that's the spike going loose. Now they've been caught off for the rest of their team. NRG get control, though, of this A side. They've dealt with the anchors at least. They've got even up in players, but Jaw's found his third. Valen's going to be there to support him. A Cosmic Divide to cut NRG off from the spike. And what's the option supposed to be? Take your timing. There's a high-low waiting for Ethan. Feels like he knows it. He knows this is going to be tough. A double swing is what he's trying to put together for the round. It's 89 points of health on NRG entirely. They've got to go for it. Smoke on the other side. Jaw has the off angle. This is all but impossible. And there's Jaw. Is it going to be another race for Jaw? And G2 put their stamp back on this half in the final round. It's a tight one, 7-5. With 4 of those first rounds going in favor of G2, NRG did well to fight back in.
If there's one guarantee we've seen from this series so far, it's that Jaw is definitely back. G2 have been so willing to push through the extremities on defense today.
Let's go! 2 for 2, baby, let's go!
And it's just allowed them to encircle NRG on the attack. When they're going for these straight up hits, they have been crushed by the G2 defense.
All right, 7-5 is the scoreline on splits. It's G2 fighting for their chance to qualify in the next game for Santiago. Don't go too far. More of this match to come. Respectable 7-5, halftime scoreline. NRG clawing back into the game, but it looks like they really man, they had to fight tooth and nail for every inch, whereas G2 look like they're having fun out there. Both their duelists are firing. They're full of inspiration, honestly, creativity, and tons of confidence.
NRG were able to get back in the game when it was G2 exuding too much fun, creativity, and confidence. Those were when the openings were created for NRG to get a couple free picks that would allow them to get into advantageous situations in rounds. When G2 were playing more stable and more coordinated with that aggression, they felt unstoppable, but maybe they have given NRG just enough rounds to be able to take this split map.
Or just enough rope to trip them up in this second half. It's going to be G2 on the attack side, Pistol. Scuba tucked in the corner, making use of his own poison orb to take a wider swing just in case someone had pushed forward. A double face here for NRG set up to play off this guiding light potentially from Ethan.
Both tucked in that right side corner, or at least work for a moment. Ethan takes the contact, is lit up.
Okay, G2 crossing here. They do want to go unchecked, and it's going to be Refract that kind of gets Baby Bay out of trouble. They make short work of G2. Beautifully done. Just a crossfire. Simple stuff for NRG, but oh, it's been effective. Jaw was hindered.
Is all the way through, screens flanking them. So was Leaf, by the way. He's up there.
So G2 get into the site with the spike. Leaf is going to be the pivotal player from this point on in the round. Is he in the right spot to succeed?
Spike planted.
Ethan on 10 HP in this situation. Baby Bay wants to take contact, draw the attention so Leaf can be the player that closes the round out.
Leaf is convinced. Oh man, he's just pushing off his line there. Maybe a lack of patience, maybe just concern. They don't know what was happening in heaven, so it's on Baby Bay, 44 points of health, and that is all consumed. As Mada points the ghost at it.
He does a great job with Ethan fighting earlier in that round on ramps. Playing tucked in the corner, forces Baby Bay to refract away. They're just swinging off of each other here. It's that peak with the saturate that's really nice, and then Mada gets right back out there on that second swing to help Ethan bail him out. They collect two.
Yeah, really solid. It's a flashy? No, but the fundamentals here for NRG, that's kind of what gets them over these humps.
Jaw is the one buying a full armor with the Bucky. Baby Bay had a shorty there for a second at least. Thought we were about to see the double shotgun dive.
To some degree we will, but Baby Bay might simply be the decoy of sorts. Refracting away while Jorgamo actually gets in there to secure those eliminations. All right, well, here's the fast lane. We're about to see if that is the case or not. Grab well pop, but it doesn't seem to have slowed down G2 much. They're into the side. It's Baby Bay down. Jaw needs to fly with his Bucky. Trent on the side. Kiko's just free to roam around. Yeah, the Bucky found some purchase in the air, but Jaw now still has to find a way to be relevant here, and stunned up as he was by a special delivery, if I'm not mistaken. Clean round for NRG. Now, it's an even game.
Scuba had a good timing there to get that snake bite in main. It just fully disconnected the pack from those players getting in on the entry with the dashes, with the speed. We've seen some really silly stinger moments in this game.
Yeah.
Where are the devs? Where are they? Let me have a word.
What do you want from them? These guys are paid to break their game, dude. All right, round 15 coming at you. Like some emphasis on mid with both duelists for G2 converging. Pun intended. Scuba again just been looking to hold these passive angles, but that relay bolt's a problem. He's at least able to deal with the Prowler, Nova Pulse, and the kitchen sink. And he's still got good damage. Respect it.
Brutal scenes, though.
And that guided salvo stops an acceleration through rope room. It does slow G2 down, but they kind of get what they came for. Driving a wedge straight up the middle of the map, and now allowing Jaw to catch a rotate or go hunting for other players.
The weaponry on NRG is not great right now, but they are playing at ranges where they can get the most out of the SMGs. Jaw drawing some attention towards Mail. Is this just going to be a one and done for Kiko, or can he have a little pop-off moment? Baby Bay's
There's
low.
no saturate to clear this corner at all. They don't have the util, so it ends up being pretty costly. Oh! Okay, Jaw a little bit too slow. Flashed out, has to retreat. That is functionally going to keep Ethan in this position, though. He's very much pinned down by Jaw, and he has to fight his way out of that position somehow.
There's a good swing, and now Jaw's just going to go play it safely back towards main. That duo on site with Valen. They did a good job getting in, but he's just caught straight up in the open.
Yeah, again, too many spots to check, not enough ways to gain that info safely.
Just some timings on timings there, with Trent cleaning it up. But NRG will be, hey, relatively content with
good bonus.
At least doing some damage there on the bonus round. He had 3 guns taken away. This was just...
It was a lot.
Disgusting. You hate to be Scuba when you're getting stun, prowler, stun, dashed, seized.
Yes, he doesn't expect you, bro. That was my play on purpose.
Is he referring to him getting flicked on by Marta dropping down from heaven? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so.
All planned, all planned.
Fall back here.
Looks like G2 want to go with some pace. Again, the stun and the dash is perfect. Scuba is well hindered, but they're not going to bother with the smoke. What about LSC? Scuba is just having a nightmare in fence.
The util usage is something else. Kiko does very well to assert himself on his B side. It's astonishing he even gets that. Now, though, oh, we're walking that. Okay. Marta will certainly punish you for those, so it's an even player score now in the post plant. G2 need to find a way to maybe get off this B side or at least spread a bit more.
Yeah, not going to be any late flank. Dangerous for someone to try to get towards backside when they know the op could be watching, but now with that Nebula up, there's an opportunity to spread out a little bit more.
That Nebula came up at the perfect time because that util would have forced G2 out into the open, out into the town square, for their ideas to be exposed to the world. Here comes Ethan, and there he goes. Leaf notches up 3, getting himself in the game now.
Yeah, that was a really great timing that Leaf took, activated the double swing for main and pillar. But this opening to the round is just so cool. I think G2 have really shown that when it comes to the Waylay, I feel like they're one of, if not the best teams at putting their Waylay in position to get kills. We've seen other teams really struggle in the aspect of Waylay play of just supplementing them with enough utility. So many of the Waylays we've seen so far are finding themselves in situations where they're dashing in and they're just caught in the open. But it's moments like that where you're seeing that G2 are a cut above, just able to get a free, easy kill for Baby Bay. Everything there is really well drilled and executed to, you know, perfection with the timings. Just getting the haunt in there with the stun, the dash up, everything's perfect.
Yeah, this has been a conversation we've been having about G2 and their desire just to make these Waylay comps work. Ever since like second week of kickoff, we're talking on bind. We're just pointing out how Jaw always has a sky smoke to dive into. Valen's setting him up. But it's much more than that now. It almost feels like an excessive amount of utility to put some of these NRG players in literally unwinnable positions, carving out sectors of the map. And NRG this timeout probably is about how not to expose yourself to those combos, to those moments, without giving up too much space for free.
Yeah, Scuba has to be feeling right now that he is just not allowed to play in events. He's going to feel like he's dead if he steps foot up that rope.
So we have a side stack over towards A. And G2R, noses pressed to the barrier, ready to test it.
A little unlucky, perhaps, that they chose the site where there are going to be 5 NRG players. Let's see if they can deal with it, though.
Well, unlucky is relative, that's for sure. Marta and Ethan, the classics ring out. Trent inside this smoke. Respecting salvo. It's going to be Valen waiting for Kiko to push up. They've got to get out of here. G2 have lost 3 players on this. Pushed into the stacked side. It kind of goes the way you expect it to. And now they need to put some breathing room between themselves and NRG, who have recovered all the rifles.
And have a convergent path to work with from Mata. They have a great opportunity now to win this round.
Valen has a divider here off this plant. Is there a gainful way to make use of that? This does feel like a pivotal round. This is not one you can afford to lose if you're G2.
Valen crossing into B main. What a crucial fight this is about to be. Ethan is too far away to get a fast trade.
That's a convergent path's gone.
Look at this. Valen is still aware that someone could be coming.
How does he know? And it's the lack of armor here for NRG that is hurting them. Brock now. Glass Cannon Vandal going for it.
And Leaf heard him. He knows that he's up in heaven, but that awareness is lovely.
All right. Step into the Brocktagon, Valen.
Has to get this star pop, though. Can't get it to half.
Yeah, Brock knows that. Frustrating. He wanted a half, and that's not happening for him at all. Valen emerges. And what could have been a pretty disastrous round for G2 is salvaged somewhat. They'd lose 4 rifles to this mostly classic A-site stack from NRG, but for now, they'll just be happy with the result.
Valen just realizing that he should stay posted on that angle after getting the kill against Mono was huge. NRG there just disconnected.
That's my skirmish 1v1er in the clutch.
I guess he's up 6-4 against Mono now.
Yep,
that kill.
Yeah, if you wanna follow along in that manner.
You are divided.
Now here's that Cosmic off the rip for G2.
They are kind of going back to the well with the straight up A hit, except this time there's not going to be 5 NRG players stacked there because this is a real gun round. So they get that site for free, and it looks like they want to fight for even more.
They're going to get ahead of the retake util. They've read into a path from Marta. They're going to try and go for it. However, they get thrown into the mix instantly. So presence and screens here.
They're being massively slowed down by that utility, but they choose the timing to swing out. No way!
Marta still no chance to make use of the pass in this round either. Through the smoke, it's Baby Bay finding Kiko. Scuba and Brock have to figure it out. Leaf watching the backstab. Will he be mindful of Scuba slipping in through A main? It's not being watched for right now. This is a huge moment for Scuba. Brock spotted. There's going to be a check here, surely. Valen, little peek, sees what he wants. And that leaves it up to Brock now. Half armor! And Valen again ends the round. 2 decisive kills to put G2 2 rounds away.
He's really come to life in these past couple rounds. Valen's playing super well in the late round situations. And that G2 duelist duo just having another crazy situation together, playing in tandem. And I love to see it. I mean, they take the site for free, but then they're ready to just disrupt that retake, fight forward with the paths. And then they don't give up after that. They're still relentless.
They walked into, I think, a stealth drone that was suppressed at one point, caught up inside screens. Anyway, Jorgamo going through. Relay bolts quite telling about where Kiko was,
but that baited out an Armageddon on the B side.
And look at this accelerate into A now. A lot of the space being given up here by NRG, but Baby Bay wanders into the crosshairs of Scuba.
Trailblazer re-clearing towards A ramp, so NRG can feel safe trying to get forward. Leaf knows he needs to make something happen.
Yeah.
Wants to get a kill. Nightfall being sent forward, gets a big connection.
Convergent paths are going to be used straight away from Marta. It's now or never to make use of that ultimate. He's spotted around the corner, he's looking low, and Valen, though, has to deal with the Seekers. So he gives ground. Backs up, risking now a multi-face into this elbow position, but he's got only a mind for his teammates, trying to set them up. He is getting pummeled by this util, trying to get some smokes out on the side, but Scuba's going to find him at a snake bite. It's Leaf looking for a timing, it's not there. Trent inside the smoke has to go huge, but Scuba has his crosshairs trained on this very position, and the firing squad awaits Trent.
An interesting round from G2, a pretty crazy strat they had cooked up. I think, unfortunately, Jaw just dies a little bit earlier than intended because Mata was playing up so close and had the saturate ready. It did bait out the Armageddon, which is kind of hilarious.
Yeah, look, I mean, Valen had his hands full there. He's getting pressured and elbow. Still knows he needs to star the side up, maybe for some utils, some smokes. Nicely done, though, by NRG. When they come back in rounds like that, you're reminded of just how these guys were able to hoist a trophy.
Yeah, there was a great retake. All of that backside util found so much value. Stuns, mollies.
It's an old heavy round, though. Seekers, Armageddon, Convergent paths, all used by NRG to secure it. You could see how much it meant to them. The upside is those controller ultimates are still in play. Right, Scooby can throw that down mid, get a Viper's Pit in play. We haven't seen Jaw go for an overdrive yet, so have my eyes peeled for that. Also, a Viper's Pit option for Leaf in the post-plant G2. 2 rounds away. A timely timeout.
Yeah, Bonker was speaking with some passion there.
Yeah.
Very different disposition from Josh. He's chilling. He's literally chill right now.
Sometimes you get the feeling from Josh that most of the work's already been done in the week in the lead-up. Again, I want to reiterate how impressive it is that G2 are able to make such drastic shifts in play style and just like macro strategy on these maps, like in the middle of a tournament, amidst having to scrim and practice. They're also looking ahead.
Now into this round, Jaw has the Bucky on account of also having that overdrive. Or G2 just keeping it simple yet again with a straight up fast A hit. Looks like that might be the case. Oh no! He's too clean with it.
All right, hindrance on Ethan. A little bit awkward now as Jaw is encroaching and threatens to pinch him. Ethan on Raft and needs to find a way to get off here. Jaw's happy with what he's gotten so far, but anything extra is a bonus.
Look at the way the G2 are just spreading across the map right now.
What? He's at 6 health. Ethan caught out by the Bucky. It's found 2.
And now G2 realize, wait, we could just go back to A for free. The last 2 guys are over on the B side. They were ready to make some crazy maneuvers across the map. Surely Jaw doesn't
dangerous.
Get another one at 6 HP.
Trent on the cross there almost went down. I think he's got it. Yeah.
That's just he gets another one.
That is messed up, bro. I can't say it on air. That is messed up! G2 match point. 13-3 and then a 13-8 would be something to behold against your literal world champions. But G2, up until this point, have had the better of NRG every time.
The first kill was a little insane from Jaw. And then able to get 2 more. It was cool in the mid-round that G2, they were trying to immediately go for this kind of cross-map pivot. But then with these kills, they're just able to go back to A for free. So Jaw's didn't even end up mattering.
He's made the big upgrade to the judge here. So, flush with catch, he's made use of it. Trailblazer drops down. Not a whole lot to see there. Hindrance as they try and predict this move in here from Jaw, but Valorant's going to be following it up pretty quickly. And now, G2 are in this A site, properly in it. That Viper spin to mid doesn't really seem to be a factor as Baby Bay stirs up the waters there on ramp, but it's Jaw. It always has been by the looks of things. There's an inevitability about this guy with overdrive on the map. Kiko force feeds him some of his own medicine, but has to go 1v3 for the series. And that's a baptism of fire that leaves him Christmas cinders. G2 advance to our middle bracket final. And somehow your Valorant World Champions will be fighting in the lowest.
Jogamo has definitely silenced all critique over the last couple weeks. Complete turnaround in form, was out of control today. Aces on both maps, was dominant on the Phoenix, putting up 6 first kills on that first map, where they absolutely crushed NRG on their own pick. And now the Neon was just running rampant around the map. Baby Bay as well, by the way, filling into this waylay for the first time. And he looked stellar on that agent.
Just how far can these guys go? They've got the coaching staff, they've got the vibes, and they slowly have worked this team into a double duelist menace. There are some teams who are still trying to get there. G2 have figured it out.
I like that we're seeing this G2 team getting more experimental. They're taking comps from Tier 2 from around the globe to work into this new structure that they have with Baby Bay as a full-time player who has just been in sick form throughout the entire kickoff.
Got to be very pleased about this. You do, however, await the loser of MIBR and Furia in this middle final. Obviously, both those 2 teams are going to have multiple chances to make it to Santiago. But for G2, being at one of those globals, being at this global, it's a given. It must be in their mind. They can't afford not to represent their region in Chile.
Valen said that he had an epiphany from watching NRG taking down champions, that as a leader, he needs to be able to enable his team to have a peak at the right time. And look, we're still early days, but they had a pretty crazy peak today.
I like the idea of
dismantle NRG.
I like the idea of not just hoping you'll peak at the right time, but you actually are trying to set the playing field so that things line up properly for you. Outside of, you know, projecting onto circumstance or fortune, you make your own luck here in the VCT.
It feels like today this G2 team have really cracked the code on how to unlock this new roster within this meta. And it's heavily leaning into Baby Bay, going back to his original role from years ago. Running it down on the duelist, playing the waylay now. The Yoru looked really nice as well. They've really, I think, worked out how to maximize this current iteration of the team. And this kind of feels like a turning point for them, honestly. They've been good in this run so far, but they've clearly taken it up to a totally different level.
G2 are the team that are willing to have the tough conversations with each other when things go wrong, and that's the fruits of their labor. Let's head down to Golden Boy at this stage for our Verizon post-match interview with Trent.
Before you step out, give it up one more time for Trent!
Unbelievable. I mean, you guys you have the number of the world champions. That's not a thing that a lot of people can say. You've defeated NRG 6 times. You've defeated them in the offseason for a title when they had just won the World Championship, and then you do it again here in Kickoff, sending them to the lower bracket. Let's just get the feelings out of the way. How you feeling right now, Trent?
Definitely feels good. I mean, we kind of know how they play, obviously, I think.
What is it specifically? Like,
I don't want to say nothing.
Okay, no,
they
fair.
beat everyone else for us, and then we'll take them down.
Ooh, okay, all right, ask for some. But I think it is very interesting, though, that it's almost as if you're a kryptonite to them, right? But is this a matter of the prep work you guys are putting in, the natural skill that you guys have, the reads you have, or is it just a combination of everything?
I think it's a combination of everything.
Yeah.
I mean, shout out to the coaching staff. Like, they have great reads, they have great game plans for us, and then obviously everyone's shooting today. Baby Bay is on the waylay, whatever he's doing on that agent. Giacomo's acing.
Schmeeg, you know?
He's acing on Neon and Phoenix. Like, we're just doing stuff. But this is working.
You guys are getting really creative out there, though. And I asked Josh earlier, and it sounded like the overall consensus is, we got 5 cracked out aimers. We can kind of just do whatever we want to do. Is that kind of the vibe that you guys are getting right now internally? Because it feels like that you're experimenting with stuff, but you're not just experimenting, you're implementing it very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of just expanding our options, you know, being able to flex around and play anything. So, I mean, I think it's good for us. We have a very deep agent pool with everyone, so we're kind of just using it.
When I asked Josh earlier, he talked to me about the lessons you guys learned from the Furia loss.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you about that. What were some of the things you pulled away from that? Because I'm sure for y'all that was a very unexpected defeat, but now since we're seeing that evolution, it looks like you guys have really taken that one to heart.
Yeah, I mean, we've made a lot of post-plant mistakes. We kind of honestly just like gifted them kills in situations where we shouldn't have, and you know, they're a good enough team to close out the up number advantage situations. So when you give a team like that the space, you kind of just lose the game.
You guys feeling good though for the middle bracket run?
We're feeling great.
Going to Santiago?
This is our middle bracket.
All right, this is their middle bracket. All right, brother. Thank you so much for your time, Trent. Always a pleasure. Give us a shout out to your family real fast. I see your dad's right there recording.
Thank you guys, and shout out my girlfriend and my mom and my grandpa watching online. Love you guys.
Awesome. Shout out to Team Trent. Always a pleasure, brother. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you. All right, guys, that's going to do it for us here today. What a day it has been, and oh my God, we're actually done. Can you believe it? But don't worry, because next week we have 3 best of 5s, and we're going to find out who is going to Santiago. Could very well be this guy and his squad right here, folks. That's right. It will be. It will be. All right, that's going to do it for us here. We'll see you same time next week right here at VCT Americas. Adios, friends.
Evil Geniuses, they are locked in and they're looking good. And their opponents for today, it's 100 Thieves. They are the first real test.
That's trouble. And now Vora caught out by the utility. Somehow goes unpinged. No one's looking at him. Vora! You madman! So little time left. EG have 10 seconds and need these fights. Tucks into Hells. The drop comes down. 1-on-2. Bow. Ditzes. What else is there? Bow's got it.
I'm activated now, buddy.
Bow could be that guy for EG. He's still stuck here, but it falls to Calm. OT a far cry away. It won't be there. 100 Thieves take map 1. Mayhem unfolds with Dujazin and Okeanos. And that was the decisiveness I wanted to see. Now waits, lines it up, and again gets his 2. It's all heads for Evil Geniuses. Dimensional Drift, Cryo on the other side. Cryo! 100 Thieves still divided, but still dominant.
And Cryo demands an end it, bringing his team to overtime.
Spike to the ground, and Supa now without a teammate backside. Supa! Another? No way. Absolutely no way. Calm, they have escaped. And Calm takes the time, and Calm is out! 100 Thieves advance.
It is going to be kind of a reboot for both teams, a toss-up to see what's going to happen. I feel like it's going to be a scrappy one, but we are definitely going to get a good series. All the eggs in one basket here as they crash onto B. Possibility for a teleport's gone now as C9 wipe the floor. Everyone prepared for that.
Let's go, baby!
Nice flash coming in to take one out. It's the 4v4 now.
Orbital strikes available.
Yeah, this is going to be a Cloud9 stringing it out very nice. A 4K for Vic to end that round. C9 here. They run circles around Lev on bind.
Focus on fighting towards this A side.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Noxy hit almost looked like a triple collapse.
140 on 3 people.
All the way back to try to shoot over their shoulder, but I think they need the team here. Already working out. Neon at ladder, and now it's going to be the chops from King. Oh, he starts the round and he ends the round. And they're going to start running at him to create even more pressure. The swing from Vic, the flick. And they're trying to work together here. Oh my god. But he gets a hip shot, Outlaw. So much to be asked of here by Blows. Zeppa's going to get the final kill. Cloud9 come away with the win.
This is as exciting as it gets in Americas. The world champions versus the undisputed Americas champions of last year.
Well, he's got no choice. He can't fight holes, and that's going to be a good enough trade now. Has the idea that the play is there, and it's an easy three-piece for the captain. He gets the drop on Kiko. He's only a sheriff, though, that he get for his troubles there. Hang about. Ethan has to back away. That's all good. Caught in the open. Now a 2 versus 2.
Charles just fighting forward. What is the timing? By the way, has his ult.
At least with the regen shield, he walks in healthy enough. He's got 2. Are you kidding me?
Classic, baby. Let's go. Oh my god.
And then it's a 13-3 for G2.
Trying to kill someone, but it's not going to happen, and Baby just gets 2 free kills with NRG pushing through the wall, and Mata gets caught, and I mean, this is
Jay, what the f is that?
That defense spawn direction. He's got to be quiet at the moment. He's got the info. Down to 32. Nicely done by Bull.
Let's go.
Red Bull clutch for NRG.
yet again with a straight-up Bass A hit. Looks like that might be the case. Oh, no. Look at the way the G2 are just spreading across the map right now.
What? He's at 6 health. Ethan caught out by the Bucky. It's found 2. On the cross there, almost went down. I think he's got it. Yeah. That's just...
He gets another one.
That is messed up, bro.
Corbin, bro, can you sing the tequila song, please? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'll do it. I'll do it. Yes. Y'all gotta be on sync though. Ready? Yeah. I'm just waiting for my part. Tequila. 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 Tequila!